Tim Anita Seitz.
Here.
Counselor Catherine Scully. Here. Counselor David DeMott.
Here.
Counselor John Bowles.
Here.
Counselor Rich Seymour.
Here.
Counselor Lindsay Smith.
Here.
Okay, and staff-wise, I have City Manager Don Tripp.
Here.
City Attorney Dave Frankel.
Here.
Deputy City Manager Barbara Opie.
Here.
Deputy City Manager Jody Andrews.
Here.
Deputy City Manager CFO Larry Dorr.
Here.
And our two facilitators, David Eisenmore
Here.
and Mike Condiff.
Morning.
Good morning.
There's
Okay, and then Matt
two
Williams is streaming.
There's streaming PC and there's Matt Williams. Are they the same?
There
Yeah.
are two PCs. Matt streams on one and has it on his own PC to make sure it's working the way that it should. So he's all set. I'm going to lock the meeting so that others cannot freely join or not. I think you can still leave, but you can't join. And then when Michelle comes on later this afternoon and when Chris comes on later this afternoon, I will unlock it for them to join. Great. Take it away, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. With us this morning is Mike Condiff and David Eisenmore. They will be facilitating the meeting this morning, reminding everyone, first and foremost, that this is being live streamed. So anything you say will be sent out to the public. Mike and David will facilitate the meeting this morning. We have 16 hours that we're scheduled to be here together. So, I hope you have plenty of cushions in your chairs. But, my charge to Mike and David is that we get through the agenda, that they keep us out of rat holes and they keep us moving. So with that, let's try to get started. David, Mike, you're on.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And we very much appreciate the opportunity to work with you over the next couple of days. I'm going to share my screen. I think, Cody, if you could add Mike and I to the organizers list so we've got screen sharing enabled. It is an aggressive agenda. It's consistent with what Cody has shared with the weeks and largely based on what we learned from you in the process of our interviews, both our early interviews and the refresh round of interviews last week. You should be able to see now on your screen my PowerPoint slide, Team Building Governance and Budget Priorities Retreat. Everybody have it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so here we go. And we're already a little bit off the schedule just because of fighting the technology gremlins, but we've got plenty of time to catch up. So as you already know, Mike and I have been asked to help lead this process, and we've all met, so I won't belabor and spend any time on us describing who we are and our backgrounds. I think I orally went through this with each of the counselors when we spoke last week, but the general flow is this. We're going to spend most of the morning on building competencies and capabilities, leaderships, working on teamwork based on the DISC work of leaders profile that Mike has shared with you in terms of your individual results. And we're going to start seeing how that works at the team level. That will actually carry us to the lunch hour. We've got a 30-minute lunch break, and then we will go into the protocol and procedures discussion, with which many of you indicated to us in your conversation was a very important thing to deal with. And we're going to try to use that dialogue, that discussion as a template or as a practice session in terms of applying the understanding of your respective styles in working through those challenges. And Mike is going to lead both of those two segments of the retreat. then we're going to hear a little bit from the staff, and this is in the afternoon, about where we are with respect to the status of our previously established strategic goals, and especially with respect to the impacts of COVID-19 on our ability to function and to deliver against those strategic goals. And in the afternoon, we're going to start diving into your vision. That will actually bleed over into in tomorrow morning. And the balance of the retreat on Sunday will be really focused on, based on sort of the building effect of what we've just gone through, and based on some presentations you're going to see from the staff, some of which I understand may be new data to you, to talk about really what the top priorities in light of our current circumstances should the staff be preparing to address for you in the upcoming budget cycle. Cody's put together, and I'm sure you all have, a very comprehensive binder of materials, which has in it the agenda that I've just outlined in detail. I'm not going to spend time reading it to you, other than to say, given the mayor's guidance, we will do our best to make sure we follow this agenda and get the material covered. Does that mean we won't let some things run long and some things run short? No, but at some point along the way, we're kind of reserving with your permission, the right to say, let's move on. I think it's always helpful, and I'm sure you've done this in prior sessions, to agree on a set of ground rules or rules of the road, or call them protocols if you like. So I'd like to suggest that your mobile devices be off or silenced. Understand that you have no control over who calls you, but just let's try to minimize distractions. We're going to try to facilitate this in a way that everyone gets the opportunity to weigh in and, express their opinions, and that if we see that others may be drowning out, we may step in and ask you directly for your feedback. We got to build on each other's ideas and avoid killer phrases. If I say killer phrase, what does that mean to you? Give me an example of a killer phrase, the kind of stuff we want to avoid. Somebody think of a killer phrase, just offer it up.
We've always done it that way.
We've always done it that way. That'll never work. Have you lost your mind? Those kinds of things. We want to honor each other's input. Everyone gets to say. We're not going to get to final decisions here today in most cases, and so let's be respectful of our roles and responsibilities here in this session and beyond. Couple of years ago, I learned a technique or a tool called Elmo. Everybody here can call Elmo. Has everybody ever heard of Elmo? You know what Elmo is? This comes out of the Baldrige Quality Award process. Elmo is enough. Let's move on. Enough. Let's move on. So anybody can call Elmo at any point along the way, and then we may have to discuss it. But if you feel like we're getting bogged down, that's the time to say Elmo. We have built in roughly 2-hour intervals, planned breaks, but bio breaks is needed. If that means you need to turn your camera off or turn your sound off or whatever it is to disappear, that's fine. And then let's have some fun. Humor helps, and I know from our interactions with this group that won't be a problem. Do any of you have any others that you would add, or any other thoughts about what the rules of the road ought to be based on how you work together? Does anybody object to this set of rules? Hearing none, Elmo. We're going to use throughout the 2 days some online polling technology, and we're going to start with a couple of exercises right now to get us underway, and mainly to get you used to the technology. So this application is called Poll Everywhere, And either on the device you're using now, or it will be really easy on you if you have either a smartphone or a tablet that you can use as your input device. I think that'll be less difficult, but you can do it by toggling screens or on two, side by side dual monitors if you happen to have those. Go to the website pollev.com/DavidE675. You can see this in the red right here. Everybody go to that website now and on your device, and you should see a poll when you get there. You may be prompted to enter your name. You can ignore that. Our intent is that these be anonymous polls. There are going to be times, and we'd like the staff to do this, but there are going to be times. The second one we're going to do is we're going to exclude the staff from voting. This first fun one, we can do this, but primarily we'll be looking for the council to be providing input through the polling. So I'm going to advance to the next slide, and you should now see the question. If you were a superhero, which superpower would you choose? Is anybody not able to get there? Catherine, you're not there?
Yeah, I'm still working on it.
Okay.
I can't get there either.
Okay, it's poll EV. I'm going to back up. pollev.com/DavidE675. I have 10 results right now. What's my number, Cody? What should I look for? 11? Here? Most of it will be 7.
There's a total of 17.
12. It's
Mike,
12. You have 7 counselors and 5 staff between the deputies, the city manager, and the city attorney. So,
Okay. Catherine, are you okay?
Well, I hit something, but I don't know if it's going through.
Is it? It's David, E.T.
Can you put it back on the screen, please, that whatever we're supposed to be entering?
Yeah,
So
sure.
I'm into the poll and I hit the answer, but I don't know if it went through.
It will, did you tell it, excuse me, did you hit submit?
It doesn't have a submit button.
Okay. All right, it may not on this one. So pollev, as in polleverywhere.com/DavidE675. That's my user ID for Poll Everywhere.
Catherine, above the questions, are you on your phone or are you on your iPad doing it?
I'm on my phone.
Is the question asking you which superpower you are?
Yes, and I answered.
Does it say right below what superpower you choose, response recorded?
No. That's what I'm
Okay,
trying to
then
do.
you're good. Thank you, Anita. Anybody not in yet? All right. So now I've got 12. So 5 of you would like to fly. 5 of you would like to read minds, and then one each. One would take telekinesis, the ability to move objects around with your mind, and one to have super strength. Why do you want to fly? Who wants to fly? My guess is it's the staff that want to be mind readers. Nobody wants to play? Tell me why you picked what you picked. This is just for fun.
Oh, I thought you really wanted to know our super strengths. So we weren't supposed to do the real ones.
This is really to get you used to the application. I'll use it for this next one. We're going to ask just counselors, mayor and council to do this. But again, more as much since we've already asked you this question in our interviews. We know, but in a short phase, what do you hope to achieve over the next 2 days working together? This is just another, there are about 3 or 4 different modes of data capture that we're going to use. This will be the most typical, where you're given the opportunity to type in a short phrase. And I've built in a limitation on this particular one that will allow you to answer up to 3 times. And after that, it'll lock you out. So if you have 3 hopes for this morning, you can enter up to three hopes. And so that would mean as my number increments up down here with 7, this should be a maximum of 21 answers. Doesn't have to be, but let's go. We want to evaluate the direction of the city. We want to achieve some open communication. Another idea of open communication, unity, add the people's voice to our plan. And we'll refer back to this later at the end to see if we accomplish most or all of these. Understanding and empathy with one another's concerns, values, and ideas. That goes to what we're going to be talking about immediately. Consensus on a strategic plan for the future path for our cities. Win-win. Good governance and well-rounded policy, remembering who we work for, the residents of Westminster. Figure out downward trends in citizen surveys. So you want to understand the implication of some of the engagement tasks that the city is involved in. To end up in an agreement where we are financially and what our ability to stay in the city will be. We're going to spend most of the day tomorrow on that particular topic. I would like to improve council relationships, provide clarity of vision, and chart our course. Okay, great. Does anybody see anything surprising in here? This sounds very much consistent with what Mike and I heard in our private conversations with you. Agree on protocols. That's our second activity, major activity today. Open discussion without ambushes. That's interesting. We'll hear more about that. We are an equal body. You want to come out of this feeling like you're an equal body, okay? Okay. Are any of you still entering? Okay, so this is very helpful, and I said we'll capture this and we'll look at this kind of at the end of the weekend and see how we did. Thank you. So I'm going to hand the dais, if you will, over to Mike Condiff, who is going to take you through the work of leaders, results, and application. And this will take us to lunch. So. And I'll be in the background really trying to scribe as Mike leads. Mike, take it away.
Thank you, David. I'm going to presume you will quit being the organizer and let me be the organizer.
I think you can just grab that, but I'll turn it off here.
Okay, so Cody or somebody walk me through that again. It's not enabling me to.
At the bottom of your screen, there's a little circle with a screen that it says screen underneath it, and there's a little, I think if you just click on that, you should be able to share your
Perfect.
screen.
There you go, Mike, it's up.
All right, nice.
I'm going to mute myself, but I'll be here.
Super. Okay, so while I'm figuring all this out, David is a high D. That you've all done disc with me and one-on-one, so you know that David, he gets started, he gets right into the heart of the meeting. Oh my gosh, he's ready to go, right? Whereas I'm Mr. influencer. I want to know how you all are feeling and thinking about the day and making sure everybody's comfortable and all of that. So can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I see the welcome sign, Mike.
Nice, thanks. And I have that up also, but I can't see you. So let's think in terms of how I can get your faces back to me. Cody or somebody talk me through that.
Mike, I can
If
tell you
you
when
go
I
to the,
was presenting and had my screen up, I saw kind of in the left, excuse me, the right-hand edge of my screen, and I had to expand it, a vertical depiction of the, so you'll see a little miniature of the slide that you're displaying, and then the faces of all of the participants. At least that's what I saw.
Yeah, I got that. So super. So thank you very much for joining with us. Oh my gosh, this is such an incredible time. We enjoyed so much being with you one-on-one and would have loved to have done this with you, obviously back in February or March when you were newer and we were in person. So it's interesting doing group process in a two-dimensional format, right? So I can sort of see your faces, although the boxes are small. I have a tougher time seeing your body language. Now, if you throw up your hands or cover your head, I'm obviously going to get that. Thanks, Rich. So, and everybody, John, and so everybody's got your mics muted and all that. This is really interactive. So, although it'll probably be messy, let's have fun with it and see how we do, okay? So I'm going to start the process, I hope, with just thanking you for what it is that you do for democracy. Every day in Westminster, people get up, they go out on their front porch or on their sidewalks or outside their condo or whatever, and they look around, and what they see is the services that you've provided. They'll go back inside, they'll flip the switch, they'll have some coffee, they'll do their morning rituals, and when they flush the toilet and all that stuff goes away, that's because of the work that you do. You are providing them democracy at the level that you see is so important to them. So give each other a virtual high five and say right out loud, you make democracy work. You make democracy work.
You make democracy work.
Hey, thank you very much. Oh my gosh. All
Is
right.
everyone seeing Mike's slides, or have you launched them yet? Because I'm not seeing your slides, Mike.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Let's see how I can do that. Now, do you see that one?
Nope.
No? Oh my gosh.
I can put everybody's camera up and do a stare at the same time.
Yeah, I'm trying that. Let's, I'm in the share.
There it
There you
is.
You see that?
I see your screensaver.
Okay.
There you go.
You see this slide?
I
Yes.
did.
Okay, perfect. All right, so I always like to start off with, from a governance perspective, thinking about sports. Kathy, my wife, tells me, Mike, you use too many sports analogies, but somebody help me with this. Who played a sport when you were growing up? Anybody play a sport? And again, I have lost your faces. Oh my gosh, Cody, I'm really struggling with this. So somebody volunteer out loud what sports you played.
Figure skating.
Figure skating, thank you very much. How often did you practice your figure skating?
Every day for at least 6 hours.
Oh, okay, so let's think about this for a second. We're gonna figure skate practice every day for 6 hours, and how many days a week? Every day, or 5 days, or 6 days?
5 days.
5 days a week. So we got 30 hours of figure skating practice. And then when you went actually into a figure skating, do you call it a performance or a demonstration? What would you call it?
Well, there were competitions, there were shows, and there were demos.
Okay, so let's do a show. You're in a show. How long was your exhibition?
maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. That's perfect. So we got 300 hours. Somebody who's really good with math, about 1,800 minutes or so, right? And then a 5-minute performance. So can we do somewhere in the neighborhood of 600 to 1? 600 to 1 practice to performance. We're going to practice 600 times as long as we perform, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Hard to top that one. 600 to 1, that's pretty good. Baseball is about a 10 to 1, football, 12 to 1. Trained musicians, pianists, sometimes they get into that 100, 200, 300 plus to 1 practice to perform ratio. How often? Great question. Now, this is a trick question. How often do you get to practice being the city council?
Daily.
Daily. How often do we get to practice being the city council as a city council team?
I don't think we're practicing. We're always city council once you're elected. So probably not since we were little kids if we decided to play city or something.
That's what I was going to say too. We don't get to practice. We're always on.
You never practice. Oh my gosh, think about this. Where else in the world would we do this? So back in the days when we would travel, occasionally I'd be on the road enough that I'd need to get a haircut. And so one day I was in San Antonio presenting to the Texas Municipal League, needed a haircut. And lo and behold, as I came out of the front door of my hotel, right across the street, I saw this big sign, hairdresser walk-in welcomes. So I walked over, introduced myself to this very nice young woman, and I'm just making chit chat. You know me, I got to talk. I can't just sit here and smile at you. I got to say something. I go, oh, hey, where'd you go to school to learn how to be a hairdresser? Oh, well, I didn't go to school. Really? Oh, so you probably practiced with somebody a whole lot, like an internship or something? She goes, no, not really. I got laid off from my job and I found these scissors and combs on eBay and this was a vacant spot. So I decided I would just go ahead and start. So you're my first customer. I said, you mean your first customer today? She said, oh no, you're my first customer. What would you do?
Not get my haircut.
I said, you know what? My presentation is starting. I need to go right now. And I turned and left. Where else in the world would we say to somebody, you know what? Why don't you run for city council? I know you don't know much about it. You've been to some meetings, you followed them, you served on the Planning and Zoning Commission, but why don't you run for city council, go on down there and just start working as a team? And where else would we ever do that? If Denver football team, if they ever get to play again, if the only time they saw each other was on game day, how would that go? If the only time they could get together in a huddle was on game day, how would that go? Oh my gosh. The whole process largely is designed to protect us from getting together in an ad hoc way. Dave Frankel can nod his head. We don't want walking quorums. We don't want you violating the Open Meetings Act, right? Where else would we ever do this in our lives? When we get ready to go on vacation at our house, we get together around a big round table. Everybody's got their favorite beverage and we talk about where we want to go. We're relaxed, we're comfortable, we're open, we're sharing. What do we do for you as the city council? We elect you, we swear you in, we stick you on a dais, we hand you a big old binder full of stuff and say, okay, start governing. Now, is it any wonder that we have some glitches as we go along, right? And you add to that everything else you got going on in your lives. Being a city councilor is a part-time job, right? And some of you are going, oh, Mike, no, you haven't seen my life. Sometimes I feel like being a city councilor is all I get done. You should see my business revenues. So if you've ever been to the circle, you've watched somebody spin plates, right? And this is your world. Oh, ouch. Oh, anybody here ever break a plate? Oh my gosh, yeah. We, in our world, we make mistakes, right? And in our world, particularly because everything we do is on live TV or today we're being streamed, everything that we do, our mistakes are pretty public. And in fact, sometimes I say something or do something that under ordinary circumstances, I wouldn't do that. It's not who Mike is. And it still comes across, particularly on TV or to an audience, as being something snarky or mean-spirited or demeaning. Well, in our world, what we have to do while we're balancing all these plates, your family, your friends, your hobbies, your other work, oh my gosh, we are balancing all of these things. We have to clean up our own mistakes. We don't get to sweep them under the bus. We can't throw the staff under the bus. We can't pretend they didn't happen because they're archived for everybody to see. And, you know, sometimes go to YouTube and watch city council meetings gone bad. And you see, everybody sees every mistake we make. What do? We got to sweep it up in public, just right in front of everybody. And the way that works is we just apologize. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry that I behaved that way. It was unlike me. I had a problem going into the meeting. I hadn't read the agenda fully. That question that I asked that everybody already knew the answer to but me, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. And ideally what happens is we catch the plates before we let them hit the ground. And so that's really what we're about today, right? So DISC. We've gone over this with each of you. And so let me just recap because we haven't done it as a group yet. Really the DISC model, most validated of all the models out there. And many of you have done Myers-Briggs or Insights. There's a bunch of them. I like DISC because it's relatively easy and it is the most validated of the instruments. We work a lot in university communities and some of you have significantly advanced degrees, right? I always want to be able to talk to somebody who has a PhD that this is a validated instrument. And so these are things that have a lot of weight behind them. D, quick to decide, decision maker. I often go with my gut because I am often right. And in fact, the more often that I'm right, the more willing I am to go with my gut. And so I desire active, fast-paced, quick decision-making, all right? I's, these are folks who also like an active, quick environment. They like to influence others. These are folks who share a great deal of enthusiasm for their ideas. IASM, I am sold myself. And so I want you to be sold along with me, right? Support, S. These are folks that desire a calmer, quieter, more thoughtful environments. These are folks who support others. They are people that other people go to talk to them, to share their issues with, because they know that they will be very predictable in their responses and thoughtful. And the D's and I's are going, Mike, oh my gosh, you slowed down too much. You're losing me. Get going. C's. Conscientious folks. These are folks who want the answer to be really, really, really right. Not kind of right, not sort of right. They want to be right. And they are willing to take as much time and devote as much energy as they need to be right. Can you see automatically where our conflicts could come in? I'm a quick to decide person. I'm all about facts, figures, and analysis. I've got a gut feeling on this. I'm ready to go. I've already made a motion, and in fact, I'm looking at next week's agenda already. You're still trying to think through that particular issue. And in fact, you'd like a white paper. You'd like to know what other cities in the Front Range are doing about that. And I'm saying, I don't care. I've already made up my mind. Let's just call the question and get on. And I've hurt your feelings in the process, right? Or I've said, nah, you know what? I'm not going with you on this one. I need more information. I'm going to slow this down till we get where I think we need to be. I also like to point out that there are places where we have natural affinities. And so D's and I's go together because they like active, fast-paced environments. As long as things are moving along, and I will give you a bit of a preview, all but a couple of you are in this active, fast-paced environment, okay? So the more stuff that's happening and the faster we're going, the better you like it. Unfortunately, C's and S's, and there are several of you in this category, you push back on that and you go, excuse me, hold it. I'm a member of the council. I need more time. I want to have the opportunity to do more research and to think this through. And my S's, two of you over there are saying, hey, I just want us all to get along. Why are we having so many fights? Oh my gosh. Mondays used to be my favorite time of the week, and now they're one of my least favorite times of the week because, oh my gosh, it seems like all we do is come down to the council meetings and have challenges. I's and S's also go together. So this is an interesting grouping over here. These are people who are very people-oriented. Sort of that Barbra Streisand song, right? People who need people. So here we're talking about folks that love to be around others. The I's, so they can influence them. S's, so they can support them, okay? These are folks that are really in tune to feelings. D's and C's will say, what do you think? I's and S's will say, how are you feeling? Okay, so remember how I started? David just jumped right in there. See, he didn't say, I hope you guys had a good day. Looking forward to being with you. Here's my agenda, and by golly, I'm going to enforce this dude. I'm going, oh, I need to know how they're feeling. How are they feeling, David? So,
I'm sorry.
yeah, no worries. I just love to tease you. Wouldn't it be dull if we were all on the same side of the wheel? Oh my gosh. So, my P's and C's, questions. I'm going to ask a question. It's not to intimidate you necessarily, unless that's a tactic of mine. It's not to demean you necessarily. It's just because I ask a bunch of questions. D's ask questions in order to be quick to decide. C's ask questions to get to the bottom line. What's right here? It's about reason and rationale for me. Now, if I hurt your feelings along the way, I guess maybe a part of me feels bad about that. And this is a generalization, okay? All of these, I should have said early on, are generalizations. In general, I don't really care how you feel about it. I'm just trying to get to the numbers. I'm just trying to get to the bottom line. I'm just trying to get us to where it is that we need to be, okay? So I'm going to presume, because we are together, you all knew what we were going to do, that I could share everybody's profiles with everybody else, okay? So this is your individual DISC results. I have showed each of you your own. This is the first time I'm showing everybody's. And with your permission, particularly Mayor, for the purposes of this conversation going forward, I want to include Dawn in our process. You know my background. I spent 30 years in local government. I just absolutely adore elected officials. Some of you I may not agree with all the time. Some of you I wouldn't necessarily be friends with in my personal life. I love you. Why? You make democracy work. You're giving up your time, your energy to come down and serve the community because you love your town. And every single one of you, I knew from the minute that I met you one-on-one, you loved your town. That's why you ran for office, okay? Here's a better way to look at this, that last screen. So here's the DISC chart with each of you plotted. Now, Cody, while they're digesting that, tell me one more time how I can see people's faces. Where on my screen do I have to go in order to be able to do that?
I think at the top there's a view everyone, and you can click on, or mine says view everyone, yours might have a different, there's two little triangles that facing each other.
So,
And there's some options.
You know, under options, all I get is make presenter. So that's where I
Mike, do you
lost you.
see a thick white bar kind of at the top or on the side of your presentation? If you pull it down, I think it will split your screen to camera views and
Edge cursor
yours.
almost there, Mike.
I feel like you almost touched it. Yeah,
There you
right
go.
there.
Right
Okay,
here.
Go back up.
No, no, go back
Go
up.
back up.
A little bit
And
more.
there's like a white bar.
Nah, see, I'm not seeing that white bar. It was available in our practice session, but
There you go. A little bit
Right
higher.
there?
You
Right
don't see
there,
it.
right there, almost there.
Yeah, it may not be on his
There.
screen.
I'm just not getting it
'Cause
on my
he's
screen.
presenting.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, because I'm
Let me-
presenting, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Matt and I
here-
were looking for a drop down while you were on, but we'll keep looking.
Yeah, thank you. So we knew going in that this would be an interesting environment, right? So help me out. Keep me from stepping in my own mess here. Somebody just tell me who you are and any observations that jump out at you as you see this wheel. So somebody give me some feedback. What do you notice immediately about this wheel?
Can I make a suggestion, Mike, just as a thought? We
Thanks.
could use the chat functionality. They could send you a chat message.
Yeah, you know what, David, if you don't mind, and I do love the suggestion, you making the suggestion. Let's pretend it's a group. We're together. Somebody tell me who you are and what you notice.
There's people in every box.
There are people in every box. Thanks, Mayor. That's a great value. If you were setting out to design a team and you were thinking about, well, what should we have here? Wouldn't it make sense that we would want to have every style represented? Great observation. What else?
This is Rich, that there are not dots towards the middle. We tend to be towards the outer side of that, which I believe it's just enhances that part.
Rich, you're exactly right. I think I went over this with each of you. Let us just remind ourselves as a group. The distance from the center to your dot is an indication of your propensity to use that style most of the time. So I'm right-handed most all the time. I'm going to eat right-handed. If for some reason I break my right arm, I promise you, Mike is not going to starve to death. I'll figure out a way to use my left hand. Won't be quite as comfortable, quite as fluid, quite as fluent maybe, but I'm going to be able to do that. Each of you can operate in any one of these quadrants that you need to be successful. You don't get to where each of you are in your personal lives, and certainly to get elected to the Westminster City Council without being technically competent and fluid in every one of these areas. You can do that. Thanks. Great observation, Rich. What else do you notice?
Mike, this is Don. People may be interested. I just, on the screen that I'm looking at, you sent me one that shows my profile. It's not on this screen. If people are interested, I'm just northeast of Dave. I guess you'd say I'm there you go.
Thanks. Yeah, so I always like to include the city manager. If we were all together and we had more time to do this, I probably would have even suggested to some degree, including some of the senior staff, because as elected officials, you have access to most of those folks. And it's always fun. The graph sometimes gets a little cluttered. But not just the propensity to use this particular style, distance from the center. Dawn, as you will see in many of our scales, is sort of an extreme personality. I hope you take that as a compliment, Dawn. That's the way I mean it. Also, observation, you'll notice that some of us are very close to the other style. Anita, you would be considered to be what we would call either an SI or an IS personality. Dawn, a DI personality. Herb, Mayor, you are a SC kind of personality. You blend both of those characteristics into your everyday decision-making, your communication style, just the way you approach life. One more observation on the disc wheel, and then we'll move on to some of the continuum. Anybody else have a thought?
This is Catherine. I'm struck with actually what a very well-rounded team we are. We each bring something different to the table.
That is so awesome. Think about that. If I now know where you are, Catherine, and we're coming up on an issue that I know is going to take some community involvement, going to take somebody kind of being the cheerleader, somebody that wants to get things done reasonably quickly, active, fast-paced, I might say, oh my gosh, this one's right up Catherine's alley. This one's right up Rich's alley. Anita, could you help us with this, right? Because I now know that that's right in your wheelhouse. If I need somebody to go through about 29,000 of the back issues of Front Range Daily, I might say to Lindsay, would you be willing to do a lot of research for me? Because guess what? I know when you're done, oh my goodness, it's going to be well thought out, well researched, and 99.999 times out of a zillion, it's going to be right. Is that fair, Lindsay?
Yes, sir, it is. I'm asked a ton of questions and everybody knows it.
There you go. Now, if I want something done in a very quick, rough manner, is Lindsay going to be the person I want to go to? No, sorry. She's going to go, hey, I'm happy to help you with that because I'm a team player. How about a month from now? I'll give you a nice long white paper on that. Does that make sense? So it's not right or wrong. None of these are right or wrong. It just is who we are. Here's the value. It's not so much knowing ourselves, because most of you, face it, you've been who you are for a long time. Some of you longer than others, Mayor. And so what we recognize is that we know where we are on this wheel. If I'd given you this wheel and told you about it and said, pick a dot where you think you are, every one of you would have been in the right spot. Now, the value is knowing where the other person is and starting to think through, why do I have some challenges with that person? Can you imagine that D's and S's struggle sometime making a connection? A D wants a quick result, they're ready to move on, and they really don't care how people feel about it. Again, generalization. S's, they're all about how people feel about it, and they want to make sure that we've explored the alternatives, that we're having meetings, collaborating with each other. Diagonals oftentimes struggle. Guess who else struggles? People in the same quadrant sometimes, particularly in the upper quadrants, the D's most of all, and the I's. Why do strong D's struggle with each other?
If their decisions differ and they both want to act, there's natural tension.
Oh my gosh. If I was together with you in person, we'd do a little exercise I call the let go of my fist exercise. I'd have one of you make a fist and the other one try to get that person's fist open. So I got a fist and I'm trying to pry it open. You can do this with yourself. Just follow along. Guess what? The more I try to pry that fist open, the tighter the fist gets. On the playground, you will see this. Somebody pushes somebody. Guess what? They get pushed back. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? I got two boys. They're 18 months apart. I spent the first most of their life just as a referee, right? Whatever one of them did, the other one was going to do faster, bigger, stronger, right? So if Dave has an idea and he's already made up his mind that he's right, and Don has a different idea and he's pretty convinced he's right, what is likely to happen? We're getting this going on, right? Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh my gosh. So the next thing you know, two people who really share a ton of characteristics, now they're struggling in a relationship because they both have so many similar characteristics.
Hey, Mike, excuse the interruption. First of all, I do want to say one thing, but Cody's asked me to intervene here for a second. I'm also a David and I'm also a D, so I'll say D's unite. But we need to take a quick pause. I understand one of the counselors needs to reboot. So can we take about 5 minutes, Mike, and let that happen?
Yeah, and Cody, while we're doing that, I'm gonna exit out and try to reboot myself so I can see people's faces. This is tough. When I'm an eye, it's tough for me not to have a visual audience if I can get it. Thanks.
Hey, Mike.
Mike,
Yeah.
don't,
Mike.
hold on, Catherine, just a minute, please. Mike, don't reboot. Matt and I figured it out. Your screen is overlapping, so we're just gonna need you to minimize something. Sorry.
Minimize something.
So if you minimize your presentation, you'll be able to see the go-to meeting and then
Yeah. So let me try that.
be able to.
And yeah.
So why don't we take a break? Counselor Scully had a quick question, so let's let her ask that. And then on that 5-minute break, don't leave and we'll.
I was actually, Mike, going to suggest that you half your screen and load the meeting twice. And then you could have the pictures of us on one side and you could have your presentation on the other.
Ooh, that's a great idea. Yeah, because the challenge I get when going back to Cody's suggestion is when I minimize something, then I can't see my controls. So it's a 5-minute break. I'll figure it out.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and Mike, I don't want you to minimize. I just want you to minimize for a second. And then when you pop the one back up, don't allow it to be the full screen size.
Yeah.
I worry to have you running it twice that we're gonna lose connectivity or it'll slow you down, and I don't want to do that either.
Yes, I gotcha.
And since I'm locked, I can unlock though if Catherine's suggestion works out and ends up being the solution. We can unlock and bring you in as a second person.
Yeah, it won't let you be in 2 meetings on the same computer, so I don't think that'll work.
Right.
So I can, Cody, you're still with me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I can get the pictures of the people. Thank you for that suggestion. I am trying to figure out how to minimize my presentation so I can resize it. Is there a way to?
Hey, Mike, I'll try something. Seeing as a smaller audience, people are taking a break. In the lower right, the one thing that I often use is detached cameras when I'm a presenter, and I can separate in GoToMeeting the cameras and the pictures from the presentation screen, and then you can move them apart and resize them. I don't know if you can see that button or not, but boy, that has certainly helped me when I'm presenter. And
Okay.
Where's that button? Can you, Larry, where is that button? What does it look like?
in the right-hand side of the slides, you see an icon that looks like a camera. You see plus and minus related to the zoom size, and
Oh.
you see some
Yep, I see
overlapping.
it.
You see some overlapping pages that look like pages. Hover on that and click detach, and then you can resize everything. It's separate. What you do is, well, it's self-explanatory. You separate them and resize them. Give that a shot.
Okay, and then
Mike, I was just gonna say what you probably want to do as well is on your screen sharing, instead of just sharing the whole screen, make sure you select just the PowerPoint presentation too, if you're gonna do that.
Okay. So I'm hovering over the camera. When I click on it, you all's pictures go away. I have a view everyone. Who's talking active cameras? Is that the one you were talking about, Larry?
Mike, I think he's talking about in PowerPoint, I believe. Because usually what happens is your PowerPoint is going to take up the full screen.
Yes.
And that's why you're not able to see anything. So
right.
What you have to do is you have to run the PowerPoint slideshow in like a windowed view. And then you need to share just that window. Because like right now we can see, your whole screen. I think it's under that slideshow.
So if I did this and put it inside a window. Now, second I do that, it goes back to full size.
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to find where the setting is. There's a setting you have to change in PowerPoint so that it doesn't play in a full screen mode.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate you.
You don't have a second monitor by chance, do you?
Not available this morning.
So Matt, I'm not sure if this is what you're talking about, but I'm trying to follow as you go along. Under the slideshow tab, there is a set up slideshow menu. There's then within that a show type, presented by a speaker, full screen, browsed by an individual window, browsed at a kiosk. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think it's something like that, because what you have to do is change it so it's in a window instead of, because normally it just goes full screen, right? So
I'm going to try it on my own and see what happens.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at here too. Yeah, so yeah, that's what you had it there. So basically under slideshow, under the slideshow tab at the top. Yep. So set up slideshow, it's like down and to your left a little bit. Yep. So click on that. Click on browse by an individual, so window. Yeah, check that, hit OK. So now when you run the slideshow, let's see. It should just pop up in a window view. There you go.
You guys are so awesome.
Now, one other thing you'll want to do, Mike, is so on your screen sharing and GoToMeeting, is it should have like a drop down for a specific application. So what you'll want to do is select the one that says PowerPoint slideshow. So that way it'll just grab that slideshow, not your whole screen.
Okay, so hang on. Tell me
Okay.
where I will find that.
So I think it's in the like screen share. There's like a drop down and it should have like a list of your applications that are open.
Okay, screen share. I got remote control. No. Options. No.
You right click screen share. See if that does it.
Maybe can you make me the presenter real quick? I just want to see if I can find where it's at.
Are you asking me?
One of you guys, or because I think you're both organizers.
We're organizers, I think is what we are. I think Cody has set up the list of organizers.
Yeah, Matt, I made you an organizer. I think that gives you all powers, yes.
Okay. Okay. So, Mike, when I make you the organizer, you're going to get like a window that'll pop up and it'll ask you what you want to share. So it has a screen tab and an applications tab. You want to click on the applications and select your PowerPoint slideshow. Okay, and select that to share. That way it'll only share that screen and not your whole computer. So give that a try.
Matt, when we resolve this, we also are having an issue with being able to zoom in and out on the presentation itself when it's up and running. It's like getting stuck at 50% for someone. So they can't see the whole thing.
Someone trying to view it, you mean? Or like one of the...
Yeah. One of the participants is viewing it and trying to make the presentation, Mike's presentation when it's up, make it bigger so they can see the whole profile at one point, and it's not letting them, so it's kind of stuck on the screen.
Okay.
I didn't know that I was going to put on
Multitasking.
my IT hat today.
I know. We're learning as we go. Oh my God. It reminds me of being newly elected and I show up to my first meeting and I'm not sure exactly how to do it. So Matt, I have a note that screen sharing is now paused. Another window is on top of your shared application. Please move this window to resume screen sharing.
Yeah, so that means like something is, you've got something else like open over the top of it. Did you selected the PowerPoint?
It said use applications and I clicked on it and PowerPoint automatically came up.
So you got to make sure too that, so PowerPoint will usually have a couple. It's like the actual PowerPoint, and then you want to make sure it's the one that says PowerPoint slideshow and have your slideshow running when you do that.
Okay, so now I have closed everything on my screen.
Yeah, so you need to get your PowerPoint running. You need to get that up and going first.
Is there a way that we can get this presentation shipped over to Matt, let him run it?
Mayor, I appreciate that. I don't think that's probably works. These, because of the video and stuff, the slides are so big, they don't email well. Okay, so Matt, people can only see your paused app, which looks like just my screen. Take me back to the process where it says choose your application.
Yeah. All right. So go ahead and get your PowerPoint up and running.
Yep, it's good.
Okay. You got that. So I'm gonna make you presenter again. And make sure on the applications you're selecting, select typically PowerPoint will have a bunch, like the actual program that's open for like editing, and then the one that's your slideshow. So you want to make sure you, like usually it'll say PowerPoint slideshow. So you want to make sure you select that one.
Okay, that's the screen. There's the application. There's only one available, so I'm going to click on it and share.
Yeah. So did you actually like, start the slideshow, like run it? Because like we're looking at PowerPoint in your editing view.
Yeah. No, I didn't do that. Okay.
Why don't an easier way maybe is just in the
So I'll start it. We'll run it.
why don't if you just click, or I guess, yeah, go ahead, do what you're doing. Go ahead and run it.
Okay, it's run. You want to make me the administrator again one more time?
I lost what I was seeing, Mike.
Okay, now I got the slideshow and we're going to share that. Screen sharing is now paused. Another window is on top of your shared application.
So make sure you've got your like PowerPoint slideshow, like make sure you're like clicked on that or you're in it.
Yeah,
There you go. There you
it's
go.
advancing. There we go.
Now you got it.
Can you see people's faces too, Mike?
Yes, so you're small, but I can now see you.
I've been trying to get smaller, so that's good.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Matt. You're awesome.
Well, it looks like we are about halfway back, a few empty chairs. So, okay, sigh of relief here. I'm sure there too. So everybody's returning, it looks like. Very good. Sorry for the interruption, Mike.
No worries. So are we good to go, David?
No, I see we're missing about 3 members.
Okay, no worries.
I think we're good. SP is the feed, right? The live feed. I think we have everybody here.
Nice. Okay. So the value of the work of leaders is that we think about our council job really in 3 components. Crafting a vision. I often will tell elected officials, your professional city staff doesn't need much help with how. They got advanced degrees. They got experience. They worked in other places. They know how to do things. What they cannot do on their own is what? Electeds, you're the only ones that can do what? What do we want to be? When do we want to be it? How much money are we willing to spend to get there? All about the vision. There are 3 thoughts associated with vision. One is, let's just explore the world. If this was a 2-day in-person retreat, particularly with new elected officials like we have here, the sky would be the limit. We would be doing all kinds of visioning exercises and all sorts of things. What do we want to be? How bold do we want to be? Are we going to really go for the gusto here? What's our chances of really reaching for the brass ring? And then let's think about that. Is that really realistic? So we think in terms of the council's role in visioning, critical, unreplaceable. It's your key value add. And then the notion of alignment. How is it that we're going to structure our own processes and the processes associated with the city staff in order to be successful? In clarity, in terms of how we convey that through dialogue, and then how inspiring are we as leaders? Oh my gosh, y'all have been on teams where the leader just, as leaders, you are a group of leaders, okay? So we don't get to talk about one of you being a leader. The council is a leader. 70615243, you're the leader, okay? How do we inspire those around us in order to follow where it is that we think we need to go? And then the whole notion of execution. How is it that we keep momentum? Oh my gosh, are these tough times? Unprecedented times, right? So how do we keep momentum? How do we structure the processes? And then how do we get into the feedback loop? So I've walked you through the 8 behaviors, this behavior 6. How is it that we go about assessing performance? So I want to start through each of those and give you a chance kind of just to see those as we go through. These slides will again all be available to you as we have the chance to wrap this up. So we think in terms of the continuums here associated with this. And we have the notion of, are we someone who desires to seek closure? Or are we someone who desires to remain open? Are we wide open to possibilities? Or do we see a possibility and say, let's seize this one and figure out how to implement it? Are we someone who prioritizes the big picture? Oh my gosh, think about the possibilities. This is so incredible. The world is our oyster. We're on the front range of Colorado. There really isn't much that we can't accomplish because we're the premier city here. Oh my gosh, think about all these possibilities. Or are we someone who says, you know what? I really want to get into the details associated with some of these possibilities. So what I've done for you is just plotted each of you by your double initials, okay? So David Eisenlohr and Dave DeMont, now we've got DD, so we're not confused about who I'm teasing. You've got a double initial, and we've plotted you on this continuum. Think of it as a 3-bar continuum. We've got our upper third, our middle third, and our lower third. Or if you don't like the word lower and upper because that sounds like it's good or bad, how about left and right, okay? My left continuum, my right continuum. And we think in terms of where it is we are on the continuum. Again, there's no right, there's no wrong, just where we are. And so I look at this and I start saying to myself, oh my gosh, when I think about the differences between a conversation with someone who's wide open to possibilities and to someone who's fairly focused on closure, all of a sudden I can see some tension building, right? Or I can see a blossoming because now I am someone who says, you know what? Oh gosh, I am so enthralled with all these possibilities, but I need somebody to help me stay a little bit grounded here and help me focus on some of these details, right? I am such a big picture person that I can't really get my arms around the discipline to go in and look specifically at all of these details. And so as we've done with other ones, I want to include Dawn, if I can get my slide to advance somehow. There we go. Oh my gosh, how fun. And so again, if we can think in terms of just some feedback on this, what do you notice right out of the box in terms of the continuums? Yeah, thanks, Rich.
Especially on the bottom one, we have good balance from one end of the spectrum to the other.
Yeah, so much like the disc wheel, Rich, I appreciate that. That's very observant. We've got people all along the continuum, right? And so again, if now that I know where other people are, if it's time for me to go, you know what, I need to task one of the council members to help me with some visioning stuff. You know, I'm looking for you or Anita or Catherine. Oh my gosh, the world is your oyster, right? If on the other hand, I've got some of the ideas pretty much in hand, but now I need a group to maybe help me think through how is it that we go about prioritizing this stuff and looking at what might work and what might not work. You know, I've got another group with Lindsay and John and Dave thinking, oh my gosh, And who's right there in the middle? HA. Does that remind you of anybody? HA. Can't even get the mayor to smile. Oh my gosh. Herb's right there in the middle, balancing us all out, functioning as that chief governing officer, right? Helping us think through all of these challenges. What else do you notice?
So this is Anita, and I don't want to sound negative, but I do think that this kind of illustrates where it might be hard for staff to find clear direction, because we're all maybe at different places of comfort. And so some of us want it to be buttoned up. Some of us want to make sure that we have really explored all of the implications. And so I think this illustrates why there might not always be clarity of direction and prioritization.
Anita, home run. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm the city manager or the city manager staff, and I'm interfacing with individual elected officials. And some of you are saying to me, oh my gosh, we got to think bigger picture here. And some of you are saying to me, oh, we've got to get more details on that specific program. I can't even talk about another program until we get that one fleshed out, right? How do I respond to that? So Anita, let me toss the ball back to you because you're doing so good on this. How does staff get direction?
So I think we as a group are the only ones that can help them divine that. And so it's going to take an important check-in with all of us verbally in front of them, and then to have probably Don repeat back what he has heard as the group's, the majority of the group has said. And then we're going to have to agree, even if, you know, I still want to daydream about what it could be, that, okay, the group's spoken, we need to move on, probably.
Yeah, great observation. So staff takes formal marching orders in terms of a vote, right? And they're 100% agnostic. I can promise you this about Don and his team. If you vote 4-3 to go left, they're going left. You vote 4-3 to go right, they're going right. Do they have an opinion? Sure. Guess what? Their professional opinion is given to you during your discussions, through the background materials. Once you vote, they got their marching orders. They will go where 4 of you or more decide to go. Now, in terms of other kinds of things, so how do we respond to this? What do we think about that? Then that's where we get into these challenges associated with, oh, well, gosh, I just had a chat with Lindsay. Oh, well, I just had a chat with Anita. Who could, so Lindsay, let me tease you a little bit. Is it likely that they might hear something different from you in terms of your desire to prioritize?
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, I'm sitting there as staff and I'm going, oh my God, it's like a tug of war. Oh, which way do we go, right?
Well, I think, I mean, even though that it's kind of a broad spectrum and it might not have some clarity, there are some people that need that clarity, that need to close it, that need to make sure that we are all on the same page. So not that it's a broader, where are we at? I think that it's good that we do have that balance, because then there's a more structure of closing the gap.
Yeah, absolutely. So think about that for a second. It's really important to you that we get everything buttoned up and closed down. And so you're willing to meet and to talk and to think about it as long as necessary to satisfy that emotional and intellectual need for yourself, right? Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could I add something to that?
Yeah.
Councilor Vermont. So, I mean, you talked about like people that want to button it up versus people who, I heard comments about people who want to have things still open. And from this group, in my opinion, those of us who, myself being included, and that seeks closure, it's that half. I feel like everybody on this council also listens to all the information, and sometimes, you know, some of us are more comfortable once we get to a point where, okay, we've heard this presentation 2 or 3 times, I'm good, I want closure on it. So it's not just like, you know, here's the issue, there's the answer. Like, we still are going through the process, we're getting the information, we're asking our questions, and then we're saying, okay, I'm comfortable with what you've showed me, and my decision, agree or disagree with what was presented.
Yeah, Dave, awesome. Heidi, I'm ready to decide, and we've talked about it enough. Let's go. Let's move on. Lindsay, very strong in terms of the C component, accuracy. Once she's comfortable, she's ready to move on. Okay, so my folks who desire closure, maybe for a bit of a different reason, but guess what? We look across the dais at each other and go, hey, I'm ready to vote. You're ready to vote? Yeah, let's go. Boom, let's move on. Other people may not quite be there yet, or they may be saying, could we have a little bit more time to think about it? Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Yeah. This is the vision piece in terms of exploration. Let's think in terms of the piece associated with moving forward to boldness. So we think in terms of this notion of boldness. What is it that we are willing to do in terms of being adventurous? Oh my gosh. Some of us jump out of airplanes in our private lives because we just can't get enough thrills, right? Some of us are pretty cautious and go, how warm is the water before I put my toe into it? Am I willing to speak out because I feel strongly about it? Or am I more likely to hold back and kind of keep my opinions to myself until I have sort of seen where the waterfront is going, okay? And so we think in terms of this notion of the continuum, again, in thirds, a right-hand third, sort of an upper third, our middle group, and then the folks in the last third of the continuum. What observations do you see now?
I had no idea how similar Rich Seymour and I are on everything today.
Yeah, that's always a good observation to find out where your buddies are, right? You go, oh my gosh, no wonder.
Oh, that's so fun. It's interesting though on the bottom line. We are bunched a little bit closer on that one. The continuum is not spread out as far, but you know that would be. And while Councilor Smith is to the left side of that I think we're all pretty close in there because we, you know, we wouldn't be where we are unless we spoke our mind.
Right.
I think there's good balance between the ideological lines as well. I think people might look at this and be surprised that there's good balance between different ideologies in the group, where you might bunch some of us together just from view of us, or you know what our positions on certain issues are, but we're very spread across with this versus those kind of ideology lines.
Great point. These are attributes that we carry around with us in our toolkit every day. And so whether we're a city council member, our role as a council member, our role at our professional organizations, these are the same kind of tools that we carry around with us. And so no surprise they come with us to City Hall, right? See if I can figure out how to get Dawn on there. Does that add anything to your conversation? I told you early on, Dawn, I was going to tease you. You're on almost every extreme of every spectrum.
Well, the comment that I think I'd like to make is that it's my job then with the leadership team, which is my 3 deputies and the 11 department directors and the support folks, to get them spread on that continuum. So I think if you'd look at my ELT, our executive leadership team, we have a team that's along that continuum, and you can probably guess where all the different people are, counselors there, and those make for some interesting meetings amongst us. And even within the 4 of us, Jody, Barbara, Larry, and I, we've crafted a team that really balances each other well. So I will own that, and I think it's part of the responsibility I have is to maybe look forward. I used to have day-to-day operations, and I was probably left of that part of the continuum at that point. But today, I hope that you've got someone who's helping you think about the implications longer term, and that's what I try to do.
Yeah, great, Don. Exactly. What
Could
else?
Could I ask a question real quick? I'm just curious, like as a takeaway, and this is really for Don, if maybe there would be some value in kind of seeing where ELT is plotted out and having them do the same exercise, just so we get an understanding of that balance. Because I agree with you, you probably see an interesting balance, but I think it would be an interesting exercise for your team to look at doing this same kind of exercise.
Yeah, thanks for that suggestion. And in fact, we anticipated that you would make that suggestion. So we did that with Dawn's team just to see where they all fell. And I'll ask, I'm sure he's very comfortable. We'd be happy to share that with you at some point. Dawn, just in terms of the written document, would that be okay?
I think it's probably fair to them that I ask them, but
Yeah,
I think they'll be agreeable. At a minimum, I can plot them, but that is their information. So, I'll in terms of identifying with specific individuals, I think I ought to ask them.
Yeah, that's a great point. We want to obviously honor everybody in this process. I should have said this early on. I often do in my introduction. This is data not to be used, information not to be used to manipulate somebody else, okay? So now I know where you are on the spectrum, and I'm thinking, oh gosh, I want you to agree with me. I'm going to come to you in a manner that's going to be most receptive to you. And so if I'm looking to go out to coffee with Anita to try to get her support on a particular issue, I'm going to put her in an environment where she's comfortable, and we're going to talk about some big picture stuff, and we're going to talk about ideas and dreams for the community and all of that, right? And I'm doing that not to manipulate Anita. I'm simply doing that to say, hey, I honor you enough to come into your environment, your mental place, and try to be genuine with you in this environment. Is that fair? Yeah, thanks, Anita. Okay.
Hey, Mike.
Yes,
Mike,
ma'am.
can I add something?
No.
So the other thing that I think that, or I guess would be more of a question, but I would also assume that as we grow and change over time and our roles change over time, that we kind of move on the spectrum a little bit. Maybe not great, not like from one side to the other, but we might shift a little bit in the situation that we're thinking about.
Oh my gosh, you're such a pro. I know you do this in your own right. So thanks for lobbing me that softball. Actually, the coaching piece of this is exactly what Catherine just talked about. So now we're at the city council table, and we now know where everybody is on this. And I'm trying to advance a particular issue or whatever, and I know where you are, and I'm trying to help you come closer to where I would like for all of us to be as a group. Again, Herb's in the middle there, right? Chief Governance Officer. He's trying to read the tea leaves and look around. Are we ready for a vote and all of that? And so you can intentionally modify your behavior on this continuum. Sorry, it is a conundrum, but you're on a continuum. So now all of a sudden I'm thinking, you know what? It's my natural tendency to hold back from arguments, to hold back from heated debate. I'd really rather have us all get along. And in order to have us all get along, I'll actually hold back and just sort of go along with the process. Well, that may not be the most helpful thing for the council as a whole, right? And sometimes I have to just simply say, you know what? This isn't my forte. I don't really like being in the middle of a heated debate. I'm going to do it. So I'm going to intentionally move myself on that scale. So Catherine, if in the absence of a particular issue or a particular role, ROLE, that I'm playing, I'm probably pretty much always going to fall on where I fall on the continuum, right? Can I use my knowledge of now I know where I am and I know where I need to go in order to get the group to process a little better? Can I do that? Sure. I'd rather eat right-handed, but if I need to eat left-handed, I'm not going to starve to death. Great observation.
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
Because I've got them here, the three deputies, I just checked with them offline here, and they'd be they'd be fine with sharing their positions. And I don't know whether you have a slide that does that. If not, they could each come on and describe where they fit in here, however you'd like to do that, because I think that'd be interesting. And it would
Yeah,
get,
it would be.
get to some of what Dave's asked for. And I do think, Dave, that probably the full department group would be amenable to that. But I think in fairness to them, I just need to ask them.
Yeah, that's fair, Don. I agree with that. So I did not prepare a slide with the ELT on purpose. And so nor did I include Dave Frankel, who has great results in his own right, or the judge, right? So if I think a verbal indication would be helpful. So the last piece of vision, and then David Eisenlohr, just because we're discombobulated here a little bit, do we want to take a still focused to get to a break about 10 o'clock?
We have a 10 o'clock break scheduled. I'll leave that to the members since we just took one about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
What's your pleasure?
Yeah, think through my time. Thank you. Okay, so the last piece of the vision that we always talk about is how is it that we test our assumptions? So we've got these great ideas. We've brainstormed, we've popcorn, we've done flip charting, we've done David's poll everywhere. I mean, oh my gosh, we got all this good stuff. Some of us are still trying to keep us a little bit grounded because maybe we have 2 buckets of popcorn and we really only should have 1 because we put butter on it. Now, all of a sudden, how is it that we go about seeking counsel and exploring these implications? Are we more likely to go to others and seek counsel, or are we more likely just to decide on our own? Are we more likely to explore the implications through lots of different processes? Or are we more likely to say, you know what, I'm pretty convinced, let's move forward here. So same process, you guys are pros at this by now. What observations do you have?
What happened to the middle on the push forward and explore implication?
Here's the middle, oh my gosh. We got a barbell there, and it's a heavily weighted barbell, right?
Yeah.
What else?
I think this is kind of shows the point that I was making earlier. Some of us that were on that side that said, okay, we've got our answer, let's move forward. This shows, we did explore those implications at some point, and then this almost to me goes before the other slide.
Yeah, good point. You could think in terms of testing assumptions as a middle piece as opposed to the third piece in this continuum. Great point. What else?
So again, I think it kind of shows the potential, not necessarily negative tension. I think it helps us make sure that we're really deliberate in how we consider things, having folks along the spectrum. But in every single one of these, we've had extremes, right? We've had people at different points in the spectrum. And so I think it necessitates probably a longer deliberation, probably points for sparks to flare a little bit more in those tension points. And we're going to have to be really, again, clear as to what is the final group decision, because there's going to be, through the conversation, a lot of maybe different comfort levels or where we're at. So we're going to have to really be sure that we're communicating where the group is at clearly to staff in order to allow them to implement.
Yeah, Anita, I agree with that. And I also will hope that as a result of this coaching that you will be doing more check-ins with each other in a really genuine fashion, right? So if I'm on one end of the spectrum and I know one of my colleagues is on the other end of the spectrum, I hope that I am reaching out to them. Again, Dave Frankel, don't get nervous on me, in a legitimate legal way. Heck, at a meeting, I'm never embarrassed when my clients in a meeting, they will go, hey, do you remember that retreat we had with Mike and David? And one of the suggestions was we need to do more check-ins. How are you feeling right now, Catherine? Because I know that you probably are ready to push forward, get moving with this, and we still need a little more time. Are you okay? I mean, I think that's a legitimate question to ask each other. It's honoring, it's intuitive, and it gives people a chance to feedback, and you may get, oh, sure, I'm very comfortable. Or you may get, thank you for asking. I'm really a little bit uncomfortable right now. And that just helps the group process, right?
Catherine, you ready to move?
I'm ready to move.
Nobody's quite
Not you,
humble. My little granddaughter, Abby, has an Elmo doll called a Tickle Me Elmo. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but every time you rub its belly, it giggles. And David, I thought about bringing it, David Eisenlohr, I thought about bringing it today, but it's kind of obnoxious after about the 400th time. Here's
Are you
Dawn.
suggesting you got an Elmo?
No. So here's Dawn. Any surprises there for you? And so let's try out your idea for just a second. Barbara, if you're willing, no pressure, if you're willing and comfortable, can you kind of remember where you might be on these two scales?
On deciding independently,
Yes, ma'am.
I am probably nestled up beside Councillor Demott and Councillor Smith, just to their left. I think that's,
Yep.
well, all right. Oh, no, actually, I'd be right lined up with them, actually.
Yeah, I think right on top of them, if I'm remembering, but it's been a while. Yeah,
I'd do the
that's
same
what I would have
column
picked.
with them. And then
Okay.
on the push forward or explore explorations, I would be just to the left of Mayor Pro Tem Sites.
Mhm. Jody?
Yes, I am on the decide independently. I'm at the far right with Councillor Volz and Councillor Scully and Mr. Tripp. And on the push forwards continuum on the bottom, I am also, where am I sitting? Right smack in the center. All alone, it looks like.
Hey, you are the middle, my friend. Okay, Larry.
Thanks, Mike. I want to make sure I get this right. I don't have my profile in front of me, but I think on the upper chart, I tend to be more to the left of deciding independently, and in the lower bar, quite far to the left on push forward. And I think we're going to try to each find our particular profile so we can better describe those going forward.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I can confirm for Larry that he is where he said he was. I just pulled up our sheets. Barbara can probably do it too.
You are so organized. You're a pleasure to work with. Oh my gosh. Okay. So with the addition of the staff, particularly because Dawn's circled here, any additional impressions on this chart? What advantage do you see of having Dawn where he is? Is there a disadvantage to having Dawn where he is?
I take comfort. I like seeing that Don is on the far right with Seeks Council. He has a quiver of area experts. So when that helps me know that when he's presenting us something, he's already talked to all of these different department heads to understand their impacts, and that's what he's presenting to us. I think that's great. And then if his job is to implement, it's great that he is on push forward, right? So and especially if he has both Jody and Barbara to kind of help balance that out, and Larry to help him get it done, it feels like that's a good mix on the implementation side.
Yeah, good observation. Somebody tell me what the challenge is with having Don where he is from your perspective.
Being so far in the push forward, perhaps not understanding all of the implications, and sometimes those can be costly to council or to the organization, perhaps. But just because you asked me to contemplate.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Mike, this is John Bowles, and I would say the same thing Anita said earlier. Having Don where he is seems like a perfect mix to me. Seeking counsel with his senior staff with counsel seems like a good spot to be in. And then push forward, sometimes we do need to be pushed forward. I think that's a good place for him to be as well. I think it would be frustrated for him though, because we're all so clumped at the other end. So I think I can see a lot of frustration from Don's perspective on these graphs, but I actually think it's good. So anyhow, that's my 2 cents.
But we're at different points in the chain, right? Like by the time we've given him the vision, right? We've already gone through the explore implications. So I mean, right? Like, so it should work out okay.
Yeah, exactly. If I'm an elected official and I'm clear on one end of the spectrum and I see my city manager on the other end of the spectrum, unless I've thought through what the value that is to me as an elected official, I could get pretty frustrated, right? My wife, Kathy, is a CPA. She's an accountant. David Eisenlohr's wife, by the way, is also an accountant. I come home from a meeting, not too many airline trips lately, right? But I'll be home about maybe 24 hours. And Kathy will be saying to me, Mike, have you got all your expenses entered into the Quicken program yet? I'm going, I've only been home a day. She said, well, could you get it for me by Friday? Well, this week or next week, right? And all of a sudden, two people who love each other are going, I got a little tension going on here. Because why? She wants to get out the monthly report. She wants to balance the checking account. She wants all this stuff. She's pushing forward. And I'm over here going, man, that was such a great trip. I met the most awesome elected officials in Westminster you've ever met. Oh my gosh, I'm just having a great time, right? And you see where tension could arise if I am on one end and I don't see the value in the person on the other end, and vice versa. So your observation that sometimes Don might be frustrated because he's ready to go. He's watched you all go through the process and hopefully participated with you in terms of going through the process. And he feels like he now has direction. Oh, I'm out there. Let's move. Let's go. I've got the staff organized. We're implementing programs and processes and procedure. And I got a whole clump of my council that's over here on the other end. See how that might work?
Hey, Mike, this is David.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. So this isn't a setup because I don't know the answer, but would it be fair based on what at least I've seen so far that Don's profile would mirror that of a typically successful CEO?
Yeah, so that is a great question. And so these are largely personality-based instruments. And so they are very individualized. I work hard, David, not to make too broad a generalization, although obviously a lot of it is generalization. Here's what I would say to that. When I find somebody who's really successful in their professional role, they almost always have a personality style that matches the role. If you can imagine an accountant who was all about big picture, didn't care about deadlines, $100 plus or minus, that's okay. They're going to be very stressed all the time trying to get down to details. Kathy couldn't do what I do. I couldn't do what she does. And I know it. You want to make me mad, lock me in the office and tell me I got to crank out the financial report, right? Because I'm just going, oh, that's not me. So I'm going to say a qualified yes. When I see really successful city managers, I see them with lots of these characteristics that Don exhibits, both personally, but also with the team that he's surrounded himself with. Yes. Is that fair?
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Hey, Mike, can I make a comment?
Please.
So one of the things that I think can be frustrating for city councils with a profile such as mine is that it's fine if you're on the positive voting end of an issue that I am aggressively pursuing and being successful with, but it must be frustrating if you're not, because I'm also working to implement something that maybe you didn't agree with. And I just want to reassure all of you that, I take very seriously the direction of the council. And I'm going to pursue that direction of the council. And I apologize to those of you who may not have agreed with that direction, but that's where we're headed, in that it's not personal that I'm disagreeable with you. I feel like it's my job to execute it. And I'll tell you what, if on those 4-3 issues, they go 3-4, I will be just as aggressive at pursuing your majority recommendation, your majority direction to us. And I think our staff will too. So to some extent, because I'm out there on the cutting edge of these things, it appears as if it's mine. These things are not mine. These things are the council's. And we will, and it's not just me, it's the 2,000 people that work for us. You know, they run through walls to get those things done that the majority of you want to do.
Yeah,
Could
Don,
I add to that? I'd
Yeah,
like
please.
to give some perspective as somebody who's been on the other end of some of those issues from time to time. I think one of the interesting things, especially when, you know, part of the reason you have an elected body in my mind of so many people is because we all represent in different ways, different parts of the citizenry. And there's obviously crossover in that where we have some people who support each of us and some who support only three of us, or however that mix is. And so I think that, you know, we do also have a responsibility to the people that we're representing that, you know, chose us and gave us the honor to represent them on the council. And so trying to make sure that we advocate for those folks that maybe don't agree with a position, not to necessarily stop it, but to make sure that they're brought along in some fashion, because I think that those, you know, dissenting voices in democracy are super important. We want to make sure that we're keeping account to that, because I've also seen in time, and I think we'll go into that with the citizen survey, that sometimes things shift as things start rolling out and people really understand what it means to, say, for example, be the next urban center. You know, and I think maybe some of it's that they haven't been 100% paying attention to the issue, or whatever reason it is, or once they realize what, you know, that really means, or maybe there's a disagreement about what it means. So I think that those conversations and, you know, sometimes tensions still can be very valuable in the end result of where we go as a council.
Yeah, Dave, I agree with that. It's what makes democracy so great, right? Is that it's okay to be to have a minority position from time to time. What I try to coach my governance clients in is, if you feel strongly about it, advocate for it. Oh my gosh, if that's what you're hearing from your constituents, advocate for it. Oh my gosh. At some point when there is a vote, recognize then that your staff is duty bound to move forward with the position of the majority. If I vote against it and the staff is moving forward, then I'm still free to express my disagreement. Hey, you know what? I didn't agree with that vote. I voted against it, if you'll remember. Now, with that said, staff, I'm not going to be trying to undermine you. I'm not going to try to stop the progress. I may still be trying to convince one of my colleagues to vote my way. But I'm not going to be in your business trying to upend your apple cart, because I recognize you're just doing what you're professionally and statutorily obligated to do. Does that make sense, Dave? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we've been at the visioning piece. Now we're at the alignment piece. How is it that we both, internal to our own structure, our city council structure, and then our alignment with the citizens, because remember, they're our owners, if you will, and then the staff, how is it that we explain what it is that we're doing, and how do we structure our messaging in order to get that across? And so some of us are very comfortable just offering intuition. You know, this is kind of how I feel about it. This is not my first rodeo. I'm pretty comfortable just telling you off the top of my head how I feel. And others of us want to make sure that we're very able to explain what it is that we're doing, right? And so we want to be able to tell you, hey, here's what we did, here's why we did it, here's how I think about it. I may even have a bullet pointed list, right? And then when we're rolling that out, I may go so far as to have a PowerPoint. I may have an Excel spreadsheet. Here's the data. Here's my report, okay? Others of us go, you know what? I'm wide open to put me in front of a group and turn me loose. Oh my gosh, can I tell great stories, right? So any surprises to you here? Any observations? You guys are getting the hang of this now. Just feedback to me on this. You want to see where Don is on this one? I saw your head nod there. So same question as before. Any observations about the continuum? Any observations about the balance, the partnership, if you will, between the council and the staff vis-a-vis where Dawn sets on the spectrum?
I think this is the first place Mayor Pro Tem Sites and I lined up. Look at that.
How about that?
I know, I thought we were twins. I thought we'd be the same everywhere. So I think, I feel like I'm being more negative than I typically I am, but I just want to say this might account for some tension that some people have had. Maybe Dawn is speaking in intuition and certain members need to hear it in rationale, and vice versa. And perhaps Don is really comfortable, like his go-to is impromptu messaging. It served him well, but maybe people who are receiving that message, maybe some of them prefer a more structured message. So this seems like a very easy place for us to understand how we both like to hear explanations and also how we like messaging. So it doesn't seem like this is personality as just kind of your go-to, and it seems like we might be able to match each other's styles understanding this.
I don't know that I can add much to that. The value, Anita, always is trying to meet people where they are and understanding why they're doing what they're doing. We do David and I do a lot of work in terms of helping coaching governing bodies and staff sometimes that are struggling in the relationships. And we do it through a process called crucial conversations, right? Sort of the Joseph Grinny work. And what we talk about is first, presume good intentions. Why would I'm watching Lindsay clear over there on the right-hand side, right? I wonder why is Lindsay doing that? Oh my gosh, that's so interesting to me, as opposed to that darn Lindsay, she's always over there and I'm over here, right? I'm going to meet her where she is. Lindsay, help me understand what I see here. Because gosh, you know.
I
Lindsay,
think for mine, I'm clearly one way. I think everyone else is kind of skewed a little bit in some way. I am one way. So, and it's probably because of my communication background. I have a master's in communication. So, that is where that's my thing. So.
Absolutely. I love that. And so again, I'm on your team and I'm thinking, who's my go-to person on this messaging thing? Oh my gosh, Lindsay, would you be willing to spend, I'm going to say a little time and you're going to go, well, Mike, I don't know that I could spend a little time, but I'll spend as much time as I need to try to get that done, right? Is that fair? Yeah, nod your head. Yeah, thank you. Exactly. So it's not right or wrong. And in fact, if I am coaching a group, I'm going to suggest from a city council perspective, particularly, that we gain credibility with the staff, we gain credibility with the community when we're a little bit more structured in our messaging. Why is that? Because I'm an impromptu messenger, and I am, by the way. Put me in front of any group and I'm loving to tell my stories and get people excited and all that. Guess what? I may tell the story differently to you than I do the next group that I talk to. You happen to be sitting in both groups and you're going, hold it. I heard Mike tell that story before and that's not the way it ended. Now all of a sudden you're going, is Mike lying to me? Is Mike fabricating this? Is he making this stuff up as he goes along? And the answer is probably to some degree, well, maybe, right? But it's not negative in the sense that it's intentionally misleading. It's a style. It's a style. Now, if I am speaking to 17 groups about a key issue in the community, I better be pretty consistent about my message. Am I right? Lindsay, that's your background. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if I tell the Rotary Club one thing and the Lions Club something else, even if it's just a little nuance, right? All of a sudden, somebody that's a Rotarian is speaking to the Lions and go, hey, Mike was over here talking about that issue, and he said it was 17. Oh, really? He told us it was 15. Oh, my gosh. That lying Mike, right? So we have to be thoughtful in terms of structuring our messaging. We just also need to honor each other from the perspective that, hey, put me in front of a group and ask me a question. I'm going to give you my best response from my heart. Presume good intentions.
I would add that a lost art in our society is being able to agree to disagree, because we're not going to always agree. And sometimes that's the most respectful thing you can do.
Bless you, Dave. Absolutely. It's okay to disagree. In fact, I would go so far as to say, as a group, elected group of 7, we better disagree. If we're not ever having contrary opinions, for crying out loud, make your life a lot easier, split the meetings up. Dave, could you do all the August meetings? Because I'd really like to go to the mountains, and I'm going to vote the same way you do on every issue. Just handle it for me, would you? You would probably like that, yes?
I've offered that up to a couple people before.
Because you're most always going to be
That
right.
was your first proposal for this plan, wasn't it?
What? Go with what I say, and we'll be good.
Yeah, that was his first proposal.
It's the DeMott plan. It's special.
The DeMott, ooh, it even has a ring to it, right? The DeMott demarcation plan.
Mike, I want to use this lower spectrum in my defense, because I'm actually surprised I'm not completely to the left of that impromptu messaging, but it also, I'll use that as my defense. I'm going to take a picture of that. So when I stick my foot in my mouth, and I have a very big foot, and just, I'm winging it.
Yeah. So this
Mike,
may not, yep.
This is Catherine. When I'm looking at this, I'm looking at it from okay, so this is my strength area, and this is the rest of the council's needs area. And I might need to adjust the way I'm doing my messaging. And I have to be very honest, I have tried to do this over my time on city council a little bit, because I have truly recognized the strengths of the other side and what great messaging they have, and how that's not my strength, but I've had to kind of adapt a little bit so that I fall more in line and can give better rationale. Here's my impromptu of my offer intuition, but I'm trying very hard to also look at the other end of the spectrum and say, but the need is for me to explain more my rationale, to really structure my messaging. And I have to be really honest, I kind of learned that early on the city council from the council that I came into, kind of helped me learn that they were all very good at explaining their rationale and structuring their messages, and I would kind of feel like, okay, this is not on the campaign. I can't just be speaking from impromptu and offer intuition. I'm really going to have to learn to use some of the details and structure the messaging. So I think if you can look at it from, this is my strength and that is their need, and I can help bridge that a little bit, I think that's a good way to look at it.
Catherine, well said. Yeah, Dave.
I think Catherine makes some good points in there, and I think she and I have had to pivot a lot, because since we've been on, we've had people who probably would have served normally longer because of they've won other elected office, or they've got offered a great job in the governor's office, multitude of reasons. And we've kind of seen some what I'll call power vacuums inside the council, where you had very strong personalities who were in when we started, and they were good examples as far as like some of the communication and stuff, very structured, a little more experienced than we were. And so we've, I think that we've probably both bounced around this line, if you checked us from time to time, because we've been trying to pivot to the way that the council's changed, and it's happened a lot in a one-term period because of other people coming and going in and out of the council.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with both of you. Catherine, I love that perspective of, I have a strength, and the council, in order to be successful, has a need for me to either mitigate my strength or to align my strength to associate with them so that the whole team wins, right? So the citizens, to some large degree, look at us as the city, right? As the city council. And so they may know you individually better because they see you more often in your particular role. But in general, they're going to lump us in together. And so the other thing to remember, which you all do, just putting it on the table, is at the end of the day, it's what's best for Westminster, right? It's not about Mike winning, Dave winning, Catherine winning. It's about the city winning. Can we disagree a bit on what winning is? Sure, we ought to probably, right? Otherwise, we just go back to the DeMott plan, just vote the way Dave does every time. Dave, how are you going to vote? Because I'm going to vote with you. Okay, so David Eisenmore, I want to do a check-in. It's a little bit after 10 o'clock in Colorado. How are people feeling? They need a stretch break. I've got a few more slides, but it does go quicker because you learn the questions I'm going to ask. The observations become more natural for you. Is that okay?
Hey, Mike, our really smart staff has added the all of the myself and the deputies to the overall disc, and they've got that available to you if you want to post it.
That would be so awesome. I am not surprised that your team is so competent to do that, Don. I am such a klutz, obviously, from our experience in terms of the go to meetings. You know, if we were on Zoom, I'd think I'd be competent, but go to meetings, I'm not. Is there a way to add that? And we toggle back and forth between Cody being a presenter or me, or how should we do that?
I think that'll work, or I think Barbara's been our craftsman over there, so we could share her screen too. She's adding someone right now as we speak, so
okay.
maybe we have that ready in a couple minutes, and one of us will share our screen.
So what's
I had told everyone I had asked, I had told my family I had a break at 10, and so they brought me up breakfast. Do you guys mind if I just turn off my camera while I eat it?
Well,
is everyone okay with that? I'll keep listening, but it's
how is that sharing? This is a little past our built-in break time.
No, I don't mind. Keep going, but I also don't want to eat in front of you.
So what's the pleasure of the council? Do you want to take a few minutes now or keep pressing ahead?
I say let's take a couple minutes.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Let's just go. I'll eat it later. I'm sorry.
No, Anita, you missed it. We're doing the Dave plan. It's whatever Dave says.
Oh, okay.
This was our scheduled break. This is what the agenda says. It's my D at work.
Okay.
Let's take about 10 minutes. Can we do that?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Okay. And that'll help us get the other slides queued up. So it's a good time.
Thank you.
10 minutes.
Barbara Opie, can you hear me? How do you want to handle the screen share?
It's however you'd like. Cody has a copy of it as well. Or if you all want to give me the ability to pull it up, I can pull it up as well. It's not precise, but it gives it a general concept.
Yeah. Whichever's easiest for you is what I would say. Pretty casual.
Okay, let's see if I have access to be able to be presenter. Looks like I'm now presenter. Now we're going to assume that I know how to do this properly.
Never a doubt in my mind.
Click that little
I
screen
haven't clicked the screen
at the bottom. Do you want me to do it? I have it up.
It might be, Cody, if you're more proficient, then it's probably better if you just do it.
Okay.
Thank
let
you.
me- Yeah, no problem.
Hey, Mike,
Make sure
how do you feel?
the rest of the world's on.
How do you feel we're doing on time? Are we going to wrap it by noon?
That's going to be my goal. I have some bonus slides in terms of just good governance if we have time. If not, then we'll be okay.
What I don't know is how what to expect in terms of time on the next piece, the protocols and procedures. So if we can get there, fine. If it's still productive here, we'll catch up on some of the later activities around strategy, COVID, those sorts of things.
Sure, absolutely.
Hey, Cody.
Yes.
Great stuff in the binder. I haven't complimented you on it yet. Thank you for pulling that together. I'm going to tell them where I can, where it makes sense. I'll certainly do it at the beginning of the next segment that points them to the related material in the binder.
Okay, thank you.
Well done. Thanks.
Hey, Cody,
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to piggyback on that because I know the other night when you handed it to me, I was sitting on a meeting at work and I couldn't really talk to you, but the binder is very well done and I really appreciate you delivering it to our house. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
I felt
Happy
a little
to.
bad. I was pretty
Make
rude.
No, you're fine. There were a couple of porches I had to leave it on, staff and, but it was nice. I had a nice little road trip through the metro area.
And you
I
haven't
always
been
like to
getting out
go.
much.
I always like to go for a tour of the city.
Yeah, well, it's different when you do it in that context than like, I'm gonna go to the orchard or I'm gonna go to Walnut Creek. It's when you tie it around, and you all do a good job of living all over the city. So between staff and council, it was a little bit everywhere.
Did
I
you
even made it as far as Denver and as north as Boulder. So
wow. Did you plan your trip so that you only had to make right-hand turns?
not quite, but I did. You guys should see my map. I drew a map similar to what Barbara just did with the disc. I drew a map and I plotted the addresses. We have a council one that PD uses for emergencies, but so I plotted everybody else, and then I drew I made myself a little turn left to go to John Voles and then go back out to Federal to go to Don's. It was kind of funny, but I made a big giant circle.
My husband, when we go out, he only makes right-hand turns. So I would
Pretty good.
suspect he's kind of a high D.
They're safer, that's for sure.
Winston
I did
Churchill.
draw City Hall.
Winston Churchill was, I think it's left turn rule, but because of being British, but when he was in New York once, I think he got involved in a car wreck, and from that, because they were looking the wrong way, and his British driver, and so he implemented a rule that, again, it was either only left turns or only right turns, so they didn't have that problem again.
I guess
So
that's what UPS does, which is interesting. It's an efficiency way to do the deliveries, and so it's very interesting. So my husband taught me it early on in our marriage, and I actually do plot it that way now because I'm like, yeah, kind of makes sense to only have to make right-hand turns. So it doesn't always work.
David Eisenhower, you watch our time and tell us when you think you're ready to go.
I'm just watching the reassembly, which is happening as we speak. Anita's back, Dave's back. We're missing David, Lindsay, John just popped on, so we're waiting on 2, basically.
Anybody else have a puppy who thinks they should be in with you while you're presenting? I never keep my office door closed, and poor Roxy's just beside herself. Oh my gosh.
I have a cat who thinks we should be playing fetch, and she's been in a couple of times with her little mousies meowing at me, and I'm going, shh, not right now.
Yeah, I have to dust the office. It breaks. So.
Hey, that's very efficient there, Rich.
We are just missing Lindsay now. Should we give it a few more minutes? Or here she is. Let's go, Mike.
Nice.
You're on.
Okay, we actually have Barbara's screen up right now. We wanted to accommodate the request to demonstrate where the staff falls on the disc wheel. And so, again, go back to one of your early comments. Isn't it great that we have somebody in every quadrant? You'll notice that indeed from a senior staff perspective, that's also the case. You'll also notice that Jody is as far out on the wheel as you can possibly get. So almost always he will be the go-to guy for inclusiveness. He wants to affirm others. He wants to make sure that the team wins, doesn't care about credit for himself. He just wants everybody to be successful. And to the extent that he can influence it, he wants to help people get along and enjoy their time together, right? Barbara and Dave, very much into that quadrant of accuracy, making sure that the advice they give you is correct, that it's well thought out, that it's cogent, it's defendable. Dave particularly shades over into that CS area. And so now all of a sudden, all about helping the team. Dave wants to make sure that to the extent that he can influence it, you make legal, thoughtful, great decisions, right? Barbara, of course, because this is her screen, we're seeing absolutely all about getting it right and getting it done and making sure that it's helpful. And then Larry's RI, the most recent addition to the team, and he is the person that's Mr. Energizing, excited about being in Westminster, excited about the new role that he's playing. Larry, I don't think any of us anticipated that you'd be dealing with COVID and social unrest when you came over. So what an interesting time to be CFO, right? Oh my gosh. It's a whole lot more fun to add than it is to cut, I'll promise you. And so I know that's got to be somewhat of a personal challenge for you. So observations from the council about the team, or Don, anything you want to add to those quick insights?
Well, thanks for asking. I'd like to hear council comment. It's just a pleasure to work with these four. It really is. It's an honor and a lot of fun.
I'm really surprised with so many high performing leaders. No offense to people who aren't Ds, but that there's not more people in the D quadrant besides me and Don.
Clear bias for you.
So
I was just
actually, oh, go ahead. I was going to say, no, Larry's readings are actually really surprising to me. Because he is very financially, I would assume, oriented and numbers. And so I was even amazed on the spectrums, because I was like, wow, that's just so different I think it's quite complimentary. I think it's actually really cool, because it's like, wow, it's a different approach. And so it's very interesting though. Gives me a whole new insight though. And on Jody's, I'm kind of curious how much his background of being from Canada might play into that.
Hey. Want to weigh in on that, Jody? We could all sing "Oh Canada." Oh Canada.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. I was going to ask if this was a Canadian or US tool, because that may have been a factor. The things that we were talking about over the break at the staff level was, to Don's comments earlier, if you look, each of us is in a different quadrant. And so there's a really good balance between and I can attest to that, between the four of us on any issue that comes up. And so that it's just worth noting. I think as council is well distributed, so is your staff team.
So Dave, DeMott, if we were all together at some point this morning, I would have already said, hey, D's, would you guys get together, you folks, would you get together and talk about why your color is the best color, who you have the most trouble working with, and that sort of thing. And, you would have had a relatively small group, you and Dawn, but even with just the two of you, would you agree? I mean, it's the best color, right?
It would be a very interesting conversation.
Yeah, wouldn't it? So obviously the format precludes us from doing that. But I hope the learning that you take away is that we each bring incredible skills to the table. We each bring incredible value to the table. And to the extent that we can feel comfortable sharing our own value, our own skill, our own ability, and also leveraging the skill and appreciating the skill and abilities of others, that makes for a great team. Oh my gosh. there would be no reason based on the disc wheel alone that you all can be hugely successful if the differences are appreciated as opposed to allowing them to fracture us. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Barbara, I'd be willing to go back to my screen. Is there a way to do that?
I think you can take it back now.
All right. Oh, there it is. Let me go back one more. So this is now the third, the middle component of alignment, dialogue.
Wait a minute. I don't see a screen.
You don't see it, Mike.
All right. So don't you love this? So I'm not back in presenter mode. Cody, can you give me the presenter mode back?
Remember, it's that little button at the bottom that says screen. And you should be able to click on it and then it'll be yours again. So, you see it?
There you are.
There you go. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. So let's see if when I do this, we get back to where we can do the slideshow. Okay. Still see me? Okay. So now we're back to that middle part of alignment. How is it that we share information? Are we exchangers of information or do we present information? Here's what I know. Here's what I've done. Here's what I've researched. Here's what I think. Or is it, hey, I've got some opinions on this. I'd really be interested in knowing where you are. Okay. Can you help me understand your thinking? Are we challengers or are we receptive to other people's ideas? Okay, I'd like to hear more about that. I'm not sure I agree with you yet. I would like to know more though. Help me understand why you're thinking. So Stephen Covey, you know, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, maybe one of the most influential books I've ever read. Particularly, it came to me early in my career. Habit number 2, seek first to understand, then to be understood. Help me understand why you are where you are. Oh my gosh. Or am I a challenger? Hey, I heard you say this. I don't think that's right. And in fact, I'm pretty sure that's wrong. Let me tell you how I see it, okay? And so again, huge value in both perspectives. What observations do you have about these continuums? Some of you, I just infer from your body language, are copying these down. I will send this presentation to Cody and ask her to send it to you via email this evening so that if during tomorrow's conversations we want to revisit any of this, it'll be a lot easier than for you to have to be making all these boxes. Is that okay? And in fact, if we were together, one more thing, that if we were together, I would be handing them out to you as we go so you can make notes right on the screen or on the slide. Observations.
Mike, on this one, it seems more than some of the other ones. On that bottom line, we are grouped closer, a little closer to the middle, and then we have the Dave plan. So, yeah.
That's exactly right. So I don't see Herb on my screen right now, but I would also observe that this is one of the times that we get to see the mayor over there, other than being our balance. I don't know if so much of it's his personality or just where he sees his role, but oftentimes, you know, Herb's right there in the middle trying to help keep us on an even keel. That add anything to anybody's process? Anybody else notice that this is one of the times Dawn's in the middle?
ask you to maybe help explain this a little bit more. I have to admit, I have maybe a little bit of bias when it comes to this, and I don't think that that's really fair, the bias I'm bringing in. Because in dialogue, I guess I actually put a value statement. I believe there's value in being able to exchange perspectives. And you know, you don't want somebody who's gonna always change their mind depending on the last person they spoke to, but I do kind of value a level of receptiveness to other people's perspectives. And so I'm realizing I'm viewing this through that lens, and that's not fair to my colleagues. So I'd like you to challenge my interpretation of this to be more fair and open.
Yeah, thank you for being willing to be vulnerable on that, Anita. That's a great attribute. So again, generally in terms of coaching, what I'm suggesting to elected officials particularly is that around the dais, difficult just because of format. I mean, can you think of anywhere else in your life that you're making big decisions that you can't see people's faces and their body language and either come closer to them or back up a little bit based on body space and body language? Oh my gosh, it's almost as if somebody sat out and said, we're going to make it the hardest possible way to make good, thoughtful group process decisions by designing council chambers as really, just for what it's worth, a performance as opposed to a meeting, right? Where you have your best meetings in your conference room, around the table. I'm sure they feed you. As you're having an opportunity to enjoy a bite of food together or a cup of coffee together, okay? That's about exchanging information. And so, Anita, your question is it, if I'm coaching you, is it more valuable for you to be up in the exchange area? Yes. I really love to see a willingness to exchange information. Now, it may not be my strength. If I'm a D, I'm a quick decider. I've been around the block. I've listened to my constituents. I've pretty much got my mind made up. It takes a lot of energy and intentionality on my part to set through a lengthy exchange of information. Why? Hey, I'm right. And so, oh my gosh, that is so difficult for me. Now, I'm coaching, Mike is coaching. I'm saying, if you are on that left-hand side, to the extent that you can move to the center and say to the group, okay, gosh, this is hard for me, because I really think I've already got my mind made up. I am willing, legitimately and openly, to exchange my perspective with you and to, importantly, listen to your perspective. That's very powerful, right? I may not hear anything that does change my mind. That's okay. I have at least made the effort in order to do that. When it comes time to challenge, to be receptive to other people's ideas, again, perfectly fine to defend my own position, to help you try to understand why I believe what I believe. If I do that in a way that is almost, oh my gosh, in your face, negatively challenging, then I can pull back from that, right? If I'm in that audience going, oh my gosh. Whereas if I can challenge from the perspective of, listen, I am very interested in hearing what it is you have to say. Got to tell you, not sure you got anything new for me. I do want to hear it legitimately. I'm not closing you down. You got my full attention here. You know, give it your best shot. Then that helps move the power of the group into at least the middle part of the spectrum, and ideally into that upper third. Again, look at who's where. And so, you know, I can say to John, you know, if I am Lindsay, I might say to John, I got to tell you, I've done my homework. You remember, I am that really high C person, but I want to value you, and I really want to tap into your expertise in this particular arena. Help me understand. I use that phrase with my kids probably till it makes them sick. Hey, help me understand what's going on here. Okay, because I've got an opinion. I really want to see it through your eyes. I want to see it through your eyes, legitimately. Is that fair? That help, Anita?
It does, and I'm sitting here thinking, you know, I think there's a gift in having a member who challenges assumptions too, so we don't get into group think, like having somebody pull us out of that group think and ask us to really challenge certain assumptions. I'm genuinely trying to find the gift in each of these different alignments. And I think between what you said and then trying to challenge myself a little bit, I think I'm better there.
Yeah.
Being the one on that fringe left, and living through being that personality, I think that the thing I think is interesting with disc profiles, and I've done a multitude of these over my professional career, is it helps you deal with people and situations and understand your natural tendencies. And so those are my natural tendencies to be that way. However, and I'm not perfect at it, but I've learned to overcome them in these different arenas. I think politics is probably one of those that has taught me the most, through 4 years of campaigning and almost 4 years now of being on council. You have to listen to different people who have very different views than yours, being a representative. So like, I think that these are good to know. This is where I normally come from, and it helps remind me, like, oh, you're being Dave again, so dial back. But I think that's also where I find these tools personally useful in my professional and political careers.
Yeah, Dave, that's very insightful, and I really couldn't ask more from anybody on the group. But these are my natural tendencies. I'm right-handed. I am almost always going to throw the ball right-handed. At the same time, if I'm in a game where I need to play left-handed, I want to be able to do that, to honor my colleagues and to get the best. And if I could go back to that point about groupthink, that is something that we always have to guard against, right? Sometimes the emperor really doesn't have clothes on, and somebody's got to be willing to stand up and say, hold it, are we really on the right path here? Now, I want to be able to do that in a way that's not demeaning of you, that is lowering of you, that's dismissive of you. I want to simply be able to say, as Dave just did, you know what, my natural tendency here is to be a bit challenging. And I think this may be one of those situations where I can add some value by being a challenger, okay? Do I have your permission just to challenge you on this a little bit? Almost always, if you say, do I have your permission too? People are gonna go, well, okay, yeah, let's try that out. Does that make sense?
And I think this group's really well suited for us. Look at how many of us want to exchange perspective. So I think it doesn't have to be in conflict.
Yep. Okay, my buddy David Eisenlohr is probably already watching the clock, and so what I want to do is continue to move us along. I'm still in the alignment piece, but now it's time to inspire people to come along with us on our journey, okay? This is the time that we want to be able to say to folks, oh my gosh, we have a great perspective here, and we want to be able to get it to where we need to be, okay? So am I reserved? Am I matter of fact? Do I have the ability to bring others along? Can I inspire others in the process, right? And so if we think in terms of that process, boy, I'm having a little trouble with my screen here. I don't know if it's showing up on you guys or not. It says my screen sharing is paused. Let me work on that a little bit.
Mike, we're seeing the slide in the application. There it goes. It just came up as a.
Okay, all right, thank you. How interesting. And let me put Dawn on here. There we go. I ask the same questions every time. What do you observe? What insights do you get from seeing the screen?
I'll make an observation just on the matter of fact to encouraging scale. This is another one where the mayor is kind of atypically on an extreme, not in the middle.
Yeah, thank you. Has anybody started, and I think we had a comment about this earlier, seeing relationships, either positive relationships, somebody you feel like you have an affinity for, and where they are on the continuum, versus maybe that person you've had some challenges with, just trying to figure out how do I relate to that person. Are you starting to look for where they are automatically when the slide comes up? But, oh my gosh, that explains it.
Well, Mike, I think much to that, it's I think in our discussion earlier this week when you had one-on-ones with all of us, I think one of the first things I told you is I was looking forward to this type of understanding of where we're all at, because I feel like it will give us some perspective. I mean, we all have our own assumptions and kind of understand where we think that we all are, but it's lends some insight into just how closely and maybe surprisingly we might be personality-wise more similar than we think than we thought we were separated. So
yeah, exactly. And Lindsay, especially for you, because of your background and your style, relative newness, many of the places I see you on the continuum makes your behavior very understandable in many situations. Is that fair to you? Do you agree with that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
But is it understandable to the rest of the staff?
Well, that's what we're hoping for, right? Is that as a result of this, I can go, okay, I can probably predict what Lindsay will do in this particular situation, right? Not that it's right, not that it's wrong, not that it's indifferent. It's just who Lindsay is, and we ought to honor that and respect it to the extent that we can. Okay, so I'm ready to move to the last piece of leadership from a continuum perspective. And so if you think in terms of the three components, we've talked about our visioning, we've talked about our execution, now we're building momentum. You all, particularly in these challenging times, oh my gosh, people are looking to you as elected officials for the future of the community, right? We all, citizens, all of us, are in situations we've never been before. And so now all of a sudden we're going, who else is looking out for the future of the community? And guess what? There's nobody else in Westminster meeting on a Saturday to do this but you. School district's not doing it, the county's not doing it, the state legislature's not doing it, it's you. And so now we've kind of surveyed the waterfront, we've visioned, we've aligned, and now we're gathering momentum. Now's our time to be able to help people understand why we've done what we've done and where it is that we're going. And so this piece is, are we driven to get stuff done, or are we pretty okay? If it happens, it happens, we're okay with that. Are we pretty much a group of initiators, or are we kind of reactive to what other people have to say and what other people think? So observations here.
I feel my husband's going to feel really validated if he ever looks at this slide. I'm feeling a little embarrassed to be so. I'm feeling a little guilty that I'm so far on that driven side.
Well, to me, I think personally on my end, I don't, because I'm kind of in the middle, but I think it's just because I am the C, where I'm more reserved. I like to research the data, which then lends it to not being as driven as fast. I think I'm very driven, but I think it just goes back to then the overarching personalities of like who we really are. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's really quick challenge a little bit of that, because I don't think that being driven here indicates that you aren't data driven, because I definitely love to know my facts and figures too. And so I think it's important not to overinterpret what this means in other aspects, right? Like it doesn't discount the previous information that we looked at, in my opinion.
That's really interesting, Anita, because as I'm looking at this, I was kind of surprised where I fell on this. I feel like I'm a very driven person. In fact, I think it sometimes is a weakness of mine that gets in my way. And so I thought this was really interesting. It actually made me wonder if maybe I am in the process of kind of moving down to the low key a little bit and choosing where I'm driven and where I'm not driven. And if that maybe balanced me out a little bit more. I was very surprised at where I landed here. I was not surprised at the initiating. In fact, I think that I have actually probably moved in the last 4 or 5 years more to the initiating than I had been previously in my life. And actually it's because of what I'm driven by that has made me become more of an initiator than I used to be. So it was very interesting to see this.
Yeah. Lindsay, if I could go back to your comment for a second. When I see you here, number one, obviously moved a lot to the right, and so that's awesome. The other thing I interpret here is that when you are comfortable with the data, then you're very willing to be an initiator for your perspective. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah. And so this isn't about data. I love that comment. This isn't necessarily about data. It's about process. Once I'm comfortable, whatever my process is, data, talking to people, doing research, once I'm comfortable, now, am I going to be out and initiate? Look at that big lump of people in the upper third on this one. Is this a group that's just going to kind of be laissez-faire and, oh, well, whatever happens, happens?
I would say not.
Obviously not. I mean, talk about trying to keep up. Oh my gosh, this is a group that has got so many balls in the air. Remember my slide with the plate spinning? Oh my gosh, you guys are spinning plates. Makes you dizzy sometimes. Look at your council agendas and all that stuff, and you're going, oh my gosh. So, do you guys remember?
Can I ask for staff feedback on this? So where I have a little bit of concern with all of us so driven and all of us so initiating, it feels like there might be a tendency towards like almost relentlessness, you know, putting people over capacity, just, it's never enough. Like I have had this, I don't see myself this way, but I've had this feedback before, and it can make people feel, it can be exhausting to always be pushing or be pushed. And so is this something organizationally that we should have a level of awareness that this can maybe be an unrealistic pace to expect people to perform at? I would like this as an opportunity for some feedback. You know, I don't want to exhaust the capacity of my colleagues or of the team.
Love the question, Anita. Thank you for being willing to offer it. Dawn or staff members, somebody want to weigh in?
Maybe I can help. Mike, I've got the ELT version of this, and although there's more on it than on the city council, it looks very similar actually. So the executive leadership team for the city tends to roughly mirror this this grouping. So in that sense, there's probably alignment, very good alignment between the two. Would be my thought. There are some counter weights. I, for example, am right aligned with Councillor Volts on the upper one, and much further left on the lower one than Councillor Smith. So there is some counterbalance in the executive leadership team, but for the most part, Mike, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it does look like a pretty good representation of what's on City Council.
Barbara?
I would add to that. I think that's part of what makes it an exciting place to work. We have to balance it. We can burn ourselves out, but I think the fact that you have a tendency for action, and bluntly, a lot of the staff that works here have the tendency for action. I think that's why we're attracted to this organization. We do have to be careful because we do tend to go 300 miles an hour and wanting to make sure that we aren't burning people out so we can execute well.
Awesome. Larry, you got a comment?
Thanks, Mike. it's a tough duo to follow because they know the organization so well. In high performing organizations, you're going to see these executives and our division managers and emerging leaders skew to the right. But you know what else we work on really hard is wellness and balance. And it sounds counterintuitive, but we do that. And I think it's witnessed recently in our leadership seeking balance to take time away from the office for a few days here and there to re-energize and recharge. So it's an awareness.
Yeah, so Anita, you're very familiar with this notion of stress versus distress, right? Stress, oh my gosh, how energizing is it that we're all together on a Saturday and yeah, it's a new environment, but oh my gosh, the possibilities, right? Now, distress is for me when I can't get my screen to work, and all of a sudden I'm going, oh no. So your team, as I know them, thrives on an environment of high energy, excitement, and possibility, right? When that bleeds over into negativeness or to even if I could say personality challenges, then that's when you start seeing the distress show up. And that's when we do start seeing the burnout. There's a big difference between Cody work until 10 p.m. to honor you all by getting your binders out to you on time and all of that, knowing that she's going to be appreciated and that she's providing us a great service. That's stressful. She's honored to do it versus, oh my gosh, somebody's going to figure out that I've got a tab wrong or whatever, right? And I'm going to get yelled at for this, then that's distress. So I think it really, Anita, and again, I'm open for feedback on this because I'm just making observations for your team. They love to see you in that quadrant of the continuum as long as it's a positive movement forward. We want to be initiating positive, great things for Westminster. Is that fair?
I think it's a challenge though, because Don's the only one that can tell us, right? Like that we've gone from stress to distress, right? And so it could put him in a hard position to have to be the messenger of that. So
it is,
but it's important information for us to know.
Think of this funnel. This is you at the top. Here's the staff at the bottom. There's a neck in the middle, right? Who is that? Don. Sometimes that can be a challenging spot, and occasionally he does have the need to just have a tough conversation with us and saying, council members, hang on here. Look at everything we've got going on. Look at it in light of the stress, the distress we're experiencing with COVID and social dysfunction. We need a pause, we need a break, or we need to limit, this for a little bit. Can you just give us a few? Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah.
And sometimes he needs to push you too. He's going, hey, you guys have talked about that a bunch. Are you ready to move forward? It's a partnership. When you got a great CEO, city manager, and you got a great governance team, your city council, and they're working together, oh my gosh, it is the world's best feeling. Very cool.
I think Dave ought to be stressed to a certain point because not only has Rich on the screen, but it's got Rich over seeing his shoulder.
There you go.
So if you can't see it in the background behind Dave, it's a cutout of Rich looking over his shoulder and everything he's doing.
Hey, do it today.
Everywhere.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Now we have to structure. This is where elected officials really need to kind of think through their process. How is it that we're going to relate to each other? How is it that we're going to relate to the staff? How is it going to relate to the community? What is it that we're going to do in order to be able to move forward? Okay. And so when we think through this notion of our process, what is it that we want to be able to accomplish? So, are we thinking this through? Are we planning it? What do you see here from your perspective?
Mike, this is Rich. If I can on this one too, because this is interesting where I am on this spectrum too, is that some of this comes from being a small business owner. Honestly, or sometimes I wish I planned more, but I have to move forward always. And if there's a cost to it, it's usually a cost to me, not to an organization.
Right.
So, and then I have to follow my gut. And I've learned that as long as it's not decisions that are going to be below the waterline and sink my ship, but I know if I spend more time planning, I've probably missed opportunities.
And you're often right. Go ahead, Catherine, I'm sorry.
Rich, I think that's a really good observation because I too ran a business for a number of years where I had a personal investment, and I think it did kind of change the way I did things sometimes because there was that risk that I could lose it all if I wasn't moving forward always and really not planning, but sometimes I had to shoot from the hip. Mm-hmm. And I noticed I carry that into my other job as well, that I often shoot from the hip because they don't have time for me to sit and plan. They need me to just keep moving forward. And so I think that's a great observation, Rich. Really good.
And is it fair to say for both of you that you were often right? In fact, probably way more often right than wrong.
Yeah, that's what makes you successful in the end.
Yeah,
you're right.
Exactly. That's right.
Well, if not, then I change it and I make it right. So
right. Right. You have to know when you can pivot, as Dave has said. You have to know when to pivot and say, okay, this isn't working. We got to try something new. We're going to go this way now, and we're going to do it quickly. Yeah.
So coaching for both of you, you're going to form a first impression. And I might encourage you to say something like this. Hey, this is just a first impression, but here's what I think. Now, Lindsay, Anita, I know that you're clear on the other end of that spectrum. Would you be willing to share your perspective with me? I'd really be interested in the analysis that I know that you have done, right?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah,
Writing that down.
Yeah.
Well, and I've learned a hard lesson there in hiring is that I want to like everybody. I hire fast and then never fire. So, because you want to like people. So now I always have people run through a second interview with another member of my staff.
Yeah.
And many times they just shake their heads at me. So.
That's a good point.
Just a quick apology to the team and to staff. I do recognize that, I don't even just want to know how the sausage was made. I want to know where the ingredients were sourced from. And, and that is, mastery is something I really value. I like to understand things. If I'm going to talk on a subject, I feel like I need to have a certain level of credibility. And so I do challenge myself to try to really understand things that we vote on. It's maybe it's an insecurity almost. I really want to make sure I've done that level of research. I hope I've gotten better trying to do some of that questioning, analysis, research on my own time. So I'm not holding up the group, but I think it would be very valid if any of you kind of reminded me of the elevation I'm supposed to be at and pushed back on me, because that is, especially with tricky issues, that is my comfort zone. And I recognize that often puts me at the wrong elevation, not just in the weeds, but asking for soil amendments. So I guess it's an invitation to call me out when I jump there.
But piggybacking on that, Anita, and Lindsay, I think you also are sometimes in that area. I value that sometimes. I value it a lot because that is not where I go. And so I really need to hear that and understand that that is not my strength. It is your strength. And so it's a compliment actually to that we can both kind of balance together what we're hearing from each other. you know, that maybe it's good for me to say, this is my first impression, and you can take that and then you go into the details and I can go, that's why that's my first impression, or that makes sense, you know, or I hadn't thought about that. I think that that's a huge compliment. I think that's exactly what the spectrum shows, is that actually structurally we really complement each other as a council.
Yeah. As long as we bring that value, right? If we allow the differences to separate us, then it divides us. If we allow the differences to recognize that it's really a strength, now all of a sudden we're better together, right? So I noticed that on that first one, we've got people again at both extremes. And so, John, if you'd weigh in for me a little bit, what's your perspective of being on that planner side versus Rich or Don being more down on the improvisation side?
I don't really have a perspective on that, unfortunately, right now. It's curious that Dave DeMott and I are like twins on this particular slide. I have tended to be very close to Lindsay on a lot of stuff too, I've noticed. That she and I are kind of, you know, other than where I was low key on the last slide, I'm usually kind of right in the middle or like with a clump. You know, I'm not really ever an outlier, except for the last one where I was the low key guy in the group. I don't have any more perspective than that, though. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you for being willing to weigh in on that. And so maybe Dave, you could help too. If I'm out there just improvising as I go versus following the plan, how do you react to me?
So this is another one of those things where, you know, you adapt and you have your tendencies. And whenever I do these, I go with my gut when I'm answering, because I find it helps me more understand how I deal with situations. But like my background is I'm a VP of IT, and I came up in the infrastructure side of it. So everything is planned. Like,
That's right.
you know, but IT is also, everything is improvised, because, you know, it's very rare that the plan goes 100%. So you have the plan and you got to pivot. So it doesn't really bother me. I mean, I'm very used to that. You know, here's the plan. Didn't go quite the way we wanted to, got to move some pieces in and out. So, I mean, for me, I'm very adaptable to this. And I think it's, you know, just, it's the way things go in life, I think. So, you know, I'm not surprised kind of where things land, especially not me. I'm not surprised where I landed on these slides.
Yeah, yeah. Very cool. So again, I think the key takeaway here is to recognize that wherever we are, we can leverage the value of our teammates if we know where they are, and we're willing to give them access to our feelings, our emotions, and our thought process, right? So now we've really done everything. We've dreamed, we've aligned, we're executing, people are doing stuff, including within our own team, and now's our chance. We can either think in terms of the process of harmony and offering a lot of praise, or we can think in terms of addressing problems and offering less praise, right? So we have a group here that's well spread out along those spectrums. What do you think?
I think it's a really common theme for the two Ds to be on the opposite side of the spectrum. Not surprising, I suppose, but I see that play out in how we deal with situations a lot. But it's a good reflection to notice that. Like me, this doesn't surprise me at all. Like I'm not, and it's not that I don't appreciate what people do, but I'm like, there's problems, let's fix them. It's that high, a lot of high Ds are that way, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dave, you're exactly right. Hey, I expect you to solve the problems. That's what you're here for, right? We got an issue, fix it. And in my own life, that's the way I deal with it. Let's see, somebody earlier said, make a decision and make it work, right? If I got to innovate to do that, I'm good. And I'm not a big praise guy. I expect you to do a good job. Now, if you're not doing a good job, you're going to hear from me, right? But I expect you to do a good job. Yeah, thank you for being willing to share that. Somebody else.
Mike, on the bottom line for myself, as far as the praise or less praise, it's especially being in a small organization, you're supposed to praise in public and then confront in private.
Yes.
But I think one-on-one looking people in the eyes and a quiet thank you very much works just as much as a big public one. So I think that is realistic where I am on that spectrum.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else?
I think that this really goes to my bias. So I'm a mom, and I learned early on as a mom to praise, 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 praise. And it's funny because one of my daughters reacts really well to my praise, 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 and my other daughter is always like, "Oh my God, Mom, cut it out," but I think that's where I learned it, and that's where it comes from, and so it's kind of a bias for me. It's a go-to.
Mm-hmm. Powerful. I think most of you know that we've raised very troubled kids, and our youngest, who's now not so young, he's 19, because of lots of early childhood trauma, has such a low self-esteem that if you praise him, he will actually quit doing that behavior because he doesn't feel like he deserves to be praised. Does that make sense, Catherine?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I have one that kind of does that too. And it's just very interesting to see how they react differently. And it's funny to me because I've had people that work for me too. Some people really like to be praised and encouraged, and some people don't. That is not their comfort zone. And they've had to tell me that. I've had to pull back because I am such a correct praise person. That's my motto. I learned it as a Taekwondo instructor, and it's always kind of been my go-to. And but it's just funny, my daughter, she laughs because I just compliment her when she can cut her steak. I go, "Oh, look at how good you're doing that." She's 18 years old, and she's like, "Mom, seriously."
Exactly. Now, I will also say, to finish my story about Jordan, when he would go into a new school year, I would go personally with each of his teachers and say, "Look, Jordan, if he's doing something right, just accept it. Don't point it out, because he won't do it right tomorrow if you do that. Now, if he's doing something wrong, you can give him your notion of instruct, right, Catherine? You can instruct him on how to do it better, and he may or may not choose to take your instruction. That's just his personality. But I promise you, if you praise him, you will set him back." So with that said, and recognizing that there are those people that we encounter, in general, people are hungry to be acknowledged for a job well done. Now, they want to know that it's sincere, that it's worthy. In other words, it's something significant, maybe not cutting steak, right? But if she went out and chose the steak, cooked the meal, and served it for the whole family, would that be worthy of praise? Oh my gosh, right?
Yeah, she'd probably be pretty excited.
Hey, that sounds like a good idea. We should coach her on that. This is particularly true, council members, for staff. No, not so much for Dawn and Barbara and Jody and Larry and Cody, because they're with you all the time. They know they're competent. But oh my gosh, as you're out and about and you catch a city staff person doing something right, just to praise them, they will talk about that for weeks. They'll send a note to their supervisor. "Oh my gosh, I ran into Counselor Scully today, and she thought we hung the moon when we were doing X," right? Now, we want to make sure we don't violate the council manager form of government. We're not telling them what to do in order to get our praise. That's a no-no. What we're doing is catching them doing something right and then praising them for it. I used to go to lots of city halls, and I would go into the city hall break room, and almost every city hall break room has a bulletin board, and what's stuck on the bulletin board in city hall break rooms all across the country?
Thank you notes.
Thank you notes. Some of them are 3 years old, Catherine. It's still valuable to them. It's so rare, and it's so meaningful. People cherish those. When you get a thank you note at home, where do you hang it?
On my refrigerator.
On your refrigerator. It's the family bulletin board, right? Oh my gosh. So to the extent that even when it's not my personality, and I'm on this offer less praise spectrum, it's even more valuable when it comes from me, because people go, hey, Dave and Lindsay, they don't hand out compliments just every day. When they say that was a great binder, when they say that was whatever, oh my gosh, that is so incredibly powerful. You know, we can't give big bonuses at City Hall. Nobody's getting sent off to the Bahamas for the sales quota award this year, right? What we can do is say, council appreciates your actions. Oh my gosh, come into a Saturday meeting. Thanks for being willing to do that. That's so helpful to us. Comments on this slide?
I'm going to use it as a little bit of a caution, because I think you do lose a little bit of people's, I guess, assumption on your level of sincerity if you heap on too much praise. So I do need to maybe, I care a lot about making people know they're valued, and I care a lot about organizational health. And I think when people feel valued, they want to do their best work. But I probably need to temper that a touch. I mean, I know Dave DeMont gets embarrassed how often I compliment him in meetings, so, you know.
Zinger. Yeah, absolutely. It's got to be sincere. It's got to be legitimate, and it has to be well earned. Hey, great job breathing today. Well, okay, thank you. Kind of got that one, right?
Yeah, Mike, this is John Voles. I have a question, I guess, for Councilor DeMott. I see that I'm on the maintain harmony. When he's addressing a problem, I'm like, let's all get along. Let's try our best to, find a way for a win-win. Is that frustrating? I mean, what would I need to do? Or I guess Mike ask you, since I'm so far on that extreme, there's like a little clump there, but I'm the farthest to the left on maintain harmony. Is that frustrating for people trying to tackle problems? And does it cause obstacles and kind of get in the way? I guess that would be my question.
For me, it doesn't. I mean, for me, it sometimes reminds me, hey, you're still, I can tend to focus too much on the problem and not realize the people in the room who are trying to help us solve the problem. So a person like yourself can help give pause and remind me, like, all right, we got the people who are trying to deal with the problem to focus on too, and not miss that human element of us trying to get things done. So to me, it doesn't bother me. Like, I actually find it helpful in some situations.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thanks.
And for both of you, David, go ahead.
Well, I really appreciate that John asked that question. So I'm going to reverse that a little bit, and maybe put myself in a very vulnerable place. For me, I really need to hear more praise. I need that. It's probably why I praise so much, is because I need to also hear that. Believe it or not, I'm not actually a very secure person sometimes. You probably already knew that, really. But so for me, it's, look at where my strength is. So my strength is praising, but it's also what I need. And I think acknowledging that too is really important.
Wow, so powerful. Thanks for being willing to be open there, Catherine. People are hungry for praise, as long as it's legitimate, well earned. And I will often ask people if it's okay. Hey, can I give you a compliment? Because, wow, that was impressive.
That's good. Yeah.
By the way, Catherine, I'll also ask if I can offer suggestions. Hey, can I coach a little bit here? Could I offer a suggestion here? Guess what? Sometimes my voice sounds like your daughter says, no, thanks, Dad, we got it. No, I don't need any more suggestions from you, Dad. Staff, for you all, I think I shared this with you when we were together as well. Council members do need to be complimented. That's a tough job. I cannot imagine having to go knock on doors and ask people for their vote and put myself out in a contest where I might lose publicly. And then once I'm elected, I don't know exactly yet what I'm doing. And now I got to figure it out. And I'm with a bunch of experts. Oh my gosh. when they're doing something right and they're exhibiting a behavior you appreciate as a professional, be willing to share that.
I think that that could inadvertently, when you have a fractured council, I think there's probably a hesitation from any member of staff of complimenting one council member over another because people might take it as preferring that approach or that vision for the city. And so I think we should all recognize if we don't get complimented by staff, I just think it's structured so that that could be potentially dangerous. And I wouldn't want a staff member to compliment me at the loss of credibility with my colleagues. And, but I love coaching. So I'm not hungry for praise. I am hungry for hearing how I've messed up or made a situation harder. Like I always want to improve, and I feel like that is appropriate for staff to let me know how I maybe had a low EQ or something in the room and kind of impacted their ability to objectively give data, you know. So I guess that's my concern about praise from staff.
I would agree with you, Anita. I think that it is important to also hear how we can improve. Always, I want that feedback. I want to know what I can do differently. So I would agree with you, but I do think that I'm recognizing that, you know, we do all have a really hard job, and I think that's something we have to realize and be honest about. This is not being a city councilor is not an easy job, and sometimes I'm not really sure, are we going in the right direction? Are we saying the right things? Are we making impact? Are we, you know, and I like to hear it from people that, you know what, you guys are doing a good job. You know, I'm always very impressed with everyone else on the council, and I don't know that I say it enough. And I guess I wish I said it more, and maybe that's something I'll work on.
I'm curious, and I guess from the slides, there'll be no surprise. I'm going to push back on that a little bit. What I think, whether it's, and this is more not back to what Anita was saying. Like, I get what you're saying, and I get the caution, and it makes sense. But on the, you know, the other side of it, I think sometimes even being on the other side of an issue from the majority of council, sometimes hearing staff compliment where they appreciate something that council has done or the way that they approached it or the question you ask, I think that that helps other members of council sometimes say, okay, you know, maybe we, you know, that could help me structure the way I approach an issue different as far as trying to, you know, even further the conversation. So I think sometimes those compliments on both sides, if we as a council are objective and we don't take it as staff validating our position on an issue, more, you know, around the things of how we approach the issue, I think that helps the conversation holistically.
So I'm glad to hear you say that, Dave, because I was specifically bringing that up. And I don't want to like derail our conversation, but I was specifically bringing that up a few years back during a telephone town hall. I responded to a citizen comment. Don complimented me on how I responded, and it actually ended up in his review. You were upset that he complimented me. And so it made me realize like there is a little bit of peril for staff. And so I wanted to highlight that happened, not to call you out or like embarrass you, but you know, I do think that there's maybe a little bit of peril in that, because I think people can read more behind it than is intended.
You know, like I said, sometimes it's hit and miss. So I hear the concern, because depending on what the situation is or what the issue, you could have a situation like that where it does become a problem. But that doesn't mean that it's 100% always a negative thing for staff to compliment, and that does take some objectivity from all of us. I don't remember the specific situation. I'd have to go back and look at it, but you know, I probably had my reasons at those times, and you know, maybe my position could have changed throughout time. I mean, we learn in this position and how we deal with this form of an organization. So I still don't think even that, maybe I still would 100% agree with whatever it was I put in there, but I still would not totally dismiss the value in that feedback from staff.
Thank you.
And I have a very unique perspective because in my role in my profession, I am staff. I report to a board. And in my role as a counselor, I report to our constituents. And so I have a very balanced view as far as providing and receiving compliments. And I mean, I see both sides, but I absolutely, from a counselor's perspective, would want to hear feedback from staff and would offer it. I would, because that's how we as a body then can take into account that balance of the staff initiating and what our residents are wanting to have initiated. And so I'd like to offer up that there should be some kind of level of an open door policy of, if you want to say a concern, because Lord knows I went to a board member and I said a concern. They don't know what's going on in the trenches of work. And I think it can offer and lend more perspective to a higher policy level as far as what council decides. And so I think that it is important to have that feedback. But I think that what I would ask is that we'd have the same opportunity to listen to the information or be a part of something. Just as a body, we've all got that opportunity to participate at the same time. But as far as me personally feedback, I'm not looking for praise. I'm not clearly, I'm not a praise person, and it's hard for me to give, but I'm not looking for that feedback from staff as far as you're doing a good job and I will listen if they say, well, maybe we should look at more of this. And then I use that as the data, as the information, the research. But more or less, it's important to know who I work for. I work for our residents. And so there's a balance then of listening to our residents and that feedback too. So, but I appreciate what everybody's saying, so.
Thanks, Lindsay. So let's look at where we rank as a group in terms of each of these continuums. So this slide is a little busy, I apologize, but it's the best one I could come up with to think about showing you where your strengths are and where some things that you might think about. So if we agree, and you may not, push back on me if you want to, that more bars is better as a balance. So looking at you as high or mid gives you more bars. So in this particular area, one of your clear strengths as a council is this notion of being willing to test your assumptions by seeking the counsel of others and exploring the implications of your decision. Does that feel okay for you? Are you comfortable accepting that as a strength of your group?
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, I think it is a strength of the group, and I think we had an outlier that might feel left behind as we do that.
Yeah, which is why I need a great observation. There's only 5 of the bars, not 6, right? Yeah, I think I did 6 on this, yeah. Yeah, great point. And all the same things apply. Not good or bad, not right or wrong, just is. This is where we find ourselves. And guess what? Like every team, if we wind up with a new player on the team, we've got a new team, right? So now all of a sudden, no matter how we've all behaved in the past, we've got somebody new on the team. And so it takes us a while to figure out what's their strengths, where are the areas where they can really help us, what are the things that we need to be thoughtful about in terms of onboarding them and helping them understand our strengths and our values, and then legitimately looking to theirs to be able to help us, right? So you think in terms of that being a strength. Oops, there we go. Oops, I want to go back one. This notion of momentum, right? This is a group, we talked about this pretty extensively, right? This is a group that's really got a lot going on, a lot of dreams, a lot of hopes. Every one of you ran because you care about your town. You want it to be better. You're giving hugely of your personal time and your personal energy in order to move the community forward. So I see that as a strength of yours from my time with you. What do you all, are you comfortable accepting that as a strength as well? See lots of heads nodding. Thank you. So again, part of my job is to coach. And one of the things I want to coach about is because our decisions are largely group decisions, right? 7-0, staff loves 7-0 votes. They love 6-1 votes. They're okay with 5-2 votes. Oh my gosh, 4-3 votes. They're going, oh no. And so they're group decisions. And Dawn said this earlier, if it's 4-3 today and next Monday it's 3-4 the other way, that's okay. That's where they're going to take you. They go where you as the ship's captains to say that's where we want to go, or the ship owners say that's where we want to go, right? At the same time, it's about group process. And to the extent that you're willing to engage in dialogue and exchange perspectives, and especially to be willing to be receptive to other people's perspectives, I would encourage you to think about that. We just talked about being encouraging and then the corollary, right, of offering praise. I'd encourage you to encourage each other. I've watched great city councils at the end of a very heated council debate. People on opposite sides really passionately explaining their position, and it comes time to vote, and somebody's in a majority and somebody's in a minority. On the way out the door, those folks that were on opposite sides of that issue, you know, they give each other a fist bump and go, man, disagree with you tonight. Thank you very much for being here. Oh my gosh, you know, we've got that other issue coming up in a couple of weeks or whatever, right? So this notion of being receptive to other people's positions without attributing it to them being, they don't like me, they're never going to like me, they never agree with me. You know, anytime you get into the evers and nevers, so I tell my boys, you got to be careful because nothing's ever and never. And then this last one we just talked about, recognizing that there are Jordan Condiffs of the world where praise not only doesn't work, it's a demotivator. Most folks would love it if you would take time to say, hey, great job, thank you. And in fact, when we talk about praise, specific, closer to the action, and the level of difficulty all add into that. Say the way you interacted with that disgruntled customer, you allowed them to vent, you kept good eye contact, your voice never faltered, and you worked really hard to provide them a specific alternative. That's a much different praise than a great job with the customer, right? That makes sense? Feedback on this slide for me. I have some other things I want to do with us, and David Eisenlohr's already looking at his watch going, Mike, you only got 26 more minutes. Okay. But I do want to spend some time because this is sort of the overall results of our time together this morning. What do you think?
Can you talk a little bit about under exploration, remaining open and how that's different than being receptive under alignment?
Yeah.
So kind of low in both, and how are those different?
Yeah, exactly. So they complement each other. And so to the extent that I am engaging in exploration and I want to gather as much input as I can. And so I'm thinking about, from a council perspective, citizen stakeholder groups, what's the best practice out there. I'm casting as wide a loop as I possibly can, because at this juncture, although I may have an opinion, I'm intentionally keeping it in forbearance so that I can see what the waterfront is out there, right? And so when we think about that, that's a complement to the other things that we do. Is that helpful? And so this is an opinion, cast it for what it's worth. I also find a lot of my clients that, hey, I ran because I have a heartbeat for the community and I have a vision for more open space. I have a vision for more quality of life amenities. I have a vision for law enforcement. Whatever it is, I am a citizen, I've been engaged, and I am motivated to run for the council because. And I get onto the council, and then all of a sudden I figure out, oh my gosh, in order to get open space, I've got all these other competing issues. In order to add police officers, I've got all these competing issues, right? In order to do this, I've got all. So remaining open is also recognizing that I don't come to the table with all the answers on the first day. Okay, so room check-in. Do you have enough energy over the next couple of 20 minutes or so to talk a little bit about stuff we do in terms of governance and maybe helping from a perspective of the governance model that we teach? Would that be willing? Would you be willing to be able? Would you be willing to do that with me for a little bit?
Yes.
I see some head nods. Okay. Oops, I'm trying to. I want to go through that slide. Here we go. I'm not going to do that one with you. I want to talk a bit about this notion of communication because it's also a challenge for every elected body I've ever worked with. The room design is challenging. The form of government is challenging in terms of the manager clearly accepting direction from the majority of the body and still having individual conversations with every one of us, right? So if you think about a process that is almost by design a challenge, this really comes to the heart of a lot of it. And this notion of communication, we see this every day in our lives, really to some large degree is not what I say, it's how I say it. And more importantly, it's the body language I use while I say it, right? And so we get so good at this that even if we were having this conference on the phone instead of by video, we could largely infer when people were being jocular, when they were being serious. If I really raised my voice saying, God, exactly, we would know that something was going on there, right? Even above what I say. And then on top of that, we put you in a stressful environment, or at least an interesting environment, because now we've got you at the front of the room, on camera, in a high profile situation, right? And we're asking you to make big decisions on stuff that lots of times you're not an expert. In fact, most of the time, you're not an expert, right? So I'm an elected official and I'm at the dais and I've got a staff member in front of me and I have a question about their staff report. And so I say to them, would you please go to your staff report, page 22. I have a real significant question about this issue right here. And I'm pointing and I'm using my body in such a way that I'm trying to convey that for me, it's an important question. For the staff person, they might be inferring from my tone of voice and the way I'm behaving that it may be that I'm in trouble. Does that make sense? Do you ever run across that anywhere in your world where somebody intentions don't necessarily mirror their body language? And so it sets up this notion of dissonance for us. And I'm trying to reconcile that. So my encouragement always to you as an elected official is to be really thoughtful about what it is that you are conveying. Are my words conveying my intent? Barbara Opie, may I use you as an example? I think you're so awesome. Can I challenge you on this? Would you be all right? Fine. Okay. Play along with me here, folks. Watch this. Barbara, that background in your office, that is so incredible. I just can't imagine having that background on this video conference. What did I just say to Barbara, folks?
You don't like my daughter's painting?
Barbara, that background, oh my gosh, I just can't imagine having that as a background in this video. What was the difference in what I said?
When you, your body language helped relate sincerity of what you were saying, whether you were saying, no, that background's terrible, or no, I really do like the background.
What about my words, Barbara? What about the words?
The manner in which you conveyed them, the tone certainly conveyed that as well.
Yeah. The actual words themselves, as best as I could do it, were hopefully identical, right? I said the exact same thing. Turn to this, excuse me, staff member, could you go to page 22 on your staff report? I have a question. It's way different than, I have a question about your staff report. Would you please, I'm not even asking, just go to page 22, right? So the way your message gets interpreted oftentimes is very challenging, and it works amongst yourselves, right? Remember those continuums. We got people at each end of the spectrum. Being able to say, hey, I recognize that I'm about details here, and I'd really like to tap your brain a little bit more about big picture is a way different question than, look, big picture, I get it, but I'm about details. Okay, so go ahead, give me your big picture stuff, right? I'm conveying pretty significantly different messages. So just think about that. And I, again, want to honor you for being willing to put yourself in the situation. Oh my gosh. For any of us in almost any area of our life, to be on live TV in front of an audience and be asked to play extemporaneously, oh my gosh, how tough is that? How tough is that? Catherine, in your background as a Taekwondo instructor and as a master yourself, there's a difference between working out in the dojo with my trusted master as opposed to being at the exhibition down at the Coliseum in front of 3,000 folks. Am I right?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
I got the same skills. They're the same skills. I just nailed that kata with you on Monday, and now you got me in front of 3,000 people, and I can't remember the first move. Am I right?
Right. Yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
Yeah. So I just want to honor you. This is a tough environment that you play in, and the fact that you're willing to do it, oh my gosh, I'm so proud of you. Just keep in mind how communication plays. Our book, I gave you each a copy of it. Based on policy governance, Dr. John Carver's work, 8 behaviors. The first we've heard about today a lot. We work for the citizens. They really are the reason that we're here, right? And I could go, if we had a whole day on governance, I would take you through an exercise about who do we really work for? Is it just the citizens? Obviously, citizens are a component of it, but who are the owners? And we would talk about owners and customers. I would talk to you in terms of the fact that you all get to some large degree determine your own reputation. As an elected body, how do you describe yourself to others? Hey, we're a big picture group. We look out to the future of the city of Westminster. We're really here to set policy, and we delegate all that other stuff to Dawn. Okay, oh, I like that. We're a group that was elected to come down here and keep a solid eye on the staff. So they can't be trusted. We're down here to make sure that we cross every T and dot every I. We're down here to be a rubber stamp for the staff. Oh my gosh, how you describe yourself to some large degree is how others will see you, right? So think, and I hope we do this through our strategic planning process. We think through how it is that we describe ourselves. What's our role, R-O-L-E, in terms of the governing body? What's our job? What's our value add? I always like to think about it from the perspective of, hey, if I'm going to give my time and energy to the city, as each of you have done, I want it to be effective. I want to just go down there on Monday night and vote the staff recommendation every time. Heck, you don't need me for that. nor do I want to have to go down there and learn about the difference between the size of aggregate in asphaltic concrete and Portland cement concrete, right? Because that doesn't matter to me either. What do I want? I want smooth, safe driving surfaces. Okay, that's all I need to know about that. I want to be enough of an expert to know what my business is, but I don't want to get into the weeds. I don't want to be that person. Somebody used the notion of what level do we work at? And I've got a slide for you about that. Anybody know this show, Dancing with the Stars? Yeah, we got people who are stars. They're you, they're Catherine, they're her. You guys are stars. People voted for you. They sent you down to the city. And at least in the beginning, you didn't know much about governance. But fortunately for you, there were folks that did, that could come alongside you and help you help coach you so that you could really be effective. So in Dancing with the Stars, you have a star, right? And the star in this particular show is Carlton. Who's my professional dancer? Not many people know that it's Whitney, right? Because Whitney never wants to be in the front. Now, does Carlton have their own moves? Yeah, absolutely. Solid. I'm on airplanes all the time. Used to be, like most of you. As I'm coming to Westminster, I have a choice. Am I going to fly? Am I going to drive? Am I going to take the Amtrak? Oh my gosh, I'm going to decide to fly because I know where I'm going and I want to know when I'm going to get there, right? And so I'm on the airplane. In fact, this happened the last time that I flew into Jackson Hole, Wyoming. I was going out there to work with the Teton County commissioners on their governance. So I'm wanting to fly to Jackson Hole. Now, Jackson Hole, back in February, the elk herd, the national elk herd, winters right outside of Jackson Hole. Y'all have been to Jackson Hole. And so I decided, I want to go out a couple of days early so I can knock around one of America's beautiful places, like the Front Range of Colorado, just a little different. And I decided, I'm going to fly so that I can take advantage of the most time. I did have some choices on cost, right? Y'all have done this, you know, that if you go sometimes on the earliest or latest flight, you pay less than if you go at the time where almost everybody else wants to go. So on this particular flight, because I'd flown a lot in those days, I got upgraded. In fact, I had the front seat in the front row in first class. And I'm starting to congratulate myself. Gosh, Mike, you fly all the time. You're really good at this and you got this. They love you. They put you in first class. I got so caught up with what I was thinking that I decided I wanted to go up and give the pilot some advice. How did that work out for me? Dave Frankel's going, oh, Mike, I'm not a defense attorney. I can't represent you in that lawsuit, right? And so I'm unbuckling my seatbelt, going up to pound on the cabin door to give the pilot some of my advice. Because after all, I fly. I'm a million mile flyer. I know a lot about flying. Oh my gosh. I chose not to do that because I thought, there's probably an air marshal on this particular flight. The pilot really didn't need much of my advice on how to fly the plane. What did the pilot need my advice on? Or really my input on, not even advice. What was my role in assessing the performance of the pilot?
You chose your destination and you chose your airline. So
I said, hey, I'm going to fly American Airlines because that's where my miles are. I'm going to choose the price. I'm going to choose when I get there. And I'm going to presume that they have a really competent pilot, right? What kind of a pilot would I want, by the way?
with lots of hours under his belt.
Exactly. I want a licensed pilot. I actually have an American Airlines captain across the street from me who also has a golden doodle like Roxy. He flies the big wide body jets, the 757s, the 767s. He does so much training. Oh my gosh. I want a pilot who is licensed. I want a pilot who actually has flown the plane before, right? That style of plane. I want somebody that I have confidence in. Now I can still give feedback. If I landed somewhere besides Jackson Hole, I would not be very happy. If as a council, we've said, here's our destination and the staff gets us someplace else, I'm not very happy about that. If mid-flight I'd gotten a text from American Airlines that said, oh my gosh, we mispriced your flight, it's really $4,000 more, I would not have been happy about that, right? If the flight would have been really bumpy, if the pilot would have landed on one wheel, you see where I'm headed with this? I've got a big role to play. Once I'm in the air, it's really up to the captain to get me there. Oops, that is the slide I wanted to show. David Eisenlohr, just for you. So what we do often with our clients is we have this particular graphic, and I think it's in your binder even, that to some degree captures this notion of my role as a governor. I'm the city council. I'm indispensable. Guess what? Staff covets your direction. They want to hear from you. Where do you want the town to go? It's your community. You work for the owners. We really, really covet knowing where you want to go. We want you at this purpose and vision level. We kind of call it the 50,000 foot level, right? You're way high. You can see far. Oh my gosh, what's coming down the road? What's coming over the front range? What are other people doing? What do you hear? Who are you talking to? What's happening out there? And so really the whole key purpose of the retreat is this notion of making sure that we are on board with our vision and our mission and where it is we're headed from a strategic planning perspective, right? If that's all you did, this will challenge you. Think about this. If that's all you did, and then you checked in with implementation processes, would you be comfortable with that? Say no. No, because now I want to be able to align what that vision is with what's going on. And we do that by thinking in terms of our strategic planning process, right? What are our goals and objectives? What are my check-ins, okay? Are you comfortable yet? I don't know. I might want to prioritize those a little bit. David's got some great tools for us in terms of prioritization. At some point, are you watching that green bar there in the middle of the screen, lower third of the screen maybe? At the vision level, it's 95% council work, okay? Can we get information from the staff? Yes, as we should. Can they provide us best practices? Yes, as they should. Whose decision is that? It's ours. We're the only ones. We're the only ones that can do that, okay? As we get down to the runway, my pilot buddy from across the street, you know, he says, takeoff and landing. So in those big wide bodies, everything else is pretty automated, right? But am I indispensable for takeoffs and landings? Absolutely. When we're landing this airplane, are we gonna mow the parks every week? Are we gonna mow them every 2 weeks? Do we adjust it based on moisture? What's the surface on the walking trail? Do we use solar trash compactors in the parks? Do the law enforcement officers, do they carry 40 caliber or 9mm? Are there 1,000 decisions that some large degree you don't really even care about as long as they meet your objectives? Yeah. Where on the continuum are you? So you will hear David Eisenlohr a lot ask this question. Okay, is this a 50,000 foot level conversation? Or is this a runway conversation?
I've been told to do that.
You have been known to do that. What I suggest to my council clients lots of times is if it's a debate at the council level and you've been going for a while, just have somebody sort of raise their hand, get acknowledged by the mayor and say, okay, I have a question. Is this 20,000 feet? Are we at the 30,000 foot level? What level are we at? Is there a way to delegate this and get it done as effectively as if we were the ones trying to do it? Does that make sense? Push back to me on this. Why doesn't this work for you?
I don't want to push back, but I'm going to use the airplane analogy because I think this is exactly right. But this was a hard place for me to get to because I was very much on the runway a lot. I think my first few years, and probably council staff would disagree and think I'm still on the runway, but I feel I've done better. I used to be really terribly afraid of flying. And the way I got over that was studying and understanding the Bernoulli principle. So I actually had to have faith in the physics before I could have comfort in the flight. And so I think going back to the disc that you went over earlier, understanding people like Lindsay and I want to understand in depth, right? And that isn't challenging the pilot capability as a pilot, but it's really trying to understand operationally how we work, right? It's wanting to have that bigger picture or deeper understanding before we can just be at comfort with the process. So that doesn't discount this at all. This is the goal to where to get to, but I think sometimes we have to understand that the runway is made on stable ground, right? Before we can, and so I guess I'm asking for a little bit of patience and grace with my colleagues and with staff when we sometimes maybe get to a lower elevation than we should. Understand that might be long-term beneficial.
I love that, Anita. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I interject a personal story about this just a little bit? It's not an airplane reaction.
Are you going to count this time against me, David?
No, I'll give you. You'll get it back to you. I'll give it back to you on Monday. So my dad, I grew up in a home where my father was a school board member, 15-year school board member in a very successful school district. And the phone, it would seem to me, always rang at dinner time. And it was a disgruntled parent often, and my son's not playing enough, or my daughter didn't make the dance squad, or my child got a bad grade, and those kinds of questions. And over the years, I don't know how many times I heard this. The answer from my board member dad was something like this: "Thank you very much for your call. I understand that you have a concern. It's important for you to understand that our role as the Board of Trustees is not to run the schools. It's to ensure that the schools are run. You need to call the superintendent. You need to call the coach. You need to call the teacher." And that would end it, frankly. So that was a very clear. And I admit, by the way, that this was 30 plus years ago, and so maybe societal expectations have changed.
Yeah, a little different.
But that was really saying, I'm not going to get into the runway or project level details. We have confidence in our superintendent, and let the administration handle that problem. I'm not getting into it.
Yeah. So David, if I could think about your story, but also Anita's question, because I think they're both very legitimate from the perspective that in order for your dad to be able to give that advice, he had to have some comfort that indeed the schools were being not just run, but well run, right?
That's exactly right.
Yeah. And Anita, I think what I heard from you was, I need as an individual, just my style, to know that when we set a policy, it's being implemented within the confines of the way that we wanted it to be implemented. Is that fair?
Correct. And sometimes it's not even that specific to the organization. It's, I want to understand how this policy has impacts on it doesn't even betray a lack of trust for staff. It's really wanting to understand the issue.
Yeah.
And so questions around it could seem like you're challenging staff's analysis of it, but it's really just to teach me the Bernoulli principle. So I feel comfortable voting on it.
Yeah.
It's probably a character flaw of mine, but I don't want people to think that it's challenging staff's level of understanding. It's trying to grow my own so I have comfort.
Right. So would it be fair, push back to me on this one too, Anita and others. I want to understand the Bernoulli principle. I promise you, somewhere on Don's team, there's a drop dead Bernoulli expert, probably studied with Bernoulli. Okay. Now, I want to know the Bernoulli principle. Do I want to ask that staff person to educate the entire city council, and because we're on TV, the whole dang world about the Bernoulli principle? Or am I willing to go to Don and say, you know what, I'm going to have to know more about the Bernoulli principle before I can get on your airplane. Can you help me with that? Would that be fair?
I think so, but I'd like to ask my colleagues if they feel that's fair.
Yeah, okay, great, thanks. So somebody else weigh in on that. Where I'm headed is that, and Don can push back on this, there's no question that's off limits. There's no place in the organization that if you're interested, Dawn's not willing to facilitate you going, as long as it is about gathering information and understanding. You know, we're not going to invite you into the organization to upset the apple cart or to tell those individual staff members. I don't really think you do know the Bernoulli principle, right? But in general, Dawn, feedback to me. In fact, we kind of take it as a compliment that you're interested. Dawn, what do you think? Help me.
Well, thanks, Mike, for asking. I guess what I'd like to do is offer to the council that, you know, we do have these experts and you have full access to spend as much time or as little time as you need to understand. But what I'd like to ask of you in exchange is that you trust us enough to tell us what your goal is. What is it? What's the end game that you're really seeking? I've had council members come to me and be very prescriptive about, I'll use an example. I had a council member one time who came to me and said, I want us to make recreation centers free for our kids. Can you implement that policy? And I told the person, I said, we could do that. We would need support from the full council to do that. There's a way to do it. But can you tell me why you want to do that? Well, I want our kids to have access to the rec centers. I said, okay, why is that important to you? Well, I want to make sure that our families are served. Okay. So what is it about in your role as a city council member serving families? How does that tie for you to our vision and our strategic plan? And this person said to me, I want Westminster to be known as the most family-friendly city in the Front Range. Okay. And that gets us excited. If you'll share with us what your visions are, and every single one of you, what it is that you want to see done. You know, you have a staff that is so innovative and has access to resources, and they will run through a wall to help you execute that policy. You can bring that to us even before the full group wants to do it, and we'll help you understand how to do it. So you can take that to the rest of the group and sell it. We'll help with that because that's what we're here for. And we'll give you ideas. And in this particular case, you know, I said to the council member, I said, you know, I bet you we come back with the ideas to get you to your end game. And it may very well be that free rec centers are the way to do it, but there may be another 20 ideas that you'll also like. So what I'd say is that I don't really have an objection at all. I've learned over time, I think when, I'll use chef-owned restaurants as an example, you know, the idea of chef-owned restaurants and how that appeared to be in the weeds early on when it was mentioned, had some staff questioning, why is the council getting into that level of detail? I think eventually we all understood what they were talking about was a genre of restaurants and local business that was more local and not chain. Okay, that we were looking for a dynamic in a spectrum of retail that was different than what you'd see normally in some communities in kind of mass retail. So that's a long answer, Mike. I'm sorry, but we're more than happy. And you know, the thing is, when the council gets to talk and work with the staff at that level of detail, I'm so convinced that you're going to be impressed by that, and it's going to help you so much that we are very anxious and very happy to work with you at whatever level you'd like. But we'd like to know where you're headed so we can help you even more.
Thanks, Don. There's no secrets in our world, right? You are, as an elected official, entitled to know everything that we know. The intentions piece where Don's at is so critical. When I get home from the trip, Kathy is asking me about my expenses, and I think her intention is to irritate me, to belittle me, to show me up because she's so much smarter than I am about debits and credits. Debits go on the left or on the right? Credits, right? If I think her intention is to demean me, boy, I see her coming with a question and I go, oh, Pete, got a call. If on the other hand, which I know to be the case, her intention is 100% to support the family, to make sure we're fulfilling our obligations? I embrace her question. Now, I may go, how about 2 Fridays? I can't teach you the Bernoulli principle this week, but I could get you to Bernoulli in 2 weeks. Would that be okay? Right? So intentions, just like body language. And by the way, Barbara, awesome picture from your daughter. Way to go, girl. All right. Is that helpful?
Good. It looks like 2 people on the way in. Go ahead, Rich.
Seniority first.
I was going to push back a little bit. Surprise, surprise. I think that from my perspective, that challenging things brought to us is really, in my mind, part of the duty that I expect out of an elected official. And it's not out of a place of, obviously they're the experts. And I mean, this happens in my professional life. So I am the leader of an IT department, and this is, not my first rodeo at it. And we have a new CEO at our organization, and he often challenges me. And honestly, that's not always a bad thing. Face value, sometimes it's irritating. Like, hey, look, I'm the guy who's been doing IT for 20 years. However, it makes me go back, and there are usually multiple ways to get to the same endpoint. So I think Don has a great point about, what your goal is, but sometimes too, challenging how we're doing something isn't, it needs to be realized. I think that could be a productive exercise, because sometimes and I mean, we see this right now, like let's say COVID's a great example where there's experts in everything, they get so into the situation where it is that sometimes we're not looking for new solutions or new ways to do things, and things change over time. So I think that there can be very productive results out of challenging what we are first delivered.
David, I want to I just absolutely concur with that, and thank you for putting that on the table. If your new CEO did that in such a way that you felt like his intention was to belittle you in front of your colleagues or to play gotcha, that's a little bit different, yes or no? Feedback to me on it, as opposed to, hey, I want to challenge you on that, Dave. Dave, can I push back on that a little bit? I'm not sure you thought about this, or you know what, I just came out of a meeting with the shareholders and they said this. So I want to challenge you a little bit here. Is that a little bit different?
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, as the challenger, that's like you learn like, okay, that didn't come across right. Maybe that wasn't your intent. So, or maybe sometimes it was, but learning the delivery and how that's going to be perceived is also important, because you're going to get very different results about how you deliver that criticism, or that not necessarily criticism, but saying, hey, I'd like to look at that a different way. Like, why are we doing it this way and not that way? Explain it to me, convince me. So.
Right. Yeah, I love that. And I also love this notion that I can recognize based on your results that I should expect to be challenged by you, right? If we're headed out to lunch and I'm giving you my opinion on my favorite restaurant, you think it's a dog, you're not going to just go, oh yeah, well, I'll go to your restaurant to accommodate you, Mike. You're going to go, no, I think it's a dog, right? I should expect that from you and honor you for that because I have confidence in the fact that you're looking at the big picture. Is that fair? Yeah, thanks. Okay, we had somebody else that wanted to weigh in on this, and I now know that David Eisler is looking at his watch. So let's wrap this up with this question. Who's next?
Just a comment, Mike. I'm very much an executive summary person. So when someone asks on council, asks staff for information, and that's reported back out to all of us. So and that's the portion of, hey, if we're asking these things, we're CCing everybody on them, and then when it comes back with the information, I look at the executive summary first, because part of the reason where the saying came from is in the weeds, as you easily can get tangled up in the weeds. And so that's how I disseminate or absorb that information, is that I can see that executive summary, and then I can make that conscious decision of how far then do I want to go down on the bullet points. And then if I need to later, it's still always there in the email. So I think that's important for different personalities too, of how we get it. And so that's why I very much appreciate those executive summaries. It just makes my life so I can compartmentalize that and stay out of the weeds and not get anywhere near the runway.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I don't want to put words in Don's mouth. He's fully capable of talking to himself. My sense from professional city staffs, great city managers is they want to accommodate every single council member's learning style. If you're a Bernoulli principle person, we're going to talk to you about Bernoulli principles. If you're hey, is this plane airworthy kind of person, we want to accommodate that. And we'll meet you where you are. You want reports, as long as it's not detrimental to the organization. You know, I can't afford to spend 20% of my overall staff effort to accommodate one council member, really, because that's not fair to everybody else. But you want a personal meeting with somebody in the organization, we'll clear that, we'll make that work. You want an executive summary? Yeah, absolutely, we'll give you that. You want the whole white paper? For sure. You want somebody to give you a personal presentation, and again, as long as it's not detrimental to the organization, we're going to do that for you. Why? Because when you're successful, guess what? So is the organization, and so is the community. So I'm getting ready to wrap this all up, but I do want to give everybody one more bite at the apple. So Dawn, do you want to push back on what I just said by any chance?
No, that's been a really good discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so here's what I hope you take away from what we showed you this morning about the work of leaders. You all have great, awesome individual skills. And to the extent that you can amalgamate those skills to help each other and to take advantage of the strengths that exist in your council, sky's the limit. Oh my gosh, there is nothing that you all really can't accomplish if you're willing to just step back a little bit from your own sense of self and embrace the notion that we are an elected body. Guess what? We don't even have to necessarily like each other. We certainly don't have to vote with each other all the time. What we do need to do is to make sure that we're coming from a place of what's best for the community and honor each other as individuals as best we can. We'll talk a little bit more in terms of how to do that when we talk about protocols, house rules, rules of the road after lunch. I am obviously always available to any of you individually. If you want to call me up and say, Mike, you said something during that presentation you didn't say to me when we were together. I'd like to know a little bit more about that. I'm honored to do that with you. I will make sure that you get these slides so that you can have them available to you as you go forward. David Eisenlohr, I am turning it back to you, my friend.
Thank you, sir. We have hit the lunch mark. We've allowed 30 minutes in the agenda. So a quick pause for a quick lunch. Is that still acceptable? That would mean we would reconvene at about, I have roughly 12:15 Mountain Time, quarter to 1. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Any objections? Okay. Enjoy your quick lunch break, and thank you for your participation so far. We're going to move into the protocols next, and I will just quickly tell you that there's really good related material in your binder in tabs 3, 4, and 5 that'll be relevant to this next discussion.
Someone's at front door.
Thank you very much. See you soon. Thank you. Thank you, sir. We're on a lunch break now.
And David Eisenlohr, your microphone is still picking up.
I just muted him.
Hello.
I was just muting you, David.
Am I muted or not? Oh, you were doing it.
I'm going
Okay.
to put you on mute. Yeah.
Thought there was a ghost in here. Yeah, the forest delivery just
We're gonna
came.
all be on mute. Since it's live streaming still, we'll all go to mute.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Catherine, you're back.
Yes. Oh,
Do that unconstrained.
hi, David. Hi, Mike. Hi, Doug.
Hey, love that hoodie, Don. It's not hot enough for a hoodie. It's not cold enough for a hoodie in Texas. I think we'll hit 100 today.
I haven't
The
even
cold
looked
spell.
outside today. I don't know. Is it warm?
My wife likes the air down really cool here. So, yeah.
We have that challenge at our house. I'm a big guy and, 72, 74. That's a pretty nice temperature for me. Kathy is quite a bit smaller. She's all the time got a wool sweater on. So it's 100 outside.
Well, our air's lower than that.
There we go.
I've got a new air conditioner. It's really good, actually.
Nice.
It came that time, the house is 20 years old and everything had to be replaced like that. So
yeah.
The new ones are really much more efficient and seem to really cool better.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't quite pay for themselves in terms of the EER, but it sure is a lot easier on your wallet. Yeah, we're in the same boat. We've just done windows, AC units, and pool pump.
Well, our house is about built in 1948. We've remodeled it twice, and
Yeah.
But boy, some of the older stuff is starting to fail, and it looks like we had a real water problem this week. That sounds like the plans for the remodel of the kitchen have just gotten accelerated.
You don't think Shelley planned that, do you?
Well, I hadn't thought about that. It could well be, but the remediation people are saying, hey, there's mold. These cabinets are going to have to come out. So there we go.
Yeah, there you go. Mayor, did you see that picture come up? I wish I had one. I'd put it over my wall too.
Mike and David, our city clerk, Michelle Parker, will also be joining us. She's logged in. So just to remind you, we have another person in our midst.
Okay, great.
Hi there. Hello, I am here.
Yep. And Assistant City Manager Chris Lindsay will join probably around about the 1:30 strategic plan conversation.
Okay, great.
Is that a certified therapy cat there, Don?
Muted.
I've had to move locations because with this work at home, she's become accustomed after lunch to sitting on my lap for a little bit.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's therapy for both of us, I guess.
We have a golden doodle that we bought specifically and trained specifically as a therapy dog for our youngest, who I've already told some stories about. And it is amazing the routines they get into, isn't it? I mean, in a short period of time, they know what you're supposed to be doing for them.
Don, I thought you were talking about your wife, and I thought, I really don't need to know she needs to sit in his lap after lunch.
No, she's going shop. She's going shopping, so she's happy too.
Lindsay, I wanted to know if you changed offices or if you moved that sign.
No,
What do you think?
Yeah, I had to move because my cat's used to me sitting in this location right after lunch, so.
So is that like, Where's Waldo or whatever, the sign?
Yep.
Works for me.
Flat Rich goes where Flat Rich wants. He has his own Facebook and everything.
My goodness.
Okay, guys, let's try to get started. We're already behind.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Have we got everybody that we expect? We are going to move now into the agenda item on council protocols, rules of the road, policies and procedures and so forth. And Mike's going to continue to be in the driver's seat on this one. So we're working him hard on day one. He gets to sleep tomorrow.
I don't know about that. So I thought hard about what kind of slides to use, and I decided this really is a conversation. And even though we're virtual, I'd like to kind of conduct it that way. And I want to start just by thinking through this notion, much like, did you play a sport growing up and what's your practice to play ratio? Every organization, every sport, everything you participate in to some degree has rules, right? And they're either written rules and sometimes obscure rules. When we adopted the second family, I started coaching again and I loved it. You start with T-ball and man, it's all about empowering the kids. And I was in a different spot in my life. It wasn't about performance. It was about kid enjoyment and all that. I'm just loving this. And we kept moving up in baseball until we got into kid pitch baseball, and I'm coaching and I've just had the world's most fun coaching. And all of a sudden in one of the games, one of my key players whose mom, shall I say, was very vocal most all the time, hit an infield fly. If you are a baseball aficionado, you know that the infield fly rule is the bane of every coach everywhere, right? So real quickly, what that means is if I have runners on first and second, sometimes third, and my batter hits a pop-up in the infield, that in the umpire's opinion is easily catchable. The batter is automatically out. And the umpire will go, infield fly, batter's out. And all the rest of the play has to take place. Now the ball may get caught, and you can tag up and run. The ball may get dropped, and you can, there's a zillion alternatives after that, but the umpire has already said, infield fly, batter is out. Well, if you're a great player, and particularly if your mom's in the bleachers right behind you, and you just get called out on an infield fly, and she doesn't know what an infield fly, oh my gosh, it got really heated really quick. And so it wasn't that we didn't know there were rules. We knew there were rules. It's just that it's one of those rules that gets utilized pretty infrequently, honestly. Most umpires don't call it. It's a safety rule. It's to keep my players safe on the field. But if you don't know it, you can get upset real quick when it gets called. And so that's what council protocols are about. It's just, what are the rules? Everything has a rule that we do. And oftentimes they're written down. Sometimes they're unwritten rules. And I often get caught most awkwardly with an unwritten rule, right? So this is just your chance to talk about your own procedures. They don't have to be the same as other people's. It's your council. You got new players. If you want to adopt some today and 6 months from now you go, you know what, we're 6 months smarter than we were back when we were working with David and Mike, I'd like to alter one of those rules, and the balance of your group is willing to go along with you, that's okay with me. What I want to try to do is just facilitate the conversation from the perspective that David and I do work with tons of councils. We've seen lots of rules of the road. And so we can share with you what we think are some best practices. But really, it's not about best practice. It's about Westy practice, right? So what do you all want to do? So I'm going to suggest we start, Mayor, with your concurrence, just on page 1 of your existing manual, which is in tab 4. Cody, thanks again for this great binder. And it's a two-sided document. So I'm looking on the second page, which is actually page 1, Westminster City Council Code of Conduct, House Rules. Here's what I would pose as a question. As you look at those 11 house rules, are there those that you feel strongly about? Are there those that you think don't belong? Are they in the right order? And so what I hope to do is, to the extent possible, in a go-to-meeting format, just kind of facilitate a conversation. Cody's taking notes, David's taking notes. When we're done, we'll present you with Dave Frankel's probably taking notes. When we're done, what we'll do is present back to you what we think we heard, and you will get one more bite at this apple. And so this isn't the end all be all today. We've got right at an hour, maybe a little less now, to talk about this. Who would like to go first? Thank you, Rich.
All right, I'll jump in since being one of the newest members of council too, and having seen these before, though. I hope this conversation today will lead us to a better place. I've been very frustrated by our meeting processes, and so at the end of this day, I'm hoping that we have or by tomorrow, or even if it takes another couple of weeks. But you know, we as society, we can have rules, and we can use those guardrails, or we can use them as a bat. And I hope we come up with not just the bullet points, but how we can work together to have better communication. We're not going to agree on certain topics, and the one thing I like is number 1 and 2, work together, respect each other, and agree to disagree. But also too, so far I've had a couple situations, and this is probably being a neophyte and then not understanding how to play the game on the field, is that I do think it's important not to have surprises, and there's been cases that I have sent emails to everyone asking to have a discussion. And I was really hoping that would be what we did, is have a discussion. So I think if a council person asks to have a discussion on an item, that we should all work together to try to facilitate that, rather than use the following of these guide rails and not bringing up things by surprise, and to have everyone be it facilitated where we have our ideas done, rather than trying to usurp that discussion immediately right off the bat. So that's my hope as we're moving forward today.
Yeah, thank you. Somebody else weigh in on that. Using the rules as a guardrail to keep us out of trouble, as opposed to a bat to pummel each other with. I like that. Thank you. In fact, I'm stealing that, Rich.
Are we looking to, and just for the expectations of this, are we looking to go through this item by item, or just big picture? And I guess that's more of a conversation piece, because I do have personalities who I am. And so I'm glad we're having this discussion. I think it's a little bit late coming into it. And so I'm hopeful that we can work through these protocols and really using our knowledge as far as what we learned in the first half of the day, where we are as personalities. We can really take this and then mold it into a group. I mean, this one's from June 2018, which I'm surprised that we don't have if it wasn't updated, if it was just, I guess, from the last council. But I guess, what's the process that you're looking for as far as feedback on this?
Thank you, Lindsay. I love it when we get process questions. My intent is to travel at your speed. What I had thought we would do first is tackle house rules, because that's sort of what we do every day when we're together, right? Or every council meeting when we're together. And then once we're satisfied with the house rules, move into the protocols. And from a process perspective, what I was thinking we would do, Lindsay, is I would pose the question, is there anything in protocol 1 that somebody wants to talk about? Is that fair? Okay.
Fair.
So it's my hope we'll get through all of them. If as we go through, we recognize that it's going to take a lot of wordsmithing in a particular protocol, we might actually do a sort of a parking lot issue and say, could we tackle that? That one's going to take more work. We tackle that a little bit later. Is that fair?
Okay. Yep, that's fair. I'm good. I don't have much feedback on the house rules. I think they're good and they're concise, and I think we can. My understanding, I think we can work through all of them.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. Okay, somebody else.
So we're on house rules now, is that right?
That's correct. So page 1, which is actually the back of page 0, the heading page.
I'm just trying to organize my note taking to make sure I'm getting it right.
All right, good. Yeah. So there's 11 of those. Anybody have one of them that they disagree with? You think it just should not be in there? Anybody want to add one? There's something that's happened to you in your short term or long term, short time or long time on the council. You think we need a house rule for that?
Mike, can I just, maybe this is more for David Frankel. On number 11, give other feedback. I think Councilor Seymour raised a really good point. We should do that. And sometimes I'm hesitant to do that because I don't want it to appear as if I'm reply all and I'm kind of voicing a policy opinion on something that may be, so I guess there's sometimes with me a little bit of a fine line whether I ought to chime in or if it's becoming like a vote online type of a thing. And so I guess a little feedback on what you think on that for me, because I think Rich raises a really good point, and I know he's sent things out, and I have, or I should respond and let him know what are my thoughts, and then get a kind of a consensus. But then when does that cross over into voting? Because I think it's important we do that, but I don't want to violate as well.
Thank you, John. Dave Frankel?
John, so to the extent your question touches on the open meetings law, I think that giving feedback to one another in an open meeting is absolutely appropriate and necessary as council works together. And all of the house rules as I read them, I think about how these would play out in an open meeting. The concern about inadvertently conducting a virtual meeting by replying all to emails is one of the concerns under the open meetings law, that we have discussions of public business that are occurring in a non-open meeting. So as far as hitting reply all, generally we discourage reply all and trying to avoid violations of the open meetings law. But as far as raising an issue that we could then all follow up on in an open meeting, I think that's ideal, and there's really no problem. That may be a best practice, really. Raising issues ahead of time and then coming together as a group in an open meeting and discussing those issues.
And Dave Frankel, help me with this, just because I'm not as familiar with the Colorado open meetings law. If as a result of an open meeting, one of the members and I didn't see eye to eye, and I wanted to explore that a little bit further, is it acceptable for me to say, hey, could we get together at Starbucks on Wednesday? I'd like to give you some feedback about today's meeting. Is that okay?
It is, yeah. The open meetings law in Colorado allows for 2 electeds to gather and discuss the issues of the day. The peril is really when you have 3 gathering to discuss public business, that could constitute a violation of the open meetings law. But absolutely, meet one-on-one to your heart's content, and to facilitate an ongoing dialogue, I think would be welcome.
Yeah. Does that help, John?
Yes, thank you.
Good.
I think for me on here, no surprises would be, I think we all would agree, no surprises is probably the most important. Keep others informed, and then a sense of humor. I think if we we can have a sense of humor occasionally. I think it does help, to be honest. So I think they're great. I like them as they are.
Is avoid surprises significant enough? It should be its own house rule, or is it okay as a modifier for keeping others informed?
For me, it's fine where it is.
Okay, good. All right, so here, again, we're just trying to move along. I'm not pushing you unnecessarily, I hope. Anybody not okay with saying the house rules are fine? Let's go on to protocols. Anybody not okay with that? Okay, all right. We can always come back. If something triggers something for you and you want to go back, just say go back. Protocol 1, how do we handle requests for simple information? Anybody have a challenge associated with Protocol 1?
I
I
just
just
want to
would
highlight,
like Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just would say I like how this protocol is written. I do think it actually changed in 2019, and I prefer the way this protocol is written, this 2018 version. But I like it.
Okay, thank you. Lindsay, I will recognize you next.
Thank you. I do, not that I necessarily have a problem with it, but I have noted, it says, please copy executive administrator. And I know we all love how hard Cody works. But it's interesting to me that it seems like that the responses come from Cody when we ask our city manager for the information. So whether that's something that is delegated by our city manager, I just am not familiar with that process. And so that was a little bit sticky for me to read, and maybe something that we could further look at.
Okay, thanks. Dawn, would you be willing to weigh in on why, in your view, this works this way, or maybe even how it works?
Yeah, it's a matter of managing the all the volume of information. Most of the requests that come in are literally answered at a staff level within departments. And so what happens in our department, in city manager office, is we assemble those questions. They're then sent out to ask, and that's Cody's role, is to manage that process and then to respond. So she's responding on my behalf, and I'd say most of the time they're direct enough and they're simple enough that it doesn't require my review. But if she's got a question about those, she'll bring those to me from time to time. I'd say when she responds, she's answering for me, and what she's communicating to you, I've endorsed. I guess she could put it under my under my name and send it out, but it would really be her work in assembling the information from the other departments.
And Lindsay, I would tell you again, just weighing in from a best practice perspective, giving the council members direct access for simple information requests all the way down to the division manager, that's very forward-looking. Essentially what Dawn is saying to you all is, hey, I trust you all on these requests for simple information. You don't have to go through me. Now, we want to keep everybody apprised that you're asking it, but if a division manager can be the best person to answer that question, just ask them. Okay, is that helpful?
Sure. Yeah, it's just it's like I said, a sticky point for me because Cody isn't my employee. Our city manager is our employee, so that's my sticking point.
Yes,
Can I weigh in on that?
Yeah, please.
I'm much like Councilor Smith, and I've brought this up in the past. I mean, my preference would be to deal directly with our employees, and part of that is because sometimes issues, maybe I don't agree with the response that's had, and it seems like sometimes Cody ends up in the middle of it, or whoever. So that's kind of my issue with it. Same kind of thing is, we have 3 employees and that's it. And I think that actually, and I believe that was kind of pushed by Dawn, and I do remember what Mayor Pro Tem Seitz was stating about Protocol 1, that we did make some adjustment, and I believe that that was at Don's request, as far as us going directly through Don to deal with department heads, and then from there he would decide how that would happen. And I like that change too, because again, if Don, like say for example, I have something with the fire department and I say, hey Don, I have this challenge, and Don thinks the best way to field that is me talking directly to the fire chief, okay, I'm open to that, but it's still, me talking directly to my employee or council's employee, and then working through it that way. And I think that there's less room for problem of us directing staff without Don. So, those are the couple instances of why I would lean more us working directly through Don as our employee. And the same, same with, say, Dave Frankel's offices. If, I had something for one of the attorneys that maybe works with the police department, I think it makes more sense that I filter that directly through Dave, and then Dave decides, who the appropriate person is, if he wants to field it, if, he wants to get me in touch with, Jeff Betts or something, so that we could, make sure that I'm not overstepping and I'm getting what I need.
Dave, just again, this is David Eisler, just for purposes of clarifying my notes. Are you suggesting that that protocol, call it 1.1, you would remove the request for the CC to the EA? Is that what you're saying?
I believe that we actually did. So I think that these are dated, because I believe that was a something that we are, not the executive assistant piece, the department head piece was. As far as if Don would like Cody to be CC'd and gather that information, and then I deal with Don on the response, I'm cool with that. Like Don, an organization to run, and I understand he's busy, and that's part of the reason he has an executive assistant, as well as his staff inside of his office. It's just then being able to work directly with our employee to understand the information or raise any concerns I have, so that his employee is not getting in the middle of maybe some conflict about the issue.
Sure.
One of the things you guys need to think about is Don's position is that of a CEO. And most CEOs of a large corporation like Westminster have a chief of staff, or someone who answers a lot of the stuff for them, and just as they're doing now. This was a major change when Don came in, because the two previous city managers, everything went to them. Nothing went to a executive leadership team member, nothing went to a staff level member, period. So that moving that button over to where there is more ability for you to communicate to a lower level has been a big change in the city. But I also don't expect a CEO to sit there and answer a couple hundred emails a day, because it's not only the council that sends emails in, it's the general public as well. And the fact that he has someone who has his authority to answer on his behalf or gather data, and if there's any question, she runs that past him. I don't think it's good business to try to start to say, I can't use my executive assistants or his team in the way I think it's most effective to use it, and let me get through all of my day-to-day work.
Thank you, Mayor. Anita, I saw your hand first.
So I really respect what Dave is saying, because I think the core of what he's saying is he doesn't want to be in the position where he's inadvertently directing staff. And I think that's what I heard from Lindsay too. If she doesn't like the response, she doesn't want to put Cody in the middle of it. But I think that we all have the ability, and I think we're professional enough that we can delineate between the two. So we can information gather, Cody can get it. And if we're upset with the response, then either during our one-on-one with Don or in an email to Don, we can say, hey, this is the information that I received. These are my problems with it. So we're always challenging ourselves to make sure that we're interacting at the appropriate level. And I know you're all capable of it. And I really want to be sensitive to the concerns, because there is that implied direction that we want to avoid. But this is a big operation, and there's a lot of nuance to what we do. So I really value having access to the area experts. And Lindsay, I know you and I kind of a lot of times ended up on that same spectrum of really understanding something before we vote on it. And sometimes, CEOs are kind of got broad understanding of the organization. You and I might be looking for that in-depth information that maybe a director of that can give us. So I think it can be a yes and. And I think we should challenge ourselves to what Councilor Demont said to make sure we do not use that access to direct, but truly use it just for information gathering.
So is that something then, Mayor Pro Tem, that you're willing to be able to put in writing into our protocols? This is kind of what you just said.
Just in the protocol. Yeah, I believe it's encapsulated there pretty specifically. So I feel like it's good as that, but if we want to put in an additional like bold letter, do not direct staff other than our 3 employees, I'm thumbs up.
And perhaps to Lindsay's question.
Just perhaps the title of this protocol is request for simple information. So almost by definition, it's not direction, but you're suggesting strengthening the language to nail that point. Okay.
And as I read it too, Lindsay, feedback to me on this, you really have both options, right? It's always okay to contact the city manager first. So if that's my individual council preference, I do that. Or if I am comfortable going to a department head or a division manager, particularly with the addition that Anita has suggested, based on Dave's comment, not to be directive, then it's really kind of, I get to do what's best for me. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, there was a time where I contacted our economic development department, and it was just a department head, and I didn't hear anything movement on it, and I was asked to copy Cody, and so, which she's, like I'm saying, she's phenomenal at like getting stuff done, but then it was confusing to me because why am I copying Cody? Like, it's
Sure.
when, you know.
Right. Well, I didn't teach you guys this. We call it the but and conundrum. When I say but, then I negate what I just said. Cody is wonderful, but, oh, is she wonderful or not? Cody's wonderful and. So I think that helps from your perspective as well, Lindsay. Thank you. Dave, you have your hand up.
I do. I'm kind of looking through these and I don't want it to get lost as far as like, I think some of what I'm talking about as far as like where I find challenges isn't really in simple requests for information. I almost even, if it's a simple like, hey, where do I find the latest data for COVID? It's on the website. Like, that's fine. That's simple information. It's these more complex things where you have citizen requests, or if we're talking about policy with the citizen, and that really goes down into, really the next 3 topics. And if you look in those topics, we don't really have that CC, Cody, and but that is the practice. And I think those are the areas, and that's not real, that's again, it's not defined in here from what I see. And those are the areas where I find more tension in doing things that way. The other thing that I would mention, and I know that to date, the majority of council continues the one-on-ones with Dawn, and that's, the majority of council gets to make the rules, and that's fine. However, I and at least one other member don't participate in those because I don't find them to be the right way of governance. And, so I'm not bringing it up to argue that point, but however, I still am elected by the citizens. I still have my place on the council. So, I need an avenue to be able to bring that stuff in. And I think that I do fine, but some of the stuff then ends up going into meetings. And I've heard a couple times where that's mentioned, well, then we can deal with it in one-on-ones. And, that's one of my big problems with the one-on-ones in general is, sometimes then it doesn't make it to everybody. And I know that that's maybe not the intent, but I've seen that throughout my 3 years because I did used to do the one-on-ones. So I would at least make those, part of the discussion, because I also don't want to get tied up on, back to the first point about CCing Cody on simple information requests. I don't think that's perhaps the exact bullet where my concern lies. I think it's actually in the next 3 bullets when we do, those more in-depth requests for service, or, issues that people are having with our policy, or even issues that I have with our policy.
Good, thank you. Is that fair? So I'm talking here about simple requests, your choice, go to a department head, go to a division manager, or go to Dawn, as long as you copy Cody. Is that fair? Okay.
Yeah, it's not Dave or Mike, it's not exactly right. I do want those routed through my office because we have a system we use to keep track of those and to make sure there's follow-up on a timely basis, but also to track the kinds of requests that are coming in, because as we track those, that's information gathering as to where we may have problems with the way we're communicating something or the general understanding. So we track that through a system that we have called Access Westminster. And so it's important. That's why we route those things. It's not to control it so much as it is to document it, to make sure that the follow-up happens and we have some data based on where those are coming from. I do think for all of you, but specific to you, Dave, I think I do understand where you're coming from. You're talking about as we've gotten into those issues that can be complex policy matters, and they're sent to departments to respond as to why they have a particular way they do something that does come back as either a policy or a practice, but affects somebody. You'd like to engage me sooner in that, and I think I could do a better job of that. I think I could grab those. If you've gotten a response that doesn't address a question the way you want it, I'm more than happy to visit with you about it. I'm more than happy to take more ownership in trying to respond to that follow-up. But I'd also say, if we're not going to meet individually, the other option that we have is to talk about those on Monday night. And I think that'd be okay too. I'm really not opposed to that at all. I think during the council, during my comments and during comments of council members, those things could come up and we could address those as a full group. So either way we do it, but I think I can help this by probably jumping into those answers that you get that may not be agreeable, that you want further discussion and you want to understand why I'm supporting that. Most of the time, these are things that I'm supporting a department's policy on an issue. Frankly, it's not something that we have in our office. It's where we'll go down a particular pathway on any one of the departments and they'll say, this is why we do this. Well, you may want to go further than that. You may say, I want to change that. Or, here's something that I'm hearing that needs to be communicated. And that's a matter of us engaging more. I will tell you that it's been very efficient and it's been very effective to have somebody at Cody's level who can assemble that data and who can move those issues forward. But if you choose to have me participate personally at an earlier level, at an earlier time, I work for all of you, and that's what I'll do.
I think that's very well encapsulated in what I'm getting at. I think my preference obviously is gonna be that we handle it where it needs to be inside of a meeting, and maybe that is also on me to, in my instances anyway, and other council members I would probably recommend the same, that if we have that area, and I'll take some ownership here. We're just shooting back instead of shooting back, making sure I reach out to you, Dawn, saying, hey, here's my issue with this. Can we talk about this on Monday? I'm going to bring it back up. That gives the opportunity to, just like I was saying earlier on in the day about challenging things that we do a certain way, that maybe I'd like us to at least revisit and maybe even understand better for myself why that's the best way to do it. And that could be a good exercise. So I think that that's a good way that you've encapsulated it. And I think that could be more productive going at it that way.
Okay, thank you, both of you. Okay, so I'm going to move to protocol 2 then, with the, again, recognition that you will get to see these one more time, that we would hope to be a semi or almost multi-formal format. Okay, protocol 2. Now we're talking not about simple information, but more in terms of, hey, I need some research in this particular arena. How do we feel about this protocol in terms of the steps?
See, Anita's raise your hand.
The only thing I might include is just explicitly say to CC the EA, because I think that's one way of ensuring that whatever the answer is, whatever the request is communicated back fully to all of council. And then again, for those tracking purposes that Don mentioned, I think that's the only thing I'd change.
What about language to accomplish what I heard Dave and Dawn talk about? Number 2 says discuss the request with the city manager. I think I heard Dave say that his preference would be not necessarily to get into a long discussion with the manager, but rather to indicate a desire to have that conversation at a meeting. Does that need to be incorporated in here anywhere? And Dave, don't let me put words in your mouth.
Well, I think that, that's part of the intent is in instances where there needs to be a deeper discussion, that we have an avenue for those of us who, don't feel that we find value in participating in the one-on-ones.
The 3-hour request here, by the way, for your information is, again, pretty generous. Lots of organizations have 2. It's going to take more than a couple hours of staff time. We need to make sure we got the balance of the council supporting that. 3, is that a big deal between 2 and 3? I don't know that it is. Just wanted you to know that that's pretty common practice around the country. So if we adjusted 2 a little bit to say either discuss your request with the city manager or indicate a desire to have this discussed at a future workshop, meeting, is that helpful or not?
I think maybe Don's recommendation was during our comment, or we usually, like in a typical meeting prior to COVID, our meetings are kind of condensed in the way we do our agenda because it's all one meeting opposed to a pre-meeting and the actual meeting. So I think probably prior to COVID, it's more of maybe those pre-post meeting opportunities to have that discussion. So in the agenda for COVID, I mean, I would just ask that we have a place where we could do that. That makes the most sense, because I think, I mean, this is something I know that the mayor brings up a lot, and I think rightfully so, is when we have a big agenda of important items to get through. If it's something that, doesn't need attention right then, that, we're not spending time on it when we need to, figure out what's going on with COVID, for example. So just that it doesn't get lost in the shuffle, I guess, is my preference, and that we get some opportunity in a meeting to discuss it. Even if it's like, say we have a council meeting and the next meeting is a study session, let's put it on the study session to at least give it 10 minutes to discuss and see if we need any further movement. Because at that point you might get, 4 members of council saying we don't want to waste time on this, Councilor Demott. So, but at least give an opportunity in an open meeting to address it.
Like to Dave's point, every meeting, council meeting or study session, either one, there's a section set aside for council comments, and that's what those are for.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, any other concerns with 2? Presuming we'll make some of those changes. David Eisenhower, did you have a language question?
Let me again clarify my note in terms of what the action item is. The clarification is that we could discuss either with the city manager directly or in a future open meeting and get a council consensus before staff resources. This is the idea, before any staff resources are expended on the request. Is that right?
Yeah,
okay.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, we've gone from simple to research to citizen service requests, and oh my gosh, do we get a lot of those? What do y'all think about this one?
I think one of the things that we need to tighten ourselves up on is when you're getting citizen requests that are coming through things like Facebook, Snapchat, or wherever you're getting them, you need to get the people to understand to use the process that we have, which is the Access Westminster. Because when you get in the middle of it, you may not interpret exactly what they're saying. So by having them use the process we have in place, does it not only get recorded, but it also gets a tracking number that it gets responded to. Doesn't mean you can't get a response or know what the response was, but it takes takes out the issue of multiple emails being written on the same subject when it could be coming directly from the public. And we see this probably more so with people who get phone calls or see it on Facebook.
Dave?
I would interject a little bit on that, and I totally understand what the mayor's saying, and it's the preference, you know, to get them to use the tools. So this is back to my professional background, you know, between IT, I've run a lot of help desks and customer service groups for support. So some of my expectations around this is how I run a help desk or support organization. And so my preference for my people that work for me, and this is the way that I handle citizen things, whether it's Facebook, Snapchat, or TikTok, although I've never got one of those, and that would be pretty neat if I did. The goal for me always is, all right, I'm going to help you with your instance. Oh yeah, did you know, here's how you could do this in the future for yourself, and it may streamline it and get the information to the people who can actually help you faster. I know one of the things that I have on my signature, I'm not sure about my colleagues, is I have all that information on my signature from the city that says access Westminster, you know, you can go open your own thing. So you know, I'm kind of probably in between. Like, I agree with the mayor, that's the best avenue, and I try to encourage people, but I'm still going to hold them through once they've asked me for things. And obviously every council member has their preference, so that's how I personally handle them, and it seems to be pretty valuable to the residents that I interact with.
And Dave, when you do that, hold their hand the first time and then try to move them into self-sufficiency. Do you get pretty good response with that? Are they willing to do it?
Honestly, it's just like it is in the professional world for me. You get 50% who you teach them how to fish and they go fish, and you got 50% who want you to still put the bait on the hook for them. I mean, it's just the gamut. So and I think for me, then I don't lose those people who just maybe they're not comfortable with technology or going that route. I'm dropping off and then just feeling like we're being irresponsive. So, you know, and again, everybody has a different style and go about it different, but that's been my life experience with that sort of thing.
Yeah, thank you.
I was just going to actually really agree with everything Councilor Demont said. And there's also a digital divide in our community. Not everybody, not only is there like a level of comfort with technology, but there's some people who don't have access. And so I really feel that's part of my role, is to kind of assist the public and understand how they can be empowered, feel heard. So what I love about the process as we have it is, even if somebody is doing the, you know, writing me a letter and I'm forwarding it on to Cody, it still gets into Access Westminster, whether the resident themselves enters it or it goes through our staff. But I think we need to recognize that as much as we can shepherd people to the method we want them to use, we can't demand it, because we, you know, we have to be accessible to everybody and we have to be responsive, in my opinion.
Thank you. Yeah, to the extent that we can not limit ourselves to being chief customer service officer, that's better. Teaching them to fish is awesome. At the same time, if you've got somebody who doesn't have the access or isn't capable, you know, they're a constituent of yours, and as long as you're not staking out a position before you know what the organizational response is, I think that's okay. Okay, so 2, 3. What about the second part of Protocol 3? Okay with that one? A wise mind,
is there
at least 3 sides to every story. Ready to go to 4, Protocol 4?
I didn't catch I did not catch an action item on a Protocol 3. Is there something that needs to change?
I think that's the same as 2, that it doesn't spell out in the protocol that we're supposed to include the executive assistant to make sure that things don't get dropped and they get logged appropriately. Okay. I think you'll see the same thing in 4.
What I guess what we're looking for was I'm going to use Anita's language about the need for council members to be accessible, responsive shepherds of people at digital divide. You need some explicit language that acknowledges that reality, or are we okay with the words that are in here? Just that's an understanding.
I think I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Sites as operationally myself that we need to do that. I don't know that I'm comfortable saying every council member has to do it that way though, because everybody's different. So like, I think it's a fantastic point she brings up, and I agree with her wholeheartedly. But I don't think that everybody on council is comfortable doing the same, handling people the same way. And maybe some people are better at teaching people to be fishers than other maybe. So
Okay.
I wouldn't actually add that in there, but I do think it's something good for us all to think of.
Okay, thank you.
I'll ask a quick question of staff and of my colleagues. Does staff feel that we shepherd too many questions to them and that we're tracking too many, and perhaps they would just like things that we know how to answer on our own for us to answer? Or is there a concern that council might answer it incorrectly or inaccurately or with some editorializing? I think when this was written, the goal was to have everything go through staff, so it was objectively, this is the way to respond. But if that is overburdening staff or seems unnecessary, let's maybe do a quick check-in on that.
Thank you. Staff response?
Well, I would say that with most questions that I see that come in, I think you probably already have the answer. You've either been provided that answer or you have access to that information. And I don't know how to answer it except to say that I have no problem with you making an attempt to answer those questions. And if you're confident and comfortable in doing that, I think a lot of the time you do have the answers already. And I don't think you should feel like you've got to send all those to us if you have those answers. Now, if you want to answer and copy me, I mean, a lot of times what I'll do, and you'll see this, is that I'll reply to something and I'll copy the department director and say, this is my understanding of this situation, and I think I have the answer correct here, and I'll copy them, and that gives them a chance to, like if I was thinking about it from your perspective, you copy me, and if we think there's a concern about what you've said or there's more information to be provided, you might find that a number of those never have to take the time to go from you to me to a department to a division manager, sometimes to a person beyond that to get answered. And I'm completely comfortable with that. I really am. It really depends on what the issue is. And it may, a lot of times what also happens is you've already had this answered by or asked by somebody else, and we've already answered it. So you may have the answer. So I, for one, and I would ask Jody, Barbara, Larry, others, Cody, particularly who's familiar with this, if you differ with that, but I certainly wouldn't have a problem in the interest of time. And also because I do think you're very knowledgeable on some of these things that come in, of you answering that yourself.
How do you feel, Anita, about that?
I'm fine with that. I mean, I think it is told we have to, as a council, just make sure that we're, puts the burden on us to make sure we're both accurate and objective, and not subjectively answering, questions. I'm fine with that.
So I have a question. I'm just wondering, Don, do you think it would be of value to target these inquiries a little more narrowly than they may be targeted now? I've seen some emails come through, to give an example, where it'll go to multiple people on staff all at the same time. And then it's not always clear who's got the ball. So perhaps for tracking purposes, there's a more targeted point of contact that we could suggest.
Yeah, Dave, I think that was more of an issue previously than it is right now. We used to get a lot of that, and what you're saying is exactly the case. A lot of times Cody would then go find that she had 4 departments working on something when it really wasn't that was really best run through a particular department. So I actually think that the council has done a good job of directing those back to Cody and I, and she's now been given the latitude, to farm those out from there. So I don't think that's as much of a problem as it was, but I think it's a good reminder. I think what I'm getting at, and I'm curious, Dave, if you've got a concern with it, I really think the 7 of them, they know what's really serious business and what's a serious question that needs some legal input or some professional input versus things that they've had answered before. And there's just a lot of them that they'll get multiple questions, the same question from multiple people on, and they've had it answered. And if they've had it answered, I've got absolutely no problem with them going ahead and answering that. And I think it actually lends to their credibility. I think sometimes if it comes, every single thing that comes to them gets forwarded to staff, I don't think that's as credible for them as it is, because I do think they know the answers to some of these questions.
So I'm comfortable, Don, with that. Obviously, yeah. So like the request for simple information versus the request for a research topic, the distinction between those. So absolutely, yeah. For inquiries that are readily responded to, I don't see that those would necessarily have to go through the organization and back out again. So I think it would be maybe the more complex questions that require some opinion from staff. Those would be the ideal questions that get run through the organization.
Yeah, to your point, Dave, specifically, anything that deals with a legal position should never go directly back from council.
Let me just do a quick process check for you. We had allocated an hour for this. We're on that hour now, and we are on protocol 3 of 12. How much longer do we let this run? And are we willing to either defer or eliminate from the agenda the next 2 topics, 1 or 2, the strategic plan, COVID-19 update, or the community survey review? I know we want to get to vision.
I would just offer that we can follow up in a study session regarding edits that are proposed to these protocols. And for what it's worth, there will be a chance to have further input on them.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I think the dialogue's helpful, but we're now kind of on time management here. What's the best use of the council's time on this topic or others?
Dave DeMott.
To get on with time, I'd ask that we at least make sure that we get on an agenda to go through the rest of this, because I would like, one of my two things I'd like to reevaluate as a council is I'd like to look at us having a stop time of 10:30, and I'd also like us to look at the limitation of council members speaking at, I think it's 10 minutes is what the limitation is. So at some point I'd like to have a discussion with the council about those things.
Yeah, so that's kind of where I was going. If there are some really hot button issues that certain members have, would it be worth spending the time to discuss those and then defer some of the more minor concerns to a subsequent work session? That makes sense.
For me, those 2 topics are hot button, and I'd like them discussed at some point in the near future. But I don't think it would be valuable to punt those other 2 issues. I think that they weigh more of a priority in the weekend than this, in my view.
Okay.
Dave, can you repeat your second one? I'm not sure I heard what it was. Something about time, but I don't know what it was.
If you recall, and I think it was right after I got on council and we did the protocols the first time, we had put a time limit about how long a council member could speak.
I don't think we have one. Do you know where it's at?
Yeah, I can find it. I had marked it. There's like a 10-minute limitation.
Just so you know, it's in the council rules and regs on page 6, item 2B.
Yeah, so it's actually not protocols, it's rules and regs. But this time was all set for one thing, correct? Like,
that's correct. You're right.
So mine's actually with rules and regs.
Okay.
What do you want to have changed, Dave? Let's just I mean, do we have time to just like nail this out, the things that people have issues with, or do we want to?
Well, we're going on to the next section, Anita, where his question is really at. It's not in this section. It's in the rules and regs. The only one you need to make sure that you have provided feedback for is on protocol 5, because the names that are in here are not the current council members. So especially with, if your name's not on here, you haven't expressed a desire how you want to be contacted, make sure you've updated that with staff. Mike, let's, either Dave or Mike, let's try to go to the next section if you're trying to keep us on time. We're already 12
So
minutes.
we're already in agreement that we're going to come back to this.
Yes.
So can I, head nods, you all are comfortable with the notion that these are your rules and protocols, and we want to make sure you know them, that you're comfortable with them. In light of all the other issues associated with the agenda, do I see lots of heads nodding that we accept the importance of these? We are willing to defer them to a future work session to talk about. All right, yeah, I see that. Okay.
May I ask you a question?
Anita?
Well, actually, I wanted to hear from Lindsay and Rich specifically, because this was a big issue for them. And I think wanting to be new and not having had an opportunity to review it as a group was they really wanted to have their feedback on this, and I want to honor that.
Thank you.
And I know I heard from Lindsay at the beginning of this, there was frustration that it's been deferred this long. So I guess I'm nervous a little bit about kicking the can again. And so wanted to hear from them specifically before we did.
Okay, well, which one do you want to try to defer then, Anita? Because we can't get through everything as long as these are taken. We've already spent an hour on this one, and we're only on the 3rd protocol.
I agree that we need to get through the strategic plan and our vision. But what I would like to see is, or my question is this going to be facilitated, or is this going to be a roundtable discussion in a study session? So are we finishing up with facilitation, or is it going to be just staff and council as a roundtable? I mean, I guess I don't disagree that we can move on, but much to Mayor Pro Tem's comments, this was particularly important for Councilor Seymour and myself, as we haven't had any kind of say in any of this thus far. I'm willing to set agreements that we are 1 through 3, and I can work towards those, and we're all in agreement, but 4 through whatever else is on here, that's something then that, you know, it's going to be hard to navigate.
Rich, I think Anita was particularly interested in your feedback. Do you have some?
I think we built a foundation of discussion today, especially wrapping in, you know, our DISC part of that on how we can communicate better with each other. So I thought that was actually as important as wrapping into this protocol issue too. How we can have those discussions. So, and that will help with especially the house rules and the protocol part of it. So I feel our next topics are extremely important, that we spend this weekend time on it, and that I think we can answer in study sessions. And in the other protocols, you know, some of these are structural, so it's not that big of an issue. It's not a personal things or structural things. So I would prefer to move on, and then hoping that we could very quickly put this on a study session and continue this part later.
Thanks. Dave DeMott, I see your hand up.
I think Councilor Smith brought up a really good point about it being facilitated, so that we don't feel, you know, it just feels less. I think that's just a good suggestion. And I think even when one of the times we went through these since I've been on council, I feel like we had the same kind of issue where the protocols and rules and regulations take so much time that we ended up having to have the facilitator spend some additional time with us. So I would be in favor of, whenever we figure that out, if we could still involve you guys to help us facilitate continuing that, to make sure that, you know, you do what you do in facilitating to make sure all voices are heard when we finish going through each of those documents.
We can certainly work with staff on that. Yes, thank you.
Okay, then David Eisenhower, what I'm going to suggest is that our consensus here is that we're happy with what we've talked about. There's a whole lot we haven't. We're going to move that to a relatively near-term conversation, and that we'll have some chats with Dawn, the mayor, and others as necessary about facilitating that conversation. Is that okay?
Yes. Yep, that's how I got it. Thank you.
Very good. All right, then we are at the point where we're ready to kind of dive into the strategic plan status, particularly as it relates to COVID-19. And David, you are on.
I'm on the lead on this. I believe there's a staff discussion or presentation that will be preparatory to some council dialogue on this topic. Cody, is that right? Cody, I think
That
that's
is
you.
correct.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
it is. I was didn't hit all the right buttons. Dawn's gonna do a quick introduction, and let me just get this slides right. Here we go. So Dawn, if you wouldn't mind going through the first slide, the moment in time, and then I can take it from there if you'd like. You're on mute, Dawn.
Thank you, Cody. I'm going to be really brief here and state what at least is the obvious for a number of us on staff right now. Many of us have gone through periods of history in local government where there have been really extraordinary types of things happen that cause an organization to redirect a lot of energy towards one thing. We just happen to have at this time three things that are hitting us all at the same time, and they're all issues that not just in a decade, but probably over a century, you'd have to say are very extraordinary in terms of their impact on the future of our city and the current activities of our workforce. The pandemic crisis that we're in the midst of is not anywhere near behind us. We know from the data we have that it continues to grow. We hope we're wrong in our concerns that it's going to get worse before it gets better, although that's been said. And I think we are concerned about that. It impacted our economy in a way that was predictably difficult in the short term. We're going to be sharing with you tomorrow some details about what we are finding now that we're in July. You may recall 3 months ago that Larry talked about July being a really important time for us to evaluate what the future is. And I just have to tell you, the future looks very challenging. It looks like we're into a sustained reduction of revenues that is going to be difficult for our community. But even beyond that, we saw unemployment rise in this country from 5% to high 20s, and we learned in our local economy that 1 out of 5 workers works in restaurants. We've had movie theaters shut down now for 2 months. Our hotels that were a great advancement in our economy here in the last few years are mostly empty. So this is a tough time. And then if that wasn't enough, we're now dealing with a civil rights and equity conflict issue that, I just tell you, I've worked and lived through the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. I've been through a number of decades here. And just this feels to me like the conversations that are going on are very much like those that generated on a national level a Civil Rights Act. And there is a lot of concern. It's affected us locally in that our state has passed legislation that has really impacted our police department and causes us to look differently moving forward in how we interact in public safety. So those three things have our attention right now. They have our focus, and at the same time, we've got to continue to deliver high quality services, water to people's homes, sanitary away from their homes, make sure the streets are paved and the snow's removed, keep the city safe, have EMS show up at 4 minutes or less at people's doors. And because people need our open space in a way that they've never have before, make sure that it's safe and it's clean, it's cared for. So this is a very important time. We've got our shoulder to the wheel on the current strategic plan. I would tell you that we're very, in spite of the fact that this has been a challenging time, right now, this weekend, we're very anxious and enthused and very optimistic to hear from all 7 of you as to how you feel about our current strategic plan, our current vision, and for you as a group to be able to give feedback on that effort and as we move forward. I would just tell you though, to be candid, we're really focused as an organization in making sure that the financial sustainability and the social sustainability of our community are in our sights and our highest priorities right now. So thank you for the opportunity to introduce this, Cody and Chris, and I'll turn it to you to make a short presentation as to the status of our plan.
Dawn is accurate, and most of the items on the strategic plan, there are 35 action items under 6 major goals, and then narrowed down into objectives and action items. And of those 35, these 10 items are still underway. All but 4 items are still underway. These 10 specifically just had some adjustment. So for instance, as Dawn mentioned, the long-term financial sustainability plan, it looks a little bit different given our current circumstances. We're still working on it, but that's sort of adjusted its point of view and perspective. Similarly, the efforts to empower creativity and innovation have been more focused on specifically financial sustainability, but other ways to continue to engage the workforce and assist the community where needed, as you are all familiar with, through study sessions and regular updates on Westy Rise programs. We've increased our multilingual communication mediums in necessary and important proactive ways as we began going through the process with facilities closing and adjusting programs. That sort of happened faster and in new places just to make sure that we were communicating with the entire community. Similarly, the cultural arts program has adjusted. We're still working on it, but as you have seen, the recent item from Rich Newman with the golf carts going through the program, I think that's in a few more weeks up here. So we're just taking a different look at things. The next slide is just the 4 items that have been paused. Or portions of. So actually item number 4.9, the rest of the item is still underway. It's just that the part focus on teens and families has come to a pause. This item says continue to pursue local and regional strategies for addressing homelessness, including cooperation with other governments, nonprofits, grant opportunities. The focus now is on the is not with an emphasis on teens and families. It's, of course, across the community, given the COVID pandemic and other issues. Similarly, with youth access to city services, the unique businesses, and the commuter rail extension. Those things are just sort of on pause. So this is the very high-level overview. As stated, the other items are still underway. My math is, if it serves me well, that's what, 21 other action items in the plan are still moving as they were prior to the pandemic. And that update came in a info-only item earlier this spring, I believe in March. Chris, correct me if I'm wrong. And then Chris and I updated that same update and sent it to you as also part of the agenda memo and part of this packet as well.
I have to go back and check, Cody. I think it was a little later than March.
Okay.
Cody, is that the conclusion of your formal presentation?
Yes, I didn't want to take too much time.
No, that's great. Okay. So what I'm going to do is we are going to try something kind of like a virtual flip chart. And I just wanted to, after having heard that brief update, the kind of the environment set up by the city manager. And let me say something about all of that. We were involved in some really serious consultations with Don and the management team some months ago about how best to proceed with the 2020 strategic planning process in light of COVID. We, of course, had no idea at that time about the other large issue that Don alluded to, which is the social unrest that we are seeing across the nation. But our advice was essentially this, is that it appeared to us that there were two things that were the most strategic uses of the council's time in this new environment. And one was working on the governance, the team building, the cohesiveness of the council, and it linked into that the protocols question. And second, being understanding and making sure that the council understood where the city was financially as a result of some of these external impacts outside of the city's control, and to narrow the focus from really a more strategic, traditional strategic planning effort to a more tactical effort to address our immediate reality. So to the extent that this is different from what you're used to, that's why. It was on our advice that we suggested that those two topics, and now with the perhaps a third topic in light of the or force and influence in the form of the social unrest. So having heard all of that, what I'm interested in doing now is, you've heard a little bit about kind of the environmental shifts that the city is dealing with, the context in which the strategic plan has to work from Don, and you have heard from Cody that with a few exceptions, the plan as written, the strategic plan as written, is proceeding as planned, with a few pauses and some slowdowns, but it's still intact and whole. So I'm just going to invite any of you who want to make observations or comments or suggestions regarding the strategic plan and where we sit, and the thought processes around focusing on those other matters, what you think. So feel free to just chime in, and I'm going to be a flip chart recorder as you talk here on this Word document. So Mike, if you'd help me kind of manage that, because I'm kind of like you, I've got very small pictures that I can see. So it's going to be a bit of a free form. Who wants to weigh in?
No worries. David's looking for reactions here, thoughts, comments, suggestions.
Can you see my Word document? I think you can.
We can.
Oh, okay.
I'm anxious to grade your typing skills. David DeMott, I saw your microphone go on.
My typing skills are atrocious. Just go ahead and give me an F, and then we'll be just fine.
As I look through some of this, and I don't know the right way to incorporate, because we haven't went through like citizen survey, but obviously we have went through it. I mean, each of us, I'm sure, spent a fair amount of time on the citizen survey and feedback since we've been on council. And there's a couple of things, that kind of jump out at me that, I think either could use better definition in the strategic plan, or maybe the things that we reevaluate at this place in time where we're having budget challenges. And I think those things kind of have some overlap. And so a couple of things that are important to me and have been is continuing to find ways that we decrease water rates for folks. And that's
decrease, right? Increase,
correct. And that's an ongoing thing. And I know we have infrastructure to maintain, and that's throughout our documents. It's apparent that we understand that. One of the things that I see as a troubling trend in our citizen survey was how We did, we still scored good, but you're seeing a downward trend in some areas. And so safety is one of those areas. And I think the interesting thing in the survey is that our survey went out before COVID, before the unrest. So, we are dealing with a perception of the city becoming less safe prior to this stuff. So it would be interesting to see where people are at beyond some of the issues that we've been seeing in society and in the nation and world. So I can't imagine that we don't need to make some more emphasis on that. Coupling with that, the desire from the residents to have that as one of the priorities in the city, because it also scores very high as it usually does as far as what somebody expects out of the city. And so, I can't imagine between some of the change in law and the unrest that we don't need to be a little bit more intentional and specific around some of the public safety things and how we might incorporate those into the strategic plan in a way that is both providing resources to our officers and budget to what our residents have clearly said is important to them, but is also sensitive to the changing environment around us. The last thing that I'd add that kind of jumped out at me is the bicycle master plan. And I understand this is something that's went on for a long time. I actually, as we implement it, and this is one of those areas earlier on today, I talked about how we need to be able to be reactive to things. And so when we go to the vision, I'll bring that up again as far as the vision of an urban center. But the bicycle plan is one that I hear a lot about. I've been out at doors with my wife who's running for state house right now, and I hear a lot of people like, what the heck are you guys doing with the roads? And one of the consistent themes, even though I know this was pushed by, I imagine by residents at some point, was, nobody ever uses those, and traffic keeps increasing and you're taking lanes away. So we've put a substantial amount of time and I imagine money into that program. And I just wonder, if that's something, how much more we have to do, and is that something that maybe we should pause on, especially with, budget constraints, and reevaluate that program. But those are the handful of things that I wanted to at least make part of the conversation today.
Thanks, Dave. Anita, I saw your microphone go on. Are you ready?
I guess I was thinking we should look at the strategic plan in the context of the world that we're into today. And what are the strengths of the strategic plan in helping us navigate this time, right? The threats and both the opportunities that they have. And so, pulling in kind of citizen feedback from the citizen survey, I was looking at what issues are really important to our residents, recognizing it comes predating this. And so where should we put our focus in that? One of the things that I think I'm glad that we focused on, I'm glad that I saw that our residents care about it. We saw a lot of emphasis on sustainability. We saw some confusing messages, concerns about affordable housing availability, but then also concerns about growth, and kind of trying to figure out those seem like their intention, but what did they mean by that? And then honestly, equity is a big conversation right now, right? The social unrest, equity is a big portion of that. And so how do we leverage what we've already been working on to really help us build back stronger post-COVID, post-economic, tribulations and post-social unrest? How do we leverage what we've been working on? How do we maybe intensify focus? Because I feel like, we can't be all things right now. We really do have to be intentional. But I would say, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think we actually have a lot of the core strengths that will help us navigate this already emphasized in this strategic plan. The idea of sustainability in general is not just environmental stewardship. It truly is that economic resilience. It is that equity in the community. And so really, I think those are the three keys right now as we're figuring out how do we navigate for today's challenges and for a prosperous tomorrow.
Good. Thank you very much.
I do have a specific thing, and it goes in line with, again, what we saw in the citizen survey. Our open spaces, our trails, our parks, our green spaces have gone from being something that people just truly enjoyed for a quality of life to almost essential. And so there's some parts where we talk about our open space, but we really do talk about it in a maintaining our open space. I'm wondering if we need to start talking about, well, I'm not wondering, I think we need to start talking about expanding, acquiring, and looking at regional equity of our open spaces, trails, and parks. So that is an area that I think we could shore up. Another specific one, and you guys can, I wish you had a squirt gun. If this is too in the weeds, it feels like a policy direction, but I might not be articulating it well. I think revenue structures are going to change. And I think we should align ourselves to be really nimble and be able to take advantage of some of those one-time federal dollars that might be coming our way. And so do we want to figure out a fiscal policy that allows us to have a reserve of cash for some of those matching grant dollars that I think are probably going to become available in an effort, a federal effort to stabilize the economy and assist local government? So do we want, I don't know how to structure that in a visionary way, but I think that we're going to have to maybe look for those opportunities right now and be ready to take those one-time dollars.
Thanks, Anita.
If
Other
anybody
thoughts?
By the way, I would say ask as I go along trying to, my lightning fast fingers to capture what you're saying. If you have any difficulty with the way I've paraphrased what you're saying, please correct me.
I will say the typing's easier to read than your handwriting on a flip chart, David.
Thanks, Mike.
Rich, yeah, you're welcome. Rich, I saw your microphone go on. Are you ready?
Thank you, Mike. In looking at our strategic plan, and especially from an economic standpoint too, I'm working backwards in seeing what can we take out of here that is going to or has costs associated with it that will not directly go to some of our vision that we're going to build on after this. But I have cost concerns too. Multimodal transportation cost. As council knows, I am an avid bicyclist, but I have concerns about where our costs go on that, and then the use on that as far as relations to transportation for vehicles. I went through and highlighted the citizens' comments sections, and both the mailed response and the online response. It's absolutely overwhelming the number of people who have concerns about the quality of life and how we approach that. If and here again, we're working a little backwards here because in some of the vision statement that were included in the workbook, one of them really hit me as an example of a city's vision statement, that they were an oasis. And I see Westminster as an absolute incredible oasis that keeps Denver and Boulder from collapsing together. And so I think it's important that we have our own identity and not the identity of others. And so that's what I'm looking at it as far as then saving the money on that. It was interesting because one of the things I had highlighted in here, and Don brought this up, and I think Mayor Pro Tem Seitz and I had this discussion at a great local restaurant opening. I'm a foodie. I love restaurants. But if we're looking at getting out of the minutia, objective 10.23, identify tools and partnerships to recruit and open unique local restaurants. I think we'd be better off taking all that out and saying, how can we structure our rules and regulations to encourage business to come here? How can we get out of businesses' way rather than picking what businesses come here, and then the best will come here? And then on that other side, we absolutely have to complete our review and implementation of the city sign codes as everything is changing right now. We also have to look at what are the costs. It's great to have fantastic cultural opportunities in Westminster, but on objective 5.10, what are those costs that are going to be associated with that right now?
Rich, I missed that one. I'm sorry. Costs associated with what?
With objective 5.10, leading the development of cultural opportunities in Westminster and to develop a comprehensive cultural arts program. I know we've done focus groups on that, but that may be something that we have to hold back on right now and not try to create that ourselves when there's Westminster. We're not out in the middle of nowhere here. We have sister cities around us that offer certain things, and we should be complementary rather than always trying to have it right here when you can drive 10 minutes and enjoy that someplace else. So it's a matter of being functional with our neighbors and not have to have everything on that wheel.
Thank you. Others?
This is Lindsay. So part of me has to go. I have to apologize, but I feel like I shouldn't because that's just who I am. I have to go back and look into this because I feel like we're looking at a broader vision without a complete puzzle, right? I feel like we're still working on our comprehensive plan, which leads then into the details and the nuances that create the policy, which for me, since that's not complete, it's really, really hard to know where we're at. Like, where are we at in the city? To then say, looking at today and our present day, to then look into the future. And so I feel like we're makeshifting a vision that we can't fully set. And I think that that's a point of contention that I really like us to really try and nail down and try and focus on. Because looking at the citizen survey, looking at the comments in particular of city staff cares what I think, 4 in 10 residents agreed with that statement, which in part is a reflection of an entire council, because the staff then executes what council sets in a vision. And so with that, it looks like that one, I think in our vision and our strategic plan, I think safety in and of itself needs to be a bigger and broader policy. And I'm not talking about necessarily safety of our like crime or anything like that. I'm talking the whole gamut, like maybe even a full like goal as far as safety, reducing crime rates or increasing the safety of our roads. I saw a couple times in the comments that traffic violations need to be enforced. Running of red lights, our streets need to be repaired. Water quality was a big one. So I'm talking about safety in all of encompassing of a quality of life of core services for Westminster. And I don't think that that's necessarily in our strategic plan that is coming across to me. So I'd like to see that more in our plan that sets out those type of improvements. Snow removal was one, like I said, traffic and water. But much to Mayor Pro Tem Sight's comment about beautification of parks and open spaces, that seemed to be a top priority for residents as well. So I'd like us to maybe take a broader view on looking at our core service and the safety, life and safety kind of component as far as our strategic plan. And I think that really could lend itself to the timing of where we're currently at in a COVID world, because that right now is of importance for all of our residents, all of Westminster. So that to me were just key highlights that stuck out. But again, it's really hard to set a plan if you don't have a snapshot of where you're at with a comprehensive plan. So that's that's my a little bit of a hang up with that.
Thank you, Lindsay. Catherine, are you in the queue?
I am, yes. So this is really hard because to me, there's just so much and that I think we need to be focused on. And I don't know how we zero down to what's most important and what will make the best and biggest impact on our residents. You know, I feel like sometimes we're too scattered. We're trying to do too much. And I would like to be very impactful in some very specific areas. So when I was thinking about this, I was really thinking about what draws people to Westminster. And to me, it is quality of life. It's people like to live here because of the atmosphere of this city. And I think what makes that really strong is our focus on inclusivity, diversity, and equity. That creates a population or a community feeling, a family feeling. I hear people comment constantly to me what a very small city we actually have, which I think is really ironic considering we have 113,000 people that live here or more, which we will soon find out with the census. So it always humors me. And I think, well, that comes down to the ability we have as a community to come together and know each other, being active in our schools and in our open spaces and really utilizing the space that we do have in our city. So inclusivity, diversity, and equity are at the top of my list. Focus on those things, which I think just lend to making sure we have jobs here, making sure that we have good control of our traffic, and making sure that we have attainable and affordable housing. The second thing would be sustainability. I'm very concerned and always have been with what are we leaving to our children, and what will this city look like for them down the road? And specifically concerned with our water system, our housing. I want millennials and I want the Gen Zers to be able to come back and live in Westminster when they're ready to. And at this point, they really can't do that. This is not really an affordable place to live, unless they want to live in our basements, which my children don't. So they'll be moving elsewhere, I guess.
And you probably don't want them necessarily, do you?
Well, I'm the mom. I always want my kids at home.
Yeah, there you go. Great point.
And when I think of sustainability, I really think to the parks and the open spaces and how are we taking care of our environment here in Westminster. I'm a big user of our open space. I love to go out and take pictures, and I love to walk all our trails, and I bike our trails. And I love how they have become more connected. I'm still waiting for the signs, the direction signs, but I love this. I love our open space, and I know that's what really draws people to the Westminster area. And then I just feel like the foundation of everything is our education. So we need to really be connected with our education entities in our city, meaning our community college and our high schools and our elementary schools, and making sure that we are providing good education, a good foundation for our citizens to grow from here in Westminster. So those are the areas that I really look to and want to be really centered on, and make sure that that's what we're paying attention to in the big picture.
Very good. Thank you. Sean Voles, do I see you ready to say something profound for us?
Nothing profound, I promise. I want to just kind of piggyback on what has already been said about open space. If you look at our citizen survey, it is definitely one of our top, if not the top asset amongst our residents that they list as a top asset. I would like to see us increase our
I'm sorry, John, what is that? Open space? Is that what you said?
Open space?
Yeah.
I'm sorry? Yeah.
I just want to make sure
our open space. We, a while back, went more the route of maintenance, and I think that's proper. I think we need to be more of a balance where we're doing maintenance properly, but we're also focusing on acquisition as well. So I think we need to add to our open space. I think that's should be a priority in this plan. Especially now, the thing I noticed during COVID-19, people were out in every inch of our open space, using it, and what an asset, and what, you you could say, well, the finances aren't there, and I understand that argument. But now more than ever, we need a space to get out and have that open space around our community. So I think we need to increase that asset and still focus on maintenance. But I know we went all the way to maintenance. I think we need to kind of balance it back out where we are increasing that asset, not just maintaining them, what we have. I think for us, we have to look to the future with COVID-19. Innovation and efficiency is going to be the way forward. There's not going to be any choice. About a year ago, we created a innovation department or a group within our city hall, and we hired people to do that. I think we need innovation teams to look at efficiencies, and I think we have to figure out a way to, I'm not sure the proper wording, but we need to find a way to put that as a point. And innovations mentioned throughout our document in 3 or 4 places. Is there a way to say, as an actual objective, this team will look at ways to be efficient and innovate in this time of COVID? There's got to be a way of wording that, and somebody better than I can do that probably. But I think we need to capture that as something that's important that we're going to focus on, that we're going to innovate and we're going to find efficiencies. Because like, Rich said earlier, there are people concerned about water rates. Well, but we still have infrastructure, capital needs. Can we partner with other groups? Maybe, and I don't even know what that would be. Our libraries, do we need our own library system? Do we partner with, there's things that someone within our organization needs to look at. I think we need to capture that as an objective as far as trying to innovate and be more efficient.
Oops, wrong thing,
Then,
sorry.
I agree with safety. I think safety is becoming or is going to become an issue. So I would also focus on that as well.
Say that again. Which one?
Safety being an issue that we do need to focus on.
Yeah.
That's all I have for now. Thank you. Nothing profound, I promise.
I thought that was pretty profound. Innovation and efficiency in the age of COVID. That's pretty good. Thank you. Okay. Have we missed anybody that feels like they want to weigh in?
Does the mayor want to give his thoughts?
Mayor, do you have some wisdom for us?
There's the meeting to stand up. There's only so many hours of sitting in one spot and not moving you can do.
There you go. We're with you.
I think you have heard 2 sides of a story. One says we need to be more cautious of what we're spending. Another side says we need to spend more. Both of those may have primary objectives of trying to respond to something. The issue is going to always come back to is, how do you pay for it? We don't know how we're going to get impacted today. We have a lot of projections, but as we look at the plan of where we want to go, we have to keep in mind we'll always come back to the same point of how do we pay for it. The bigger issue that we're going to have to come to a realization of, it may not be with this council, it may be not the next, but we're going to reach a point where we're not going to build anymore. Not in the way we talk about building today. Our land structure is shrinking, and one of the things that's not readily available is land that people want to sell for open space. We may catch a connector trail here or there, but large parts of undeveloped land in the city of Westminster do not exist for sale or open space. If they exist, they are up for sale for development, because there's a lot more money in the development side of it than there is for open space. But at some point, I'm going to say probably I would not be too far off in the next 10 to 15 years, when we reach that pendulum of we're not going to see a lot more development. Water taps are going to go down to almost nothing. Commercial property is going to be pretty well built out. We hope that they'll just keep the boxes in the stores full. We will then have to start looking at core services. And what are we going to eliminate? Because we won't be able to keep it all. If people are not going to do much different than they've done in the past, tax increases are not your friend. Unless you live in Denver or Boulder, then they all love them. But we have a history of having very poor support for tax increases for just about anything in Adams or Jefferson County in one, much less Westminster. So you're going to have to start to think about, how do we provide these services if the city doesn't provide them? Today, we're a full service city. In the future, we may not be a full service city. And what are those services you're going to have to think about eliminating or providing through another source other than the city? So those are coming. Don't kid yourself. It may not happen in your time on council or your time on staff, but it will come, as we have seen it go to other cities who've had to get out of providing some of those core services. They just can't afford them anymore. So the big thing we need to understand today for what we need to do for the immediate future is, what can we afford to do? Larry and his team, I think over the next day and a half, are going to tell us this is where we think we are today. But what they can't tell me with any high degree of confidence is, where will we be 3 months from now? Where will we be 6 months or a year? Because we have no idea how long this COVID piece is going to go on. With the numbers that we're seeing today, we are right now looking at a hard pack of potentially moving backwards from the opening points we are today. If we can't get the general public to help us bring those numbers back down, the variances that we talked about, and we talked about this last Monday, we are on the verge of losing the variances we have that allowed us to open up where we are today. And there's not a thing we can do about it, because the numbers are going to be what's driving it. We have asked everything we can of the general public to help us with this. But yet we saw just again the other night an incident where a group of dozens of people went together to have a private party. Don't know how much of that's going to come back to haunt us, other than the fact the young woman who was the host ended up getting shot. That's criminal that it happens, but it is happening. We have a lot of aspirations of what we want to see happen. Not a lot of that's going to happen. Some will, some won't, but we'll have to make decisions as we go along. Regardless of what we plan today, the ability to execute that plan is what's facing us in the future, and we don't know what that future is. That's not what a lot of you wanted to hear, but I think my survey says I talk pretty frank, and I try to stay that way. I don't want you to misconstrue that this is all honey and dew stuff, because the reality is there are going to be some hard decisions that have to be made in the future, and they're not going to be very comfortable when we have to make them.
Mayor, as you alluded to, and as I think we talked about in the agenda review this morning, that's virtually the whole day tomorrow will be spent on precisely that topic.
And that discussion tomorrow will come right back to what we're having right now on the strategic plan. It will have an immediate effect on what we can plan for.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate your candor. That's very helpful. Very helpful. Okay, I see John.
I'm sorry, I have to interject, because I think I didn't hear one member of council say they wanted to spend more. And I think that was what the mayor asserted. And I don't believe I heard that from anyone. So if anyone was saying we need to invest more, please correct me.
I think what you heard was purchase more open space. That's
So we actually already have a revenue stream, and what I heard was rebalancing it from maintenance to acquisition. That's what I heard. The other thing I think we need to listen to the results of our citizen survey. And one of the things we saw in there was a frustration with growth and density and an affinity for our open spaces. And I think that if we want to avoid what other communities have seen, which are very no growth or extreme slow growth citizen initiatives, I think we need to start listening to that. And I think people can balance density if they have complementary elbow room. And so I think strategically we need to start figuring out how do we have a land use pattern that's matching the needs of our residents. And so that I don't disagree with you that land is a lot more expensive than it was in the 90s. Land's a lot more expensive than it was when I got on the council. But I do think one of the beauties of open space is there is a layer cake of funding available for it. And so it doesn't have to all come from the city's pockets. We'd have to be able to have matching sources, but luckily we have a voter approved revenue stream that we could use for that. So there's that. I'd also like to say, I heard some really great commonality here. I heard a lot of public safety. And I think that's a cornerstone of providing a quality life is public safety. And I did a little bit of research before today. I just want to make sure, according to the Brookings Institute, having educational equity, having workforce opportunity are actually much stronger indicators of criminality in your community or level. So I think these goals have common benefits, right? Like if we want public safety, trying to partner with our schools is a really good way to get there. If we want public safety, making sure people have good jobs and housing stability is a good way to get there. And a well-resourced police force, right? All three of those things worked for the same goal. So I really like to think of it as a whole system and how do we have complementary effects. So.
Thank you, Anita. John Vols.
Anita, I didn't write that down. Is that the point? And I forget who made it up here, but thinking about the safety idea in really broader terms than simply police and fire departments, right?
Correct. Police and fire is a way to handle a downstream impact. I feel like investing in housing stability, workforce resilience and opportunity is an upstream solution, and you need both. So I just wanted to point out, I think they meet a common goal.
Yeah, thank you. John.
Well, I think Anita probably said a lot of what I was going to say. It very well said. Thank you. Mayor, I would never accuse you of not being frank. I mean, that's what I really like about you. I think you are. And I appreciate your reality that you said. I think you're right. And I think we probably all sense that. I think this document, though, should be aspirational and inspirational. And I think we should try to kind of reach a little bit. Tomorrow, we do the nitty gritty where we get in, look at the budget. It's going to probably not be pretty. But I think on this document, if we're wrong and there is resources available, or if we find a partnership and these are the issues we're aspiring to do, I think we should. I think we should try to reach a little bit. Even in spite of what we probably are guessing, and we don't know for a fact, but we're guessing that the COVID-19 has had a tremendously negative, horrible effect on our city and its finances. I still want this document to be aspirational and inspirational. I'd be looking forward. So I get everything you're saying. I don't disagree with a word of it, but I think for me, that will come tomorrow when we start trimming the fat. So thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Sean. Dave DeMott.
On one hand, and this is aside from the main things I want to hit, but on what John just said, I understand what you're saying, but I kind of understand what the mayor's saying too. And I think that the conflict you could end up in is competing priorities. Whereas the strategic plan very much says, here's the priority where we're going to put dollars. So that could get us into confusing water, I feel, in some light. But I also agree with Anita. There's specific revenue streams that are set aside for parks, like the voters voted on that, and there's specific taxes around that. And that kind of alludes to some of the other things I wanted to bring up after the mayor's comments. I think he had good points, but part of what we should be doing as a council, in my mind, is kind of doing that 10-15 year plan where we're setting ourselves up to understand we're going to hit growth capacity. We're going to hit a place where our tax revenue is what it is. And I think we've talked about that actually a lot since I've been on council, between water rates and tax revenue and the things that we need to pay for versus the things that are nice to pay for. Our residents are very clear in my mind what the things that they do want us to pay for. They want a safe community, and I agree with all the comments as far as what makes safe. It's not just police and fire, although that's a big priority for me. I ran on both of those things about making sure we're funding those well. But there is a whole ecosystem that goes along with that. So we do need to be forward thinking and realizing, hey, this is going to change. The way our revenue is going to change, just like it's changing right now. And if we do good planning and make sure that we're continuously keeping those as priorities for the city, because we know those are the things that people expect us to deliver, and we put those ahead of everything else, I think that we actually don't get into the situation like other communities have where they weren't as forward thinking. So I think they're great points that the mayor brings up, so that we don't, we plan ahead and future councils plan ahead and hopefully follow our lead, like we're following the lead of prior councils that, set those good policies in place. And, the other area where I really want to make sure that we put some focus that I was thinking as the mayor was making his comments is water. And that goes into a couple different capacities as far as, what is build out? How much water do we have? I mean, that's very, very key and critical. And that really should be something that and I think we do, but we should be asking that every time we do any kind of building. Do we have water for it? What's that going to do to our supply? What's it going to do to our costs to our current residents, future residents? And one of the things that water cost is a constant theme of mine, and hoping that at some point we understand our water system well enough and we're planning 20 to 40 years ahead, that when we do rate increases, we're as close to cost of living as possible, because we understand at some point what build out is, what our water system is. And, this is back to my infrastructure background. I know, in IT planning, I always have a cost. In 5 years, I'm going to have to replace all this stuff. What's that cost going to be? What does that do to my year to year? How am I planning for that? What's our revenue stream going to be? And so we should be able to start getting to a place as we reach build out where we understand some of these services. We understand how many residents we can, actually fit, what that means to police, what that means to fire, what that means to water, streets, and, and so on. So I think proper planning and prioritization of those things really could help us not get into the situation that the mayor is talking about. Granted, you always are going to have your kind of curveballs, like things like COVID, which I think, God forbid in my lifetime we hit another one of these situations. Hopefully we leave whoever's in our seats in the future a good road plan of how what we learned from it.
Yeah, thanks, David. Catherine Scully?
Yeah, I really appreciate everything that all my peers have said so far. That I think that you've said a lot of what I wanted to say, but what I really saw us doing here was this is like taking our temperature, making sure that we are all on the same page and that we still all agree with the strategic plan, or if there are things to be added, this is where we add them. To me, a strategic plan it's like planning a budget. You know that you're probably not going to be exact in that budget. The budget is not like clicking off your checkbook. This is what we want to be able to spend our money on. And this is how much of that resource we're willing to put there. And that to me is what a strategic plan is too. This is what we think is important and what we think the residents really want and will need in the future in order to continue the quality of life in our city that we currently have, or better, because better would always be great, right? We aren't here to keep the status quo. We're here to continue to create a great city. So for me, it was just, I know that some of it may have seemed like asking for more money. I don't think it was really asking for more money as much as it was, these are the areas that are important still to our city growth and our city betterment. And I want to make sure they're continued forward. So that was where I was coming from, just to clarify.
Thank you. This has been very helpful. Thank you very much. And David Eisenlohr, nice job on the flip charting there. We'll look forward to seeing that. Is this a good transition time then into your next topic, David?
I believe it is. The next topic will really lead into the visioning exercise after a break. The break is due in about a half an hour, so we can really break after what will be a staff presentation about the results of the more recent, both the community survey and then the more recent engagement efforts that Cody has been and others have been working on. I have not planned to do a real facilitated discussion after that. It's foundational for the visioning work we'll do after the break. So, Cody, are you ready?
I sure am.
Okay, so do I need to do something to get this back to you? Got it. Thank you.
No, I got it. I just need to make my guy a presentation so it goes through. So it takes a second. Sorry about the delay. I didn't want to turn your screen off. All right, I'm just going to run through real quick some recent efforts focused on the vision statement. You all have talked at length about the community survey results, and so I think that you're probably familiar with what came out of that specific to the vision statement. I think you're also aware that June 25th to July 17th of this year, we had in lieu of having our in-person town hall focused on the strategic plan, we invited the same folks we had invited to that original planned town hall to take this survey instead. We had 70 respondents, and the breakdown is here: 52 members of the community, 10 business owners, 2 employees of Westminster businesses, 17 employees of the city, some social club members, educators, board and commission members. Folks were allowed to select more than one or self-identify for their group. That survey went out, and we had it open for a couple weeks. Part of that survey had an option to also participate in a focus group virtually with David and Mike. So I'm just going to run quick through those results. Well, not through the focus groups, but at least through the vision statement survey. It's also in your binder. I believe it's under tab 8. The community survey specific results that are around just the vision statement are under tab 7. Okay. And the vision, the focus groups are tab 10, I think? 9, sorry, 9. Oh, maybe it's, hold on.
It's 9.
Yeah, it's, okay, here we go. So this is just the rundown, very high level. For the first time in 2020, Westminster residents assessed whether they agreed or disagreed with various concepts in the city's vision statement and whether or not they should be included. This is that overall breakdown. I think you've all referred to it in your previous comments, but just to reiterate, 9 and 10 agreed that there's the community that embraces indoors or outdoors is important. And 3/4 agreed to the following statements: an inclusive city, a community with quality educational opportunities, a well-connected city, and a community with a resilient local economy, as well as a community that's one of the most sustainable in America. So, and then the last one, 1 in 5 strongly disagreed with the next urban center of the Colorado Front Range. However, 53% were on the agree with keeping that statement in, which we'll see in this other information. The surveys that we did for the community also sort of split the feedback. So the Survey Monkey that went out to the community asked, what do you consider the 3 greatest challenges facing the city today? And you can see this breakdown here. Infrastructure was the strongest rated and the biggest challenge at 62.88%. Folks were given the option to answer up to 3 times, I believe. Traffic and pedestrian circulation and sustainable quality of life were also listed as challenges. And 40% or higher. Some of the others that came out related back to passenger light rail. That comes up quite a bit, is that connector to what the downtown area is. Water resources now and in the future, making sure that we're mindful of that resource and have the infrastructure and plan accordingly. Also trails and open space throughout this conversation. The next question was, what would you consider the 3 greatest assets for the city? Again, they had the option to answer up to 3 times. And you can see here that the strongest was parks, trails, and open space at almost 89%. Second to that was proximity between Boulder and Denver. And then behind that was access to major highways. Again, here we talked, there was feedback about light rail and completing the downtown as potential assets. And then final question on the survey that was a multiple choice was, what would you consider the city's greatest opportunity? Here we heard expanding trails and open space, creating walkable mixed use destinations, and development in the downtown, all around about 30% to 25%. Again, there was a reference to getting light rail to the downtown area, also connecting through Westminster to Boulder and Longmont, and following through on that effort. There was a couple about creating diverse housing, expanding sustainability, and consistently inclusive and welcoming city, as well as public transportation. So the word cloud to, I guess, the right of the screen here, a little bit encompasses phrases that came from what the vision for the city of Westminster is. I read through all of the, I think it was 60 total individual comments, and just to summarize them, of those 60, 9 noted that they did not think that the city should be the next urban center. 6 referred to the importance of neighborhood and community. 6 referred to the importance of completing the downtown. 4 related to both being the next urban city, or I'm sorry, not being the next urban city, but having urban amenities and a hometown feel. That came up a number of times. Transportation and mobility was important 7 times. Diversity, inclusivity, being welcoming showed up 8 times out of that group. Sustainability 4 times, affordable housing 4 times, and open space 6 times. Others showed up just once or twice, but those were those major themes. So consistent with the results of that Survey Monkey. And then I'll hand it over to David to talk about the focus groups and the work that he and Mike did earlier this week virtually.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Cody. I have included those summaries of those 2 focus groups, as well as incorporating a very similar effort that was done, led by Donna and Cody with the ELT. And I've embedded that in the next activity, which starts the vision reconsideration of the vision statement by the council. So my suggestion is going to be that we are at an appropriate break time, maybe about 25 minutes early, but if that makes sense to you, we can take about 15 minutes now and then reconvene a little bit after 2 your time. Wait a minute.
3.
What time?
Yeah. 29 there.
We are still right out on break time. So take 15 minutes, and then we'll devote the rest of the afternoon to working on the vision statement. Is that okay with all? Okay, see you in 15.
How you doing, Mr. Mayor?
What are you snacking on?
Applesauce.
Oh my God. Anything in it other than apple?
Probiotics.
Probiotic, though. That stuff you think is healthy for you?
Yep. I'm hoping it's healthy for me. Seems to be helping. I've had real stomach issues like for the last, I don't know, probably 6 months. And so I started taking a probiotic with applesauce every afternoon. It seems to be helping.
A nice big chocolate donut would have been better.
I think that's what caused my stomach problems. But I agree. I love a nice big donut.
I never have been much of a sweet eater. It just doesn't do a lot for me. Candy, soda, absolutely not. I've never really enjoyed Coke, Pepsi, either one.
I think I eat it mostly out of stress than I do because I like it. Because I live just fine without it when I don't have it.
Yeah, Rich, we can see you hiding.
Well, not now.
No. Rich is kind of like Mark Williams over in Arvada. He's got all these cutouts of himself and he has planted around the metro area.
So Rich, where would you even go about getting a cardboard cutout of yourself? Like, I feel there could be so many good practical jokes with that. It might like improve quality of life, especially if I had one made of someone else, not of me.
You're muted right there. You go.
I got this idea from a good friend of mine who is another insurance agent, and he was being installed as our state president at a convention, but he had a company thing that he had to be at. So he got one of these made of him, dressed, and then we brought him up on stage with his hand out like that to shake the national president's hand, and then took it. I think it stood guard in his office for about 15 years. So he kind of taken on a life of its own. So I stick him out on the corner every once in a while when I can't be there.
We had friends that their daughter was a senior this year, and so she didn't get to go to prom. So they did a cutout of Leonardo DiCaprio that she went in the back and like she wore her prom dress and she looked stunning, and then she's with Leo. So yeah. It was pretty funny in some of the pictures because it was hard to tell it was a cardboard cutout a little. So
it's a great deterrent to crime because even if you have it in the back, someplace there's this shadow and scares. The bad thing though is the staff, especially when there's new staff members here, they weaponize it in that someone will go to the restroom and they'll stick it in the hallway just as they come out. And he's been knocked down a couple of times self-defense wise because of that. So
I would say Brent McFall and the mayor have been scaring me for about 4.5 years because they are in the CMO's file closet. And when you walk in there and the light doesn't automatically turn on, one of them will inevitably fall out behind the cabinets. Yeah.
She's so right. Whole Foods Herb.
Wait, you were telling me we have a cardboard cutout of Herb Atchison.
Yeah. He's got the hat on too.
I was gonna ask, does he have the hat on?
I feel like we have missed out on a lot of April Fool's jokes that could have happened.
Yep.
I'm just going, that is just so wrong.
He's been in his office for a long time because he was so enamored with it.
Oh, that's perfect.
You see him come in the morning, he genuflect every morning as he came in.
Oh, as long as it's not abused.
Larry almost
put it in some orientation item.
How are you, Mr. Lindsay?
Doing very well. I was I'm joining you later in the day. So we did a good amount of a good hike this morning and some Legos right before I got on with my children. So
It's a good
well,
day already.
absolutely.
Where'd you go hiking?
Stanley Lake.
I was gonna ask, did you go to Stanley Lake? Did you find any eggs?
We already have our egg for the season, but we were looking for the goats today.
Oh, yeah, yeah. They're only here for a couple
Find
weeks,
them?
right?
We did find them.
So people think that I have apparently GPS on the goats. I've been getting questions on where are the goats specifically. Do you get that too, Rich?
Yeah, I
For
told
any
Jason.
public watching, we don't know the exact specific location of the goats at any
I
given
told Jason they need a map with dates and areas.
Chris, have you found the poop yet?
Could we get a goat cam? Like the eagle cam, but a goat cam?
They move them around.
I know, put it on the dog who hangs out with them.
I love that idea, but I think it needs a
Like a
little
little
GPS.
And a
love
GPS,
that,
yeah.
Cody.
Put the GPS on it. I'm here.
Is there-
Creative problem solving, it's my thing.
All right, David and Mike, are you ready?
Yes, sir, we are. Here we go. You should see a screenshot now. Nope, I'm on the wrong one. There we go. That's wrong too. This is the right
A
one.
screenshot, just not the right one.
Yeah, you had a screenshot, but not the right slide. So we're going to spend the rest of the day working on vision. As you may recall from our last round of meetings, we've taken this visioning activity, if you will, broken it into two parts. Our goal for the day, by the end of the day today, is to get really your thoughts, your impressions, your concepts about what a future vision statement should contain. We're not going to work today on putting those ideas into a paragraph form. Mike and I will work on that overnight, and in the morning we'll put 1, 2, 3, depending on what we come up with, attempts at a vision statement involving the ideas that you believe are important to be included in that, and let you wordsmith that tomorrow, reserving the possibility that even then we won't get to a final one, but get a close enough draft that will help shape or inform your conversation about budget priorities in the afternoon session tomorrow. So it could be another thing that might have to come back, much like where we wound up on the protocols for some further exploration. But we'll get as far as we can get within the time, and maybe lightning strikes. Maybe we do get one that you all will agree on. As Cody alluded to, Mike and I, with Cody's help, facilitated a couple of focus groups last week from people who had participated in the SurveyMonkey survey and raised their hands and said, yep, we'd be interested in being on a focus group. And I think help me with the numbers, Cody. I think they were about 14 total, roughly two groups of 7. Is that right?
That's about right. Yeah.
So we asked them, three questions. What I'm missing here, well, I want to talk a little bit about, I thought I had a slide. I want to talk a little bit about what a vision statement is. Is the current vision statement in one of the tabs, Cody?
Oh, that's a good question. It should be under strategic plan, number 10 at the top.
Yeah, there it is. So what is a vision statement? When an organization sets out to define its vision, what are they doing? And how is a vision statement different from a mission statement? Does anybody want to take a stab at sort of giving the group what your impression is of vision versus mission? No?
Well, mission is why you exist, right? Like your mission statement is, well, I would assume for Westminster is to provide the core services for residents. Your vision is more of an overarching vision of how you get to the providing those core services of why you exist.
That's a good, yeah, that's good. Anybody else want to give me your own thoughts about the difference between a vision statement and a mission statement?
I agree with Councilor Smith. A mission statement is your purpose, and a vision statement is a descriptive statement on your ideal outcome, your ideal existence or embodiment of what is doing your purpose well look like to you.
Yeah, that's it. So the slide I thought I had in here said this, that a vision statement is, and I think I heard John use this exact language earlier. It is both aspirational and inspirational. It defines what we want to be, what we hope to become, what we aspire to. It is an idealized description of the community's future state. It's probably something that you'll never achieve, that you'll never reach, that you're always striving for. It's intended to pull you in its direction. What do we need to do to get there? And we're always striving for that. And a mission statement, so a vision statement is what do we want to be? A vision statement, as both of you have already said, is what is it that we do? It's really the how. It's if the vision statement is the what we want to be, it's how do we get there? How do we become there? It's our purpose. What do we do as an organization to get the community to where we want it to be? And the literature will tell you that the best vision statements are concise, that they are they're memorable, they are intended to give purpose and meaning to the work of the employees. They're typically shorter rather than longer. So whereas mission statements will tend to be a little bit longer and be a little more descriptive of aspects of what the organization does and who they do it for. So let's look at your current vision statement, and you have it on behind tab 10. Westminster is the next urban center of the Colorado Front Range. It is vibrant, inclusive, creative, and well-connected city. People choose Westminster because it is a dynamic community with distinct neighborhoods, quality educational opportunities, and a resilient local economy that includes a spectrum of jobs, diverse integrated housing and shopping, cultural entertainment and restaurant options. It embraces the outdoors and is one of the most sustainable cities in America. How does that meet the test, just generally, of concise, memorable, aspirational, and inspirational?
Rich, I see your hand up.
To be succinct, it's a mouthful.
Yep.
And it's a lot to then, from a marketing standpoint, how can someone grab a hold of that and and put that into their mind and get that, oh yeah, it's in my mind, it's possibly because it's been added on to. I don't know the full history of it, but it's, you know, it's not something that just grabs hold of me.
Yeah. So I would bet, and I'm going to guess here, and we've of course had these conversations, is that with the exception of the next urban center language that has drawn some criticism, and Cody spoke a little bit to what they heard in the surveys about there are lots of concepts embedded in here: vibrancy, inclusivity, creativity, connectedness, dynamism, quality, those sorts of things that would typically be found in a good vision statement. I think where there are challenges is it begins, in my opinion, I'm just expressing an opinion here, begins to cross the line from a vision statement and getting close to mission the further we get into it. And by the way, these are not hard and fast rules, and it's not unusual to see combined vision mission kinds of statements. So what we did in the 2 focus groups, and what I want to share with you, it's really 3 focus groups, is the first thing we did, and we're going to have you, the council, go through exactly the same exercise that we put the 2 community focus groups through, is answer the following question using the software. What one word describes your vision for the future of Westminster? You have 5 choices. So we said one word and then 5 choices. So here's what you see. And the way the software works is that the more times a given term is repeated, the larger the text. And these are basically arrayed from high to low in the order in which we obtain them. So actually that's wrong. The one at the top was our second focus group. So the second focus group, citizen focus group, the words that jump out at us, the concepts, are describing our vision for Westminster as being safe, sustainable, family friendly, diverse, open, and neighborhood based. Those are the key ideas, at least that's not analytical, that's just how I see it. The other group, you see the big words. It's accessible, it's growing economically. Some people cheated on this one on the one word constraint. It's vibrant, it's sustainable, it's inclusive. And then the staff did the same thing in their own ELT: vibrant, sustainable, innovative, community. So you pretty quickly see, and you can look, you know, into the smaller text, a lot of consistency in my view across these 3 clouds of words that begin to describe what a vision for Westminster ought to be. What do you see in these word clouds? And what do you perhaps don't see?
David Eisenlohr, do you want to facilitate or do you want me? Because I just saw David DeMott's microphone go on.
Sure, yeah, actually he's off the bottom of my screen, so I didn't see him. Go ahead, anybody just speak up. Mike, if you'd keep notes, I'd appreciate it.
Quick question. So when you have them choose the 5 words, they had options of what those 5 words should be, or was it?
Nope, just off the top of their head. If you were to, yeah, we
So
didn't.
David Eisenlohr said choose, but really it is whatever you want. What 5 words would you use to describe?
They did have a copy of the existing vision statement in front of them, which of course includes some of these terms, but we didn't attempt to give them a list to choose from. We just said, what 5 words come to mind when you think about your vision for the future of Westminster? You at one word at a time. What do you see? What jumps out at you? What is it that you?
For me, yeah, for me, you see like safe. I see family friendly. I see open space. I see sustainable. You know, so some of the things that that I hear a lot, and why people, live in the community. And so those are kind of the ones that jump out to me as really the safe, family friendly, kind of that whole open space type feel, more of that suburban type feel. Words.
Others, any reactions to this?
This is Catherine. So for me, what sticks out is that sustainable is in all three of them, and it's it's the biggest word. The only concern I have is that we've had this conversation before, is how is sustainable defined? It's just such an ambiguous word. That would be my only concern.
It's a great point, Catherine, and we made no attempt to define it. And so, yes, sustainability, it's certainly one of the very popular terms these days, and sustainability tends to be in the mind of the beholder, or in the eyes of the beholder. Some will have a very, very narrow definition and link it often to sort of environmental sustainability, but it can mean much broader sustainability ideas depending on who's using the term. Okay.
So this is Anita. I wanted to notice, obviously sustainable came through all three. I would hope that we've talked about it enough that most people see it as focusing on making sure choices we make today facilitate a strong local economy, promote equity and environmental stewardship, both for today and tomorrow. So, I mean, that's I think the definition we've used here in Westy for it, and hope we've done a good job communicating it. I wanted to point out that inclusive, if you look at it, there's also like inclusivity and diverse and inclusive. So I think it actually probably should be even bigger in that kind of mid one. Do you see what I'm saying? How it's broken up a little?
I do, yes.
And I think there's kind of a few
So
different
that's
ones.
Diverse, inclusivity up here. Yeah.
Down here, yeah,
And-
down and yeah, and then below to the right of that. So just kind of wanted to highlight that seems like, even though it's not as big, it seems like a pretty big goal. And that bottom one is a little bit more, people have really good vocabulary. So I'm trying to see if there's some more consensus in there.
Are you talking about this one?
Yeah, it's kind of harder. I have bad eyesight, so it's a little harder for me to see.
That's city staff. That's the senior city staff.
Okay. What I'm seeing from this is kind of I like that our community is pretty positive. I feel a little affirmed, I guess, from what our current vision statement. I agree with what Rich Seymour said. It is not very succinct and it isn't very descriptive. I don't disagree, but it looks like the elements of it I see coming through here. So I'm sure there's a better way to craft it. It is a little bit more like, oh, I get an exact image of where you're going. But I also feel good that I think we're still on the right track.
I think that's right. And you made the point, or asked the question really, how did the groups sort of define, how are they using the term sustainability? And we do have notes from the discussion that we took in the two sessions. And I think that, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they did use the kind of a broader conception of sustainability that you just described than a narrow one.
That's fair.
Okay, so the
Rich
next
Seymour, you have your hand up. Rich Seymour.
Yeah, just real quick, what I see and what I don't see, concur with my fellow counselors, is that a safe, family-friendly, and vibrant community that's inclusive, and then how we, sustainability, Mayor Pro Tem Sites brought up too is the three factors of that. And then on the other side, I only see in one spot, and correct me if I'm wrong, because it may be too small for me to see, other than in one spot where it says urban.
I think you're right. I can't. Sorry, guys. I feel like I'm getting really close here. I don't.
I'm up here.
I think you're right. I only see it in the one that was the ELT. Is that correct?
That's the only place I saw it.
Me too.
We had conversations in both of the two that we facilitated about that term. And it was clear that in both cases, as they defined what they were, how they were resistant to that term, they described it strictly, really. And again, Mike, don't let me misstate it here, but they read urban equals dense. It's really a density issue.
Could I bring up a point on that? I mean, I noticed that too, what they brought up, but one of the other things that, like if you're, I was going to bring it up, so I don't know if now's the right time or not, but since I started, I'm going to. As far as the term and a vision statement of the next urban center, and then I look at the other parts of it. For one, I agree it's too long for a vision statement. It's just a lot in my mind. But it's also very, it conflicts with itself. So like the next urban center is a very narrow view of something versus, vibrant, inclusive, creative, well-connected. I think that like all the other things really encapsulate a lot of what the city of Westminster is. But like if I say I drive through this big city that's very diverse and has different places from, what is going to be our new urban center to the traditional neighborhoods that mostly fill our city, the term Westminster is the next urban center doesn't encapsulate the majority of the city is probably the thing that hops out at me the most about it. And the point why I think that's in conflict, because the other things that do well define it as you go through that big long description probably do it better. And I don't feel like that main vision statement really encapsulates the city.
I understand, and I think and again, this is your vision statement. I think it's fair though to note that urban center in urban planning terms has a different connotation. It's more it's a planning term of art, which may or may not be significant to the average reader, but it doesn't necessarily, it doesn't at all exclude the idea of open space and low density residential or any of that. It's a term of art, but may be opaque to someone who doesn't have a degree in urban planning, perhaps.
Council will take and back away from your screen just a little bit. Look at the chat, and Mr. Andrews is giving you a way to make those words grow so you don't have to squint so much. But urban center is defined in a lot of our regional documents, especially in DRCOG, where we're required to report anything like urban centers. And we have to have it as part of our vision statements, our vision plans for DRCOG. So that's where some of that definition of urban center comes from. But it is a planning document.
I understand all the points made. I guess my point is if my vision is this is what my city is, that doesn't align with what my city is.
Sure.
It may align with what part of my city is, and I understand if you're going to go to specific definitions of what it is, but it's very clear that our residents see it as one thing. They see that they look at our downtown and they think, hey, they want to do that to the whole city, and I don't, that may not be the reality. But they want to make sure that we can, and I think it's a fair point, that we continue to focus on the city as a whole. And I'm not saying that we're not, but that's the message that it conveys to people when I speak to them.
And we are painting a kind of a word picture of what the future for the whole community is. We understand your point and agree with that point, that people have to understand it in the same way, right? So here's the next. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say something that's unnecessary. So.
Okay.
I agree.
So the next question, and this is, I think you have in hard copy in your binder, it's small text and it's hard to read on here. The next 2 or 3 slides will be that. But the next question is, we said, well, okay, focus group participants, if this is what your vision is as captured in your word cloud, what gets in the way? What are the things that we would have to overcome as a community to achieve that vision over the long term? And so again, here you see the 2 citizen groups that Mike and I facilitated, and we have a similar second page chart to see the staff. But take a few minutes and read those. And again, the same kind of question. When you take a look at that, and we're going to ask you the same question, what do you see as the obstacles to the achievement of that vision that these groups defined? Take you a second to scan all. Go ahead.
All of this information is also in your binder under tab 9. If
Yes,
that's,
thank you.
yeah. Just wanted to help with the
Yeah, it'll be
small fonts.
probably be easier to read there. By the way, if you wonder on these slides, why 2 in each one, there is one that's big and bold. It's just a feature of the software. It tends to it cycles through. It's sort of a rolling, and it'll highlight I'll highlight one from time as it rolls through. And this just happened to be what was big when I did the screen capture. No significance to the big text. So any themes or anything you see here that sort of jumps out at you as obstacles? But by the way, the other thing is in some cases you'll see language that really means lack of or absence of. So for example, sustainability is in the top one. It's there in a couple of ways. They're not saying sustainability gets in the way of our vision. It's not practicing sustainability that could be an obstacle. Any observations before we go on to?
What I see from it, and it kind of runs across all 3 groups, even our ELT,
Yes,
is the focus on core services, the water, transportation, the traffic. So I found that particularly interesting, that it kind of waterfalled on all 3 areas.
Yep.
I might be looking at the wrong thing. Where is that?
I'm not seeing that either. The same.
I don't understand.
So if you look, let me see here. If you look here, this mainly on this lower one, public transportation, walkability, rideability, transportation.
Those are opportunities. I thought we were looking at obstacles, right? You want us to look at the opportunities?
This is on
Or on obstacles.
Okay.
There's one on
traffic congestion, water shortage, traffic.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Sorry, they're on different. In our binders, they're separated.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, that's correct. So yeah, you see, they're presented in your binder by group. I've commingled them here by topic. Okay. And here's the ELT, a little bit different format, but the same idea.
So there's concerns about growth and about traffic for sure.
Yes. Yep. Those getting away, those are things that would have to be addressed as the way we pose the question in order to realize that vision.
All right, thank you so much, Counselor Smith. I was not seeing this other page. I also am impressed with our residents' concern about matching up our growth with our water availability and concerns about infrastructure capacity and stuff. So to me, that I'm pretty impressed with the level of understanding of how everything works in there. I think these are really, I'm glad they're articulating them.
In one of the groups, there was a gentleman who was very much concerned about water and supply and those kinds of things, and he was vocal, and he brought that group along with him.
And it also seems like there's some recognition that there's resource constraints, right? Like that money will be one of the challenges, having enough money to actualize this.
Yeah, both, you see here, both fiscal and natural resources. This, I'm sure, is related to the open space concern. How do we have the ability to do that? This one, if you look at the staff ones, there's some more obstacles that are or call it organizational focused obstacles than whatever the opposite of that is, community or even conceptual kinds of obstacles. So they talk about political divides and political misalignment and cohesiveness on the leadership team, division, support, mistrust, those kinds of things. So that this is the kind of the staff insider's perspective on the obstacles that would need to be overcome to move us to that idealized future. Any thoughts or observations about?
I'll just say, I mean, the ELT current obstacles are pretty brutal, aren't they? I mean, I'm reading them. They're very brutal, I think. I mean, I appreciate their honesty, but wow. I think we better take another look at those at some point too.
I don't know if brutal is the term I'd use, but there is candor there, yes.
Well, I mean, having not been in the room and not getting more context with this ELT one, I mean, it does feel like, I don't think they mean probably kindness in the community, but maybe they do. I would imagine they're meaning kindness from, I don't counsel, I would imagine, or, grace is another thing that's mentioned here. It would be nice to know, are these kind of focused at obstacles at a council level or a community level? Does anyone want to provide kind of obviously a little more context for us, or?
Mike and I were not in the room for this one. I'd ask any staff member that feels comfortable talking about this, do so.
So we were not, their survey ended up having to be a written survey. It was done via SurveyMonkey as well. We were unable to do it in a way that there could be discussion. So this is literally verbatim from the feedback. My apologies for not having more insights.
No, I appreciate it, and I appreciate the candor. It's just, you want to really honor the feedback, and it's sometimes hard without. That's always the thing. I always like more context. But
Sure.
I appreciate the feedback.
Well, I did think I heard there some understanding that words like kindness and overcoming divisiveness, I heard those mentioned, I believe, in the context of council. That's not what these say. These are obstacles that they see in their administration, their leadership, and their work. These are the obstacles they see. They've mentioned council a couple times, but I wouldn't say that you should assume necessarily that something like kindness, although kindness is important from all of us. It's a word that was important to somebody. But I would tell you that our experience as a staff over the last couple of months is that the interaction generally has been fairly brutal. People are unhappy, people are upset, and we understand that. People are unemployed, the economy is unstable, people are angry about social issues. I mean, that's a reality that they're dealing with at this point. So if you'd like us to do more, to talk with the ELT about this, I'd be happy to do that. But I just wanted to comment because I don't want you to jump to every single one of those items being directed towards the city council.
No, Don, this is John Bowles. I would say I don't need a follow-up on that. I was just making an they were asking for an observation.
That's right.
And, words like political courage, there's a lot of that laced in here. I would just make an observation. To me, it felt brutal. So, and that's on me. So I've got to marinate on that, think what I can do and how we put that moving forward into our plan and how we operate. But no, I'm not
That'd be a good example, John. Political courage, our staff is dealing with looking at what some of them believe is to be not a very good management of COVID-19 on a political level that is totally out of your jurisdiction.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for that.
So there are political concerns that the staff has that are completely unrelated to the city council.
Thank you for that, Don. And I don't need more. I don't need more on this. I just made a quick observation.
Cody?
Sorry, I just wanted to also say the issues of equity in the organization and administratively throughout the organization are a big hot topic right now too. And there's a lot of discussion around that taking political courage as well. So I think it was very much based on what's happening as an administrative part of the organization, the operations, not necessarily the leadership of council.
Okay.
Can I add something to that, please?
Yes, sir. Please do.
I actually appreciate John's, Councilor Bowles' assertion of or feedback on that. I mean, and I understand too what Don's saying. There's a lot of political divide in the country in general right now. However, there are those two first bullets that kind of start out of the gate about, that are critical of what they believe council should be. And, they have, I am glad of their candor. However, I may not 100%, agree or subscribe to everything that I see in here, but also I do think it's fair to say that maybe we don't take it all to heart. But I mean, to John's point, there are some that are clearly directed at council.
Which you want, correct? Yeah. Okay. So the next question then was, again, trying to kind of narrow in on the funnel, if you will, is, okay, you've described a vision. You've told us what's in the way of the vision. Now, what are the opportunities, the flip side of the same coin? What do we have at our disposal to help us achieve that vision, to overcome those obstacles and to move the organization and the community in the way of that direction? So we went through exactly the same kind of exercise. We didn't prompt them. We didn't do anything other than say, tell us what you think the opportunities are. And using the application, which you're about to do, this is what came up. And you'll see, as you kind of always do when you talk about strengths and weaknesses, or polar opposites, you tend to get often the two sides of the same coin, right? Just take a few minutes and just let me share any impressions you have, or just take them to heart when we ask you the same questions. Do you see anything surprising or unexpected in there in terms of opportunities that, again, you're looking right here at community members?
I I think the thing that jumps out at me, and it's not really a surprise, is the biggest thing on here is stop attempting to grow in population instead of nurture what exists. And that kind of goes back to my point about the vision statement of, making sure that we're fostering what's been here for a long time while we look at the opportunities in areas that we're growing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I would agree, because there's even some things in ELT that focus on open space, and one was better connections, and that seemed to be on at least focus group 2's on the transportation piece, collaboration. It seems like for the most part, it seems what Councillor DeMott has said, that there's a overwhelming thought to just growing what we have, what organically what we have, instead of focusing on, for lack of a better phrase, but focusing on that big urban growth, big population. It just seems like through this look, it looks like to foster, to grow, to organically be who we are.
You want to see the next page, which is the staff? There's the staff.
So looking through this, I see a lot of, again, pretty impressed with our residents, but talking about looking for regionalism, opportunities to partner with our neighbors, especially on issues like transportation and transit. Yep. I see a lot of focus on environmental sustainability as being an opportunity. Preserving open space comes through loud and clear as a goal of our community. So I'll focus on that. One thing that, and I recognize there's kind of cognitive bias, and so please check me on it. But you see cultural offerings, light rail, you see all of these urban and rail area development, so I feel like the strategic plan that we have really does capture most of the opportunities that are listed by our residents. I can't think of anything in here that isn't addressed specifically in our strategic plan, particularly if we were to amend it to really work on, instead of just maintaining open space, but also have an additional, a renewed focus in acquisition. I want to go to the ELTs real quick. That one was interesting because it really, one thing that caught my eyes, it said, housing mix and infrastructure realities. So really asking us to have a clear-eyed view about future development in the city and what can we truly afford. And I'm hoping that those conversations are happening as we're actualizing our comprehensive plan. But that was interesting to note that the growth concerns aren't just at a community level, but there might be internal, a little bit of heart palpitation about density and the cost of realizing our current comprehensive plan. So that was something I didn't expect to see there. There was actually, even on the staff level, the strategic pause on pursuing next urban center, which I thought was interesting as well. So one thing I want to say that maybe I don't want to be confrontational, but pushing back on the earlier conversation, I've actually seen throughout all three different populations a lot of emphasis on the multimodal. Seems like what our residents want. They want the bikeability, they want the walkability, and good transportation. So, I think maybe budgeting is where we, as I think Councillor Bowles said excellently, strategic plan's a little bit more aspirational. The budget is where we really are prioritizing those dollars and dealing with the economic realities of today. But I think I'd be reluctant to remove some of that from the strategic plan after looking at this.
Okay. Any more observations on this, and where the next step is going to be to let you do the same activity as a council? This is one where I would ask, and I think this has been the case earlier, but this is just for council input on these next polls. Oh, here it is. I just had my slides out of order. Here's a couple of sorry. Here's a couple of example vision statements, and I just plucked these out of just did some Google searching. Most of them I remember where they came from, not all of them. Create a great city of communities that cares about our people, our environment, our opportunities to live, work, and prosper. That's Vancouver, British Columbia. A world-class city for all. Now that certainly passes the concise test. That's San Diego, California. America's Queen City, opening her arms to a diverse and inclusive community of residents, businesses, and visitors alike. A safe, family-oriented city where people work together and help everyone thrive. Does anybody know who the Queen City is?
Is that Charlotte?
Charlotte, North Carolina, yes.
Oh, my nerd, uni nerd.
Somebody, I think it was John earlier, noticed this one about an urban oasis. We actually have two oases. A tranquil urban oasis characterized by upscale neighborhoods, family-friendly atmosphere, and unmatched community spirit. This is a city in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that's a client of mine. It's the city of Colleyville. It's located out near the airport, and it is this. This is what they are. And the other oasis of natural beauty is Mike's client, and it's also in the DFW area. I think Mike stole Oasis from my client.
They stole it from me.
And so this is Westlake, which is very nearby Colleyville. So they're similar cities, but the same idea of natural beauty, open spaces. Both of these communities really kind of like you all are wrestling with those attributes. This one, I don't remember where it came from. A city with an emerging urban vibrancy, guided by a small town sense of community. I grabbed that one because it seemed to be a little bit congruent with some of the conversations that you're having in Westminster. So these are not perfect, but I thought you'd like to see a few examples that I thought were concise and might well pass the test of aspirational and inspirational. And here's yours. We've talked about that one. So here's the first poll. So if you have not, I should have put the instructions back here. The website that you need to go to, the web address is pollev.com, POLLEV, as in everywhere, ev.com/David E 675, no spaces, pollev.com/David E 675. A few of you have got it going. So what one word best describes your vision for the future of Westminster? Up to 5 times. Mike Condiff, being the engineer he is, figured out when we were test running this, that if you hyphenate a term, it counts as one word. So if you wanted to put, I don't know, whatever you wanted to put, if you use hyphenation, it'll think it's one word. So we've got 7 participating. So the maximum number I can get here is 35. I see a term on here, Counselor Demott, is that yours, cybrant? Is it like cyber vibrant? I'm just teasing you.
I did use the app on my smartphone to do it.
There you go. Beautiful. See, here we've got, this is an idiosyncrasy, I guess, of the software. We have open space, open and space. So I think, you know, those are, it's treating those all as different terms. I have 31. That means there's not a requirement that you do 5. Okay, 32. Well, we've got space for 3 more. You're still contemplating 2 more.
I'll be happy to take someone's too.
It's like the dot exercise, right? You want to get somebody else's dots.
Just 1 more. Unless you're exhausted. So kind of from the beginning, we saw the merging safe, sustainable, inclusive as sort of the biggest 3 ideas in a future vision statement for Westminster. What do you see?
I think beautiful is a nice one too.
Yep. So kind of that next level is beautiful and suburban, just judging by the size of the text.
Tell you what I don't see. I don't see the word urban at all. Well, suburban, I guess.
I feel that horse has been beaten.
I just felt like kicking it one more time.
I feel like open space would be much larger. It's set, I think it's been typed in 3 different ways. So it probably didn't expand because it's hyphenated, it's a 1 word, and it's 2 words, I think. Or I see space up there.
Yeah, that's right. I agree with you.
Or at least a couple.
Yep. That's a fair reading of this. Had they all used exactly the same formation of that concept, it would be, I don't know the numbers behind the big text, but it would certainly be more highlighted than it is.
Yeah, because I think it's 3 different ways.
Yeah. If we were to craft a draft of a vision statement that emphasized those ideas to the extent that we could get them all in there, safe, sustainable, inclusive, beautiful, open, will we be close?
Did you say
Let me ask
inclusive?
it a different. Let me ask it a different way. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, did you say inclusive or welcoming also in that?
I said inclusive, yes.
Okay.
And that's an interesting point, you know, so inclusivity and welcome are very, very closely aligned terms, yeah.
Right.
I would lump accessible in with that too.
You know, looking at it too, I don't see much of, I see more hometown, family friendly, not big planning, big growth. So more suburban, just that connectivity of, and kind of aligns with our resident survey of having distinct neighborhoods. So that's kind of what I'm seeing out of this.
Are there terms or is there a way to even an even more economical, concise way to capture? Is there a term or terms that are an umbrella that would include safe, sustainable, inclusive, beautiful? I have something in mind. One of you used it earlier today in our flip chart discussion.
I would hope the word home.
You get
home.
On the poll, how many responses did you get?
I'm sorry, how many responses are reflected here in this particular word cloud?
Yeah, so if you gave each person 5.
Yeah, I got 34. That means one person only took 4.
How about one person only took 1?
Well, 7 times 5 is 35, right? So if I've got 7 participants, I'm only missing 1.
Because I only put in 1, I didn't put in 5. So your number is
Looking at Dave DeMont, your IT guy. Did you game it?
Somebody hacked us.
So I don't see that the numbers are adding up.
What was?
Somebody try to put in another one. Did any of you get locked out?
I got locked out after I did 5. It said I couldn't do it. The poll was closed.
Yeah.
I'm locked out.
Yeah. Okay. Mayor, I'll take your words if you let me.
This isn't balloting though, right? It's just.
Yeah, so now I put in a new word, so I put in a second one.
It got bigger.
Yeah, we're now over 35. Is my math bad? Isn't 7 times 5 35?
Mm-hmm.
I can't explain that unless somebody else inadvertently played.
I plugged in the word test so that you can blame me for the word test appearing.
Okay.
So now we're set perfectly.
Yeah. Okay, well, we still have essentially the same answer: sustainable, safe, inclusive, suburban, beautiful. But rearrange the words. How would you summarize this? Catherine,
Don't call on me. I don't know.
Where I was going is you talked a lot about quality of life in our earlier, I think it was you, Catherine, that talked about the importance of quality of life. Is that what this says? Is this, you didn't use those terms, but are you describing the kind of quality of life your community wants?
Yes, I think we are. Absolutely.
Yeah, David, this is Rich. I brought that up when I was highlighting the citizen survey and trying to find all those statements that had around quality of life.
Maybe I forgot who had said it. I apologize, Rich, but I knew that someone.
I think we both said it, so it's fair.
Exactly.
Okay, and open space, which we've talked about already, would be highlighted more, and that's part of from your conversation, a good part of your quality of life vision. So we'll treat it as such. Okay. Any other thoughts about this? Does this, again, at a conceptual level, at an attribute level, does this get closer to what this council sees as a workable vision statement for the city of Westminster?
Can I just test my colleagues on this real quick. The word suburban, I think, is replacing one problem with another problem. So I think what's really cool about Westminster is we have a whole diverse different types of areas of our city. So we'll have our downtown and our TOD, which are more urban in nature. And then we have amazing single family homes with really large yards. And we have everything in between. We have multifamily, we have Bradburn that's walkable. And so I'm just worried about being so limiting in the descriptor. And so I'm wondering if, I mean, I don't know where everybody else is at, but I would be nervous about having the term suburban in our vision statement.
I'm with Anita. I have to agree 100%. I think the way urban carries a certain connotation, I think suburban can as well. I would prefer to say something like family-friendly community versus suburban, or something more along the lines that are a different description of what you mean by that.
I agree. I don't really like that word suburban, but I do like the word community.
I do too.
And I think that might be a really good word. Like, Westminster is a sustainable community where everyone has access to a high quality of life. Everyone is safe, blah, 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 something like that. But I like the word community because I think it's more inclusive of the different types of typology we have. What are everybody else's thoughts?
I think that if you substituted that out with something like diverse communities, because I think was the point I've been trying to get at for a while, is we have different kinds of communities and they're very diverse in nature, whether you go down to historic Westminster, go to Bradburn, which is kind of like, I would be like more of a newer age, old town kind of thing. It's trying to get that same feel, but it's more modern. Or if you go to Countryside or the new downtown, it's just a diverse, different kinds of communities. So I think that's a really good point. And I think the word community encapsulates it, but I think that you would probably want something like diverse community or family-friendly communities or something that's even widens up community a little bit more.
I worry about family friendly, not including our retirees or people who don't have kids or empty nesters. I just get worried. I get worried about how inclusive that term is. Is there does anyone else hear that, or is that just my ear?
No, I agree with you. I would worry about us, especially leaving out the up and coming generations that are living in our city who may not be as established yet with kids and families and family. How is that defined? I mean, some people define it one way, other people define it another. I would be very cautious in using that term.
But I think the other side of the coin is if we use that term, we also use the term welcoming, inclusive city, which is everybody, so I don't have the same heartburn on that particular issue. So
I don't either. Sorry,
Yeah,
Counselor. I don't have kids and I think family friendly is a good, I mean, it's family is what you make of it. So I'm not as hung up on that word as others might be.
Rich, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I put in both the suburban and the family friendly. And I would concede that's an excellent point on the suburban is we do have many unique neighborhoods. And so is what, so I would definitely, I'm not stuck on that one. So I would, withdraw that if I could. And also I put in the family friendly, but also we see family friendly, we see friendly, here again, like Councilor Voles mentioned, we see different iterations of open space, but we also see different iterations of friendly too. So I'm not stuck on that one either.
I put in friendly because I do think that's my neighbors are my family now, right? Like it could be something like where neighbors are family or something, because I love that about our community. Everyone is nice.
I wanna get to your point of that you brought up the retirees, and I had made note of it when I was going through the citizen results last night. And one of the things that stuck out to me from the work that was done in the prior councils, if you look between 2010 the 2-year cycle, I think it was 2010, 2012, you had a lower rating on place to retire. And then in 2014, that number had jumped up and that number has decreased again. So I thought that was interesting because one of the things that I heard a lot throughout my campaigns was, that people don't feel like it's a good opportunity to age out here. And so 2 things. One, I think that's something, that we need to continue to look at. And I know there's been a lot of work because we've added a lot of different senior options in the city. But I also think that's a really good point, Mayor Pro Tem, that you brought up about, about the retirees, because specifically around that being a portion of the citizen survey feedback that we've done worse than that. So, making sure that we don't do something that excludes that population, I think is important.
John, what do you got? Your lights on.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say in all of these words, so our previous vision statement talked about a resilient local economy, a spectrum of jobs. We haven't included any business stuff in our entire, not one word is related to business. Is everyone okay with that? Because our last statement had quite a few references to educational opportunities, jobs, resilient local economy. We don't reference that in this at all. Is everyone okay with that?
Do you think it's encapsulated in sustainable, or do you think we should spell it out? Because sustainable is, economic. It's supposed to be thriving, economy, local economy. And so maybe we need to define what we mean by sustainable if we include it. Because you're right, I did put thriving too. That was one of mine because I feel like we want to say prosperous, right? Like we want people to know that we're doing well. This is a great place to invest your business dollars, or, there's job opportunities, but we don't want to get into the, paragraph descriptor that we had before.
Yeah, I don't know that we got to say, retail and restaurant, but there, maybe one word, but none of us included it. So maybe it's not that important. I don't know. I just wanted to throw that out there. It's a big change from our previous vision statement where we included a lot of issues in retail, resilient economy, and now we don't reference it at all in this one, except I do see thriving now, and that's good. And I'm not saying it has to be, I just wonder what's the group think about not including anything related to our retail or our jobs, our employers, small businesses, or what have you.
Hang on just a second, Rich. Catherine's been waiting, then Rich.
So I like the word prosperous, and I'm kind of disappointed it's not in there because I think that would be a really good word. The other thing that I thought of is another word for family friendly would be neighborly. Just putting it out there. I think that's a good word.
All right, Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to the business community, if you create a community using the words that we're bouncing around right now, businesses will come because you've created that opportunity. You've become a magnet. So I don't see that as a negative, leaving that off. That could be more part of a strategic plan. That's my thought from a business standpoint.
And Rich is correct. With rooftops come the others. Without rooftop, nothing comes.
More thoughts?
I like the term thriving over prosperous, not because I think prosperous is a bad word, but I think it could have classist connotations. Maybe I'm overthinking that one. That's my only concern with the word prosperous, because I liked it at first too, and it went with thriving. What is sustainable is big on there. What do people think about defining what it means? Because even Councilor Scully at the beginning did talk about what did they mean by sustainability? And so while we don't want to have a novel, do we want to say where we have a strong economy, promote, do we want to spell it out, our stewards of our environment and promote equality throughout our community? Something like that, so people aren't thinking that it just means we care about the environment, because I do care about the environment, but I want to make sure they know it means the whole thing.
I don't know the whole history of how you got to where you are on the current vision statement and how you feel about the idea of a separate this is a community vision. And then typically in strategic plans that I work on, we have an organizational mission statement. And I'm wondering why there isn't a mission statement. Maybe there is and I'm not aware of it. And it is a place that you can talk about those things that you have to do to implement the vision, and sustainability, for example, might fit there. A number of these ideas. I am confident that whatever we draft up isn't going to have every one of these words in it. It's not.
If it does, it's going to be as big, if not bigger, than one you already have.
That's right.
So you haven't cut down, you just changed the words, but you're still talking a document as big as it was, even if you take down some of the repeat items. It'll be back to Rich's point, it's too much to get in a mouthful.
I don't think it was ever the plan to use every one of the words. I'm really excited that there's so much alignment on this, and that I think we've really had a great discussion. I feel like we've given enough that there's probably ability for someone to come up with a pretty clear vision statement.
Let us work on it. Let us play around with it. We'll put 2 or 3 in front of you tomorrow. You won't like them. They won't be perfect, but they'll be a starting point, right? Okay. Not that we're going to set out to do something you don't like, but it won't be perfect. Okay. So the second poll, as you saw before, is okay. Since we, to use Anita's language, since you're pretty well aligned on the big picture aspects of what you want for your community, what's getting in the way? So this begins to make the transition away from the vision statement and really informs a strategic plan. What obstacles do we have to ultimately overcome, and what opportunities do we have to seize? So what are the challenges or the obstacles that you need to overcome in order to move Westminster towards that bright, shiny city on the hill that you just described? Brief phrases, and we've limited you to 3 each. So we've got limited resources. We've got to overcome our tendency to focus on wants and not the needs or the necessities. The economy is an obstacle. Understanding and trust are obstacles. Words mean different things to different people. Yeah. The pandemic, certainly. Limited resources again, I think. No, that's the same. It just was enlarged. Money, same as resources and focus. Could have up to 21 on this. I think we're maxed out now. So talk about this, and any of you that are comfortable doing so, and want to talk about specific things that you feel like are important obstacles to address, please do so. This is intended to be anonymous and some safety in that. But if you're comfortable, maybe there's some things in there worth talking about. You talk about trust and leadership, lack of trust. Some of what we worked on perhaps this morning as obstacles to your ability to achieve the vision.
Hey, Rich.
Thank you. I'll throw out, I put the word focus in there. And I think some of the words that we've talked about too is that if we can focus on these things, and some of these items don't take a lot of money. They take outreach. I know nothing is free, but we can be, as a council, be a catalyst for that outreach and and promote how we get along and how we deal with each other. And the agree to disagree part of it is an important concept that then will roll over into our residents, and then it's part of that neighborly feel. I like that word, neighborly.
Okay. Do any of these seem insurmountable to you? Not easily, but just insurmountable.
We don't know in some.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think they're insurmountable, but I think that they could take there's going to be a lot of time that we're going to have to maybe wait, because we are sitting in a pandemic, and it's going to make it hard to do things right now.
Yeah. That's why I raised the question. You know, typically strategic plans don't fail in the plan, but they fail in the execution. And so part of this is making sure that you're realistic about the timing and the sequencing and all of those kinds of things, even as we focus primarily on the next budget cycle. You can't do everything. So any other observations or thought? Let me ask it a different question. Are there any clarifications that some members might ask from their colleagues, or what's meant by these ideas? They're all pretty straightforward, I think.
Go ahead, Lindsay.
I guess I'm just only one I'm really kind of don't really understand is vocal negative minority of residents.
Right there. Well, you know, we always hear, I'll take a stab. I don't know what was in the mind of whoever posted that, but we often hear sort of the opposite idea, which is the silent majority. And sometimes, certainly my experience, and I imagine Mike's in our days in city management, is that sometimes those that are the loudest get the most attention, not necessarily the most, if that makes sense. Okay. Watching time. You ready to move on and do the fun side, the other side of that? So the next thing I'm going to ask you about is opportunities. If these are the obstacles, then how do we overcome them? What are our opportunities to still achieve our vision in the face of some of these challenges or obstacles that we're going to have to overcome? So again, thinking about your vision, what do you consider the most important strategic opportunities for the city of Westminster? Up to 3. Yeah. So you certainly have strategic location, and that came out in those prior groups. Yeah. Long range planning, community, location again. 15. Perhaps 2 more coming. Anybody have any other ideas? There's one person's got 1 more slot. Don't have to use it. It's not required.
Not going to use it.
So what does this say? Certainly location pops out as something that a number of you mentioned. So when you call location an opportunity, and again, thinking in the context of not only the strategic plan, but your immediate needs to address critical budget issues, how does that play? What does that mean? Does location cure all of potentially? Is it good things coming your way no matter what?
I think with the, because I put in geographical location, and I think I was more thinking just where Westminster lies in the region. We're in a good geographic location to work collaboratively with our neighbors and regionally, and that's more of what I was thinking, more on a regional scale as far as placement and where people want to live, because we're, you know, less than an hour from the mountains, if that. We are 20-30 minutes away from Denver, so just geographically we seem to be in a very good location.
Yep.
Rich?
Yeah, I just echo what Councilor Smith said exactly. You know, that's what, we can't move the city, but it's great we are where we are.
Catherine?
Well, and I think it gives us an advantage on resources. I like the idea that we're close to the mountains, we're close to the city, but we also have water resource. We're a first source city, and I think that gives us a bit of an upper hand. It gives us something to build from. It gives us a foundation.
I turned mine off while my phone was ringing. Anybody else want to add any thoughts to what are the strategic opportunities that City of Westminster should think about capturing? Your vision. Yes, sir.
So, you know, I put this one, I know it's a mouthful, but making sure we rebuild better from COVID. So sometimes when there's a massive disruption, it affords an opportunity to figure out how do we structurally improve things to get to the goals we want, right? So oftentimes you have all of this legacy that you have to build on top of. Sometimes these events allow us to kind of have more of a, you know, a fundamental change in approach. And so I thought using those 3 goals of sustainability as a guide. So even, you know, things like CARES dollars, are we using them in a way that supports these goals? I've been in some working groups with CC4CA, and this has been a big topic of conversation. And I think it's well warranted.
Okay.
So I added budget in mine, and it's actually almost very closely aligning to what Mayor Pro Tem just said. Just because I was thinking, do I put in pivot or being nimble, or because I landed on budget because I think this gives us an opportunity to do a deeper dive into what we're truly needing to focus on because of the environment that we're in. So I think there's an opportunity to kind of focus more directly on that budget.
So you're saying, if I understand you, that really the upcoming budget process that you're about to enter into is a venue to help make those decisions and allocate resources in a way that moves you forward. Is that right?
Right.
It's not just the dollars, it's more the process of making those resource decisions.
Yes.
Okay. Other thoughts or observations? Okay.
I see planning's there a lot, which is
Yeah,
good.
true.
Multiple people, I think almost everyone.
Long-term budget planning, long-range planning and strategy, resource planning. You could argue that that's what a budget is too. That's a resource plan. Maybe a tactical resource plan if it's an annual budget, but yes. Long-range planning out here. Good point. Planning right there. Who wants to talk about planning? Anybody?
I will.
Yeah,
I will. So one of the ones that I put in was the long-term budget planning. And so, you know, I think that, again, is a big opportunity, especially going through something like COVID, figuring out how we, you know, properly weather this and using some of that experience to look 10, 20 years down the road and figure out how we make sure that our budget and our tax revenue is set up in a way that build out to the mayor's earlier points, that we're not in a situation where we're cutting services, that we're, you know, we've built a sustained, built out city.
Okay. So that almost means, I'm just thinking out loud here, is that the decision to, in a sense, put the pause button on coming up with new or expanded or different strategic goals this year, and to rather focus on our upcoming budget process and what could be planning for the recovery, which we don't have a good sense yet of what the duration of that is going to be, makes some sense. That might be one of your real budget priorities for the coming year, is what I'm suggesting. Is that right?
I would agree with that. And you know, always being thoughtful of how long term that plays out, and even plays out with the goals, because I think the term pause is appropriate in a lot of ways, because we're not saying that those things aren't still in our plan and they're not still priorities. We're saying we gotta pay the bills first, I guess is the best way to put it. Like what do we have to take care of right now to make sure that we can take care of those things and we're not cutting services. And then more long term, using this experience as, you know, that long term planning starting point.
Great. Does that make sense to others? Is that right? Hearing no objection. Okay, well, let me tell you then, let me talk about what's next with this material. As I've mentioned, we will work to craft a couple, 3, maybe some number of alternative vision statements to put in front of you tomorrow morning, and try to get some close to closure on a new vision statement, and then we'll quickly pivot to some presentation, staff level presentation that sort of lays out the fiscal realities that you're facing in the upcoming budget year, and probably to some extent beyond, and then engage you in some conversation about, given everything we've talked about today, what are the most important things to focus on in the upcoming cycle. So we're at the end of the, does that make sense to you all? Is that a good use of your time tomorrow? Okay. So we've really reached, with about 25 minutes under the wire, the end of our agenda for the day. Let me just ask, what, if anything, how do we assess whether how'd this go for you? Was this a good day? What went well? What would have made it better? What about tomorrow?
I think our main goal tomorrow is to understand where we are at financially from the staff that's going to report in, because that decision and that information that we have will drive a lot of decisions or discussions that we even had today.
Yes.
Catherine, I did like today. I liked the way everything kind of built to the next part. It seemed very logical and it made a lot of sense. Enjoyed getting to know each other in the beginning. I think we did need that, and I guess I didn't realize how much we needed it until I was in it, and I went, gosh, this feels really good. I am concerned about tomorrow because I know it's going to be the budget conversation, and I do know that we're sitting in a pandemic, and it's going to be a hard conversation, but I'm hoping that we learned a lot today from our discussions that will help us really come together as a team tomorrow in our conversation about the budget.
Rich?
Thank you. I think we built in the first part of the day some starting foundations on our discussion as a body, and I hope that it's just the starting point of that, and that we can continue to work through this, because teams change and evolve. And I think that we can use this as a first growing opportunity. But we can't walk out of this meeting and not be able to have, agree to disagree. We have to continue on the communication path.
Dave?
I would first agree with what Councilor Seymour just said. I think that was very well put. The other thing that I would just say that I took out of today is there was a lot of good common ground, and I think those are always good starting points to build on what Rich just said that we should be doing. So finding those commonalities of what we think we need in the community and what we see the community as ourselves are good starting points for those conversations.
Other comments? Anita?
Just briefly, I really agree with Councilor DeMont. I was both surprised and delighted that there was so much. The vision statement was a very easy conversation, and I thought there was a lot of common ground. So that was wonderful, and I appreciated getting to know each of you, your kind of thought process and your communication styles better. I think that'll help us work with each other. So yeah, thank you for the exercise. I definitely want to make sure you had really voiced your concerns about the protocols. So I just want to make sure that we're honoring what you needed there.
Lindsay?
I think I'm just gonna echo what everybody said, because you've all said it very gracefully. So, but I will say I'm still going to say I'm a bit concerned and a little disappointed we didn't have enough time to go over protocols. Understand that there's not enough time in the day to cover everything, and we have big goals to cover. So that's something that I hope we can get on our earliest study council session. So,
John, you want to wrap up with anything?
Yeah, so I guess I do need to say something. So thank you guys. I think today went very well. I think everyone said the same thing. we had a lot of common ground, and that felt really good. So I think from my perspective, this was a good day where as a team, we were cohesive and found a lot of common ground, and that's what a good team does. And we have difference of opinions on some stuff, but we were able to narrow it down. So thank you for that help, gentlemen, and everyone, and our staff as well, Cody and everyone else. So thank you. And I look forward to tomorrow. I think it's going to be tougher, but hopefully we'll continue this great positive teamwork. It's been a good day for me, so thank you.
Cody, the login for tomorrow, are you trying to use the secure password again? Or are we going to do
No,
one?
sir. Just use the, I'll update the calendar invitation right now. I think it might still have the password in. I'll make sure it's updated. No password.
Don, you have any closing comments?
The only comment I have is thank you on behalf of the staff. Thank you for the time you spent today and for your great discussion. It was our pleasure to listen to that and participate where appropriate.
Mr. Frankel?
Agree with Don's comments. Appreciated the open communication within the group, and thank you for letting me be a part of it.
All right, Dave, you and Mike have got some writing chores to go get to work on.
Yes, sir.
We will see everybody tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it very much.